tacos. These are amazing.
Wow. Wow. That's good. Wow, these are good.
It's delicious.
What if I told you that you could get your daily dosage of green?
Who better to talk about the high-profile case of Sean Diddy Combs than the attorney who's represented some very high-profile celebrities like Bill Cosby and Meek Mill? Brian J. McMonagle gives his take and advice for Diddy. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. So we have been talking to a lot of people about the latest developments in the Sean Diddy Combs story. More specifically, I mean that federal agents raided properties connected to the rapper this past Monday. Being reported this is all in connection to an ongoing sex trafficking investigation. Not clear if Combs is a target or subject of the investigation. Certain outlets are reporting that Combs is the target. Now, remember, target is essentially the person that prosecutors have evidence against, that they're building a criminal case against. It's also being reported that the search was pursuant to a search warrant issued through the attorney's office, Southern District of New York. Homeland Security were the ones who carried out the raid. NBC News reported that several people have been interviewed by federal authorities in connection to allegations of sex trafficking, sexual assault, solicitation, distribution of illegal narcotics and firearms. This comes on the heels of several high-profile lawsuits filed against Mr. Combs and his family and businesses and associates, alleging everything from sex trafficking to sexual assault to harassment. If you read the details of these lawsuits, you can't unhear them. You can't unsee them. It is just horrific stuff. And it is being reported that this search on the properties was for documents, electronic devices like phones, computers. It was a wild scene where you saw agents swarming onto the property, sometimes with guns drawn. We saw video of several people, including potentially Combs' sons, in handcuffs. Seems like they were detained, not arrested. Now, at the time of this recording, it is not even clear where Combs is at this time. But we do know that neither he nor anyone else has been arrested or charged or indicted in connection with this operation. However, a man named Brendan Paul, someone who is alleged to be Combs' drug mule, was arrested on cocaine and marijuana possession. This was charges out in Florida. He's been bailed out. His attorney released a statement, quote, "We do not plan on trying this case in the media. All issues will be dealt with in court." This was a statement from Brian Bieber, his attorney, that was issued to CNN. Okay, so with all that in mind, I want to bring on a special guest. I want to bring on right now attorney Brian J. McMonagle. He represents some very high-profile people, rapper Meek Mill, Bill Cosby. So he is no stranger to these situations where high-profile people face very serious accusations, allegations. They're in the spotlight. They're in the media. And I was so happy to get your perspective on this. Brian, thanks so much for coming on. Pleasure to meet you. So I got to just get your overall take on what happened here. I will tell you, first of all, we were talking about before the air, we've done stories on Diddy. I was maybe not one of the people that was that shocked when this came down because we were reporting on lawsuits where he was accused of sex trafficking and sexual assault. But to see what happened the other day, what was your reaction to it?
I was shocked. They didn't just come heavy; they came nuclear. Seeing the kind of federal response you saw at the execution of those warrants was stunning. It looked like they were hitting El Chapo's house when I saw it on the news, and I had the same reaction. I mean, I had been looking at it and hearing the allegations and studying some of the lawsuits, but I never thought it would rise to the level of federal intervention, particularly at that level. Stunned. And my initial thoughts were twofold. One is that they're very close to indicting somebody, or two, they had some really hard intel that told them they had to move quickly so they could discover evidence that their information was indicating was either located at one of these residents, but it was stunning in terms of the swiftness and the breadth of it, I must tell you.
Well, listen, I wanted your perspective too, because it's fresh off the presses yesterday, late yesterday. Diddy's attorney, he's now being represented by Aaron Dyer, released a very long statement on the rapper's behalf. As a defense attorney, I'm curious your perspective on it. So it says, quote, "Yesterday, There was a gross overuse of military level force as search warrants were executed at Mr. Combs' residences. There is no excuse for the excessive show of force and hostility exhibited by authorities or the way his children and employees were treated. Mr. Combs was never detained, but spoke to and cooperated with authorities. Despite media speculation, neither Mr. Combs nor any of his family members have been arrested, nor has their ability to travel been restricted in any way. This unprecedented ambush, paired with an advanced, coordinated media presence, leads to a premature rush to judgment of Mr. Combs and is nothing more than a witch hunt based on meritless accusations made in civil lawsuits. There has been no finding of criminal or civil liability with any of these allegations. Mr. Combs is innocent and will continue to fight every single day to clear his name. What are your thoughts on that?
Perfection. He's obviously represented by a great lawyer, and that's the exact response that you want. This is an indication from the defendant.
Yeah, they must ain't got nobody got arrested. Nobody got arrested yet. So if they had something, somebody would have been got arrested.
If he is going to be a defendant, that they're not messing around, that they're not going to lie down. It's unequivocal. It's I'm innocent, and if you've got something, bring it. I don't know that you could have crafted a better statement, and I think it's an indication of what's to come, because if they are going to bring charges, this is a case that's going to go to trial.
Well, that's my question. So when they say that he cooperated, there was a lot of talk, a lot of early speculation that Diddy had left the country, that he escaped. Doesn't appear to be the case. But what does it mean that he cooperated with them? Do you think he had advance notice of what was happening at his home? Do you think he was informed right when it was happening? What do you think it means by he cooperated?
I don't know that you could read much into that.
Okay.
Cooperation takes on a couple of different meanings. Cooperation could mean that he's already met with law enforcement. I don't think that he has. Cooperation could mean that he's cooperating with law enforcement. I don't think that he has. I think this was a statement by his lawyer basically saying, hey, listen, we're not going anywhere. We'll face these charges. If somebody needs access to dwellings or records, they can issue subpoenas. You don't have to come with the strike force here. If you need information or if you need evidence, we've got it. And we look forward to cooperating with an investigation that'll clear my client's good name. And I think that's the only way you can read that.
Talk to me about, though, if this gives you any indication about where Diddy is. For in this, when I say that is, there was a question of did he leave the country, right? It seems to me if he's somehow cooperating and maybe gave up electronic devices, that he would still be in the country. You think that's a fair assessment?
It's hard to tell. I mean, if he had some pre-existing plans, it wouldn't be surprising. A guy with that lifestyle could be anywhere, but I would think it would make sense for everybody, if he's not in the country, for him to get back in the country quickly. Any important matter in your life deserves your attention. If I was advising him, I'd be advising him to come back home, to hold his chin up and to get ready to deal with what's coming. It's probably going to start raining soon for him, and he's going to want to make sure that he makes it clear to everybody he's got nothing to run from and that he won't run from anything. So if he's not in the country, I would expect in short order he will be back in the country without question.
Unless he went to a country that doesn't have an extradition policy. But let me ask you this.
That usually doesn't work out too well.
Oh, no? I mean, again, people were like, oh, my gosh, if he knew the heat was on him, he's just going to go somewhere where he doesn't have to come back. But you don't suspect that's what the case is?
Yeah, it's a small world. I've had some.
I mean, I would if I can. Anybody would if they can. If you got the money to do it.
Some people try that. It doesn't usually work out too well.
Let me ask you this. The idea...
Oh, Russ. OG Russ. That's all I got to say.
And you are echoing, I think, what a lot of other attorneys, legal analysts have said, that it seems charges are about to come down. Now, I will tell you, a lot of people have said that they thought that with a raid, there would be an indictment in conjunction with it. People would be arrested. We haven't seen that. It's been, at the time of this recording, 2 days since the raid. Are you surprised we haven't seen arrests in connection with this, again, what is a purported sex trafficking investigation? And do you think charges are going to come?
On the first question, I'm not surprised. I mean, they usually do it one of two ways. They'll either come heavy and indict immediately, or they're coming heavy to try and secure evidence so they can start a process of putting evidence before a grand jury. I mean, we don't even know if there has been any evidence presented to a grand jury yet. They're the feds. They're not the state courts, and they are not going to indict somebody or charge somebody on somebody's word alone. I can assure you. And so they want to try and develop as much evidence, forensic evidence. They're going to be looking at phones. They're going to be looking at travel. They're going to be looking at corroborating every allegation that's been made in these lawsuits. I wouldn't be surprised if they took their time because they know that they're going to get the best representation in the world for this celebrity, and they're not going to look to want to lose. And so, they're very interesting in how they operate, the feds. So I think trying to read too much into timing could be problematic, particularly if they didn't find anything. I mean, what did these searches yield? Did they get any evidence? Is there anything that they obtained that would make them run before a grand jury and bring charges? I think they're going to take their time unless
They must ain't getting nothing yet because he ain't locked up. I'm pretty sure if they had something to lock him up, he'd be in jail. They ain't gonna wait.
they've got it.
If they are taking their time, and they probably looking for something else to think telling us about.
And I'd be surprised if they have it yet.
A couple of things there, right? So we know that you would need probable
See, I'd be surprised if they had it yet.
cause for a search warrant. They did show quite the presence. Now, you could say, and I'm reading the lawsuits, right? And you read, if you take the allegations in the lawsuits, it's true that Diddy is surrounded by weapons, that he has a quite the security presence, large properties. You don't know what you're entering into. I've spoken to.
That's why they came like that. People like, why they can pull up like that? Because you know why? Guns. People talking about people got shot. People talking about people got killed. People talking about people got hit on them. Tupac, all type of shit. It's all got something to do with guns. People got shot in the club before. You know what I'm saying? That's why they came like that. Y'all better believe that. It wasn't just them SA cases and stuff like that. It was people got. Yeah, that's when they come. Y'all know what.
The law enforcement experts just say it's not surprising they came with that level of military reinforcements, or they talked about military grade. But at the same time, the way that they did it was quite a statement, and to not have it be in conjunction with other charges at the moment, you say, it could have been that there's reporting that they had been speaking to certain individuals. Again, the belief is that this is emanating from the Southern District of New York, the U.S. attorneys for the Southern District of New York. But it seems, do you feel that they had more than just statements from witnesses to go after these properties, to go into these properties like that?
Yeah, there's no doubt that they had something that kind of suggested a clear and present danger, or something that suggested to them that there was going to be real evidence there that could be destroyed.
And why? You know what? I see everybody. This is what I'm gonna say. I see everybody talk about the SA cases and stuff like that, and the cameras and stuff like that, but nobody talk about Keefe D. That's all I'm gonna say.
Destroyed. I don't think they would have came in the way they came without some hard intel. And so, I mean, it tells me one of two things. It tells me that they're getting real information about criminal activity, whether it's true or not. Who the heck knows? The criminal activity is ongoing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have came the way they came without an indictment. But I just think it's always.
See, I'm telling you, I know.
You need to be cautious in terms of trying to understand their mindset. I don't know what drove those
like that.
Warrants. I don't know what that probable cause was, and I think that will tell us everything once those warrants get unsealed. And and charges emanate. But they can always charge a couple of different ways in a federal case. You can charge by an information, or you can charge by a grand jury indictment. They've done neither here. And I think they were hoping to find something, and whether they found it or not, I don't know, but I didn't get a sense of that.
By the way, as I cover stories like this, I always think about what are some ways we can protect ourselves in this absolutely crazy world. You know what? One of the best things you can do is learn about who you surround yourself with. Yeah. And you can do that with truthfinder.com. They're our great sponsor. Always so happy to talk about them because Truthfinder is one of the largest public record search services in the whole world. Their goal is to help people like you learn the facts about the people in their lives. Here's how it works. You go on the website, truthfinder.com, and you type in a name. I'll make it really simple. You type in my name, Jesse Weber. Okay. Type in my name. Within minutes, you get access to reports that include information like phone numbers, addresses, associates, criminal convictions. No, I don't have any of those. Were you expecting something else? No, I don't have them. But you know what's really useful is if you type in an address, like your home address or where you work, it tells you the registered sex offenders that may live in that area too. Yeah. And that's the point. Unless you use Truthfinder, you may never know the reality about the people around you. And I'll tell you this, honestly, once I started with this website, I couldn't get off of it. I started typing in like everybody's names I could think of. I must have spent a straight half hour going through it. It was absolutely fascinating studying the people in my life. And right now, you can get 50% off of confidential background reports. You just go to truthfinder.com/LC sidebar. Hope you check it out. Do you think the civil lawsuits have an effect on this? But what do I mean by that? I mean, we both know that even if you settle a lawsuit, like Cassie Ventura was one of his accusers, settled with him the day after filing that sexual assault lawsuit. She accused him of rape, really horrible, horrendous things, settles with him. She could be cooperating with law enforcement. Do you think, I mean, again, I just think the timing of this after lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit, one of the latest ones is the one from his former producer, Little Rod Jones. I have to feel that has an effect on what's going on here. No?
I don't think there's any doubt about it. I mean, I don't believe in consecutive lightning strikes. And so I think that's exactly what's driving it. And you know how this goes. I mean, one witness, two witnesses, but a multitude of witnesses will get the attention of law enforcement. But this is a federal investigation, and it's this.
The part about that is driving it is the guy that supposedly got shot in the bathroom. Violence.
This isn't just a sexual assault allegation like we see in the state courts. This is a trafficking investigation, and so. The kind of investigation that usually follows that kind of investigation is lengthy. It's detailed. And I'd be surprised if they rushed into something here. That's just not how the feds operate. So they did come heavy. They sent a clear signal that they're coming. But how quickly you'll see charges, I think remains to be seen. I'd be stunned if they move too quickly on this. That's just not who they are.
By the way, I have to ask, I mean, one of the big questions is if this is true, okay, let's just assume the worst here. Was this just like a known secret that nobody came out? Was it a situation, like maybe someone was afraid to come forward? I mean, we talked about it so much with other cases, right? R. Kelly, Jeffrey Epstein. But big question I keep getting asked is if this is true, is this just what was going on and nobody spoke up and nobody said anything? Was this just like part of the hip hop world? I mean, because it's you read the allegations in these lawsuits, it is next level.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that this could be going on with the world not knowing. There's always too many people involved. There's a lot of money. And you can spend a lot of money keeping people quiet if there's criminal activity. But it would be stunning to me if all of these allegations are true, and everybody put their head in the sand.
It's just not true.
Unimaginable.
They definitely all not true. Come on now. They definitely all not true. People got to mix it in with other shit. We got to keep that. We got to keep it real. They definitely not all true. Come on.
I mean, quite frankly, because everybody's looking for an angle. Everybody's looking to make a buck. You've got people making accusations every day trying to derive some financial benefit from it. So it is shocking that it could have gone on that long, if it ever went on at all, without somebody knowing. But I think we're going to find out. I don't know if we're going to find out in a week or a month or 6 months, but I think something's going to come of this. It's the rarest of occasions where they execute warrants at this level and don't end up doing something about it. So I think that, Diddy's team is going to be poised for, charges to be leveled at some level at some point in time. Just how quickly, it's hard to tell.
Well, again, you represent high profile people. What would you be advising Diddy right now if you were representing him?
Yeah, I'd be telling him, hey, listen, you're innocent. You haven't done anything wrong. So act like you haven't done anything wrong. Live your life. Keep your friends close and keep your enemies away from you.
That's what he's doing.
Walk like you're innocent. Talk like you're innocent. Continue to do the things that you do every day.
And that's what he's doing.
Try to get yourself invested in some good things if you aren't already. I'm sure he's got a lot of charities, et cetera, that he's working on. Show yourself to be who we say you are. I think in that way, you don't.
He already did the charities. People ain't talking about it. He already gave. He did. He gave away about 20 to 30 million. He did the charities. Ain't nobody talking about it. Everybody talking about the other shit, But yeah, he did the charities though. He did the charities. He gave people back their publishing. Gave artists their publishing. He did all that. He definitely did. That's what people don't know about. That's why people just bashing him and going off what they see, but they don't even know that he already did the duties. Did what he's supposed to do.
Make a bad situation, if it is a bad situation, even worse. So I think he's got to put a good face on and to make sure he lets the world know, and ultimately his jury know, that he's innocent. And I would take an aggressive approach if I was them. I really would, because this is a case that's going to garner an enormous amount of publicity. You're talking to jurors.
How it ain't even no case. It's not even a case yet. It's not even a case.
With your actions. And so he wants to make those actions real and right. And I'm sure that'll happen. I'm sure he's in the best of hands, and they'll make sure that he's sending a message loud and clear to any particular jury pool that he's innocent of these charges, and he looks forward to defending them.
Now, let's say he's not charged yet, right? Would you? I can't imagine. I'm not sure, but he's being attacked on the PR machine. I mean, everybody is saying things about him right now. And to give you an example, so 50 Cent came out, basically was trolling Diddy a lot. I know they have a feud. It's posted on Instagram. Now it's not Diddy do it, it's Diddy done.
Yes,
they
he
don't
can
like
attack.
that
So
unless they
I
got a
mean,
case.
he can attack so
the
much.
feds in all the cribs. Damn, they got the kids in cuffs. Aubrey O'Day, who was part of Danity Kane, that was
your ass ain't getting no more.
What if I told you that there's 17 different unique ways to generate upwards of 20 new high-ticket clients in the next 180 days for you?
A music group that was started, I believe, by Diddy. She came out and said, "What you sow, you shall reap." I pray this emboldens all of us victims to finally speak on what we have endured. Would you advise Diddy to make a statement personally, whether it's an interview in a media outlet or a statement of his own on social media to respond to this?
Lies.
Only if it's controlled. I've seen disaster after disaster. We saw it in the Penn State case where people went on Dateline, the defendant went on Dateline and got interviewed. It would have to be controlled. I think it would have to be brief. I think once you go down that road, you run into a lot of trouble. Keep in mind that the story here is a better story if he did it than if he didn't. And I've tried to be on the other side of that in cases, and you can see it go both ways. And in our case with Meek, obviously the media was rooting for him because it was right, it was just. In other cases I've had, they didn't care what the accused had to say. That's not the story for them. The story is better if it's that he did it. And so I think if he's going to make any kind of a statement at all, it'd be a prepared statement. It'd be a quick statement. Did he not take questions? And it'd be something probably as perfectly crafted as the response you saw from his lawyer.
Man,
and that would be the end of it. Taking interviews, I think, can be a disaster. One misstep during an interview, and it's a news cycle for a month. that you'll never be able to overcome. So very limited in terms of a response, but perhaps a response that's measured and brief.
And let's say Diddy is hit with these massive sex trafficking related charges, and you were to represent him. How do you defend him at trial? Again, you've represented very high profile people. Cosby is a name that comes up in a very high profile case. How would you represent him?
I don't believe that.
Well, I think it depends on what the evidence is. If the evidence is allegations being made by individuals, you do it the old-fashioned way. You develop an investigation. You find out everything that they've ever said about him, any motives they would have to lie about him.
I don't believe it.
And one by one, you try and dissect the allegations. I don't think there's another way to do it.
Shit like that.
Sometimes you get real lucky in these cases. Somebody makes an allegation that you were somewhere at some place at some time, and you weren't. These other individuals, I'm sure, are being interviewed in the media. You want to get every single soundbite they've ever given, everything they've ever said about the case, and hold up those inconsistencies one against the other. And more importantly, if he's got evidence of innocence, sometimes you really do. You've got an innocent client there. Believe it or not, nobody believes that. And if this guy is innocent of these allegations, or if they've been distorted in any way, remember, you prove one distortion, and then all of a sudden the whole thing could collapse. And so, I'm sure what he's going to do and what his lawyers are going to do is they're going to dissect everything that's been alleged against him. The nice thing about civil lawsuits is there's a lot of information you can glean from them. There's depositions, there's interrogatories, and people are of record. And so there's great fodder for cross-examination in these cases. And I'm sure he's done a lot of wonderful things in his life. And those things are going to have to be brought to bear in a criminal courtroom. Let the world know how good he is and how good he's been, so that image can be created. And, remember, in a criminal case, you don't need to convince 12. You just got to convince one.
One of the things, though, I don't know if you had the opportunity to read the Little Rod Jones lawsuit, but embedded in that lawsuit were screenshots of what appears to be Diddy with what appears to be underage girls at a party. Cuba Gooding Jr. is somebody who's been implicated in this. There's a picture of Little Rod Jones with Cuba Gooding Jr.'s arm around him. There is, he claims, Little Rod Jones, he has other evidence. He even says that Diddy has cameras in his house of all of this purported sexual conduct as a form of blackmail. He came forward in that lawsuit. And again, it's a different standard. It's a lawsuit. It's not a criminal case, but he seems to have a lot to prove his allegations. And again, I wonder what that effect had on this case, because when I was reading it 4 weeks ago, I was like, he's not just making out, he's got receipts in a way of it. And I thought that was really substantial. I'm curious how that might be playing into this case.
Well, I think it's everything about this case at this point. I think they went looking for receipts. I mean, I think you're right. I think there was enough allegations and specific allegations that suggested that there was proof in existence in places that they could find it. And that's what they went looking for. I don't think, these search warrants were just to send a message. They were looking for stuff. And I think it was based on a lot of the allegations you've just suggested. The question is, did they find the receipts? Because when you say there's tapes and when you say there's evidence and the feds go looking for it and they don't find it, well, that's one more quiver, in our arsenal in terms of being able to defend these cases. So I don't think you're wrong. I think, they were looking for the breadcrumbs and they were trying to find the kind of real evidence that the feds rely on when they indict somebody. Again, they're very careful. They're not going to go on somebody's allegations because of some picture. They're going to want to look at, real evidence. What evidence do they have that people are being brought into the country? I mean, you've got Homeland Security here.
Yep, they want to.
So this wasn't an FBI sting, an FBI warrant. This was Homeland.
They want to check bank accounts. They want to check the security cameras. They saying he got hidden cameras. They're trying to find the hidden cameras, money, transactions and shit like that. Match up with dates. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like that.
And security. So they're looking at international evidence. They're looking at flight evidence. They're looking at, whatever kind of real evidence that doesn't lie, that can't be cross-examined in order to bring across, a credible prosecution. And they won't come without it. They're not going to come with he say, she say stuff in federal court. They never do. And if they do come, then my guess is they're going to have to bring it with a lot of credible
and
real evidence. So whether they found anything,
I gotta say they have came with he say, she say shit in court on some friends of mine. So you know what I'm saying, like in real life, like the FBI and they made them look stupid, and that you know what I'm saying, made the FBI look stupid. Honestly, like they just go, like they will go off with somebody that said, but they still got to do their homework. They still gonna do their homework, but yeah, unless they rush that case, but yeah.
They may have. I mean,
but,
they probably got,
I want to say
computers.
Very small percentage of them fucking up doing that. Very small percentage.
They probably got, every single piece of digital information they could get to corroborate these allegations. But you're going to need corroboration or they won't come.
What a case. What a case. What a development.
Oh, yeah.
Unbelievable. And we will see where it goes. It's an ever-developing story.
If they got corroboration, that gives them credibility. They got somebody on the inside here that's gonna tell. That's credibility. Or that give them. Okay, yeah, we got somebody to tell. Boom, bam. That's like
Ryan J. McMonagle. Really, thank you so much for coming on, talking about this, giving us a different perspective.
And but
we'll make sure.
I want to say this. They give them the green light, right? No, they all you see over the media is about the camera, the hidden cameras, and the SA and stuff like that, and the ST case, and ST stuff, SA and the ST. But ain't nobody talking about the Jefe, the dude that supposedly killed Tupac, and he got paid. There ain't nobody talking about that. They looking for stuff. They looking for stuff for that on the real.
Thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely. All right, everybody. That's all we have for you right now here on this episode.
And we'll make it go all the way back to that because that's sparked up. Jefe just went to jail. At the same time, that dude supposedly got shot at the studio. All that's guns and people getting shot, man. Guns and people getting shot.
Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. As always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber.
Digital agencies, listen up. Duda introduces the power of website building, AI, and SEO combined.
What's up, fam? This your boy, Cut to the Chase TV. Be sure to hit that like and subscribe button, and be sure to share this video. I got some news for you Negroes today. It's been about a month since the allegations that Diddy allegedly clapped the cheeks of Meek Mill, and Meek Mill has yet to let it go because he went on a Twitter rant this morning and basically defended Diddy. He said he don't believe the Diddy stories, Diddy is innocent, and he sounded like a damn fool. And I'm going to tell you why. But first, let's read this tweet of Meek Mill defending Diddy. Let's go. Boom! This will Meek Mill posted on Twitter. I don't believe no Diddy story once they lied about me now. Anybody try to assault me, it will be a bang out on the spot. How y'all don't know that? Laugh out loud. I don't care, but y'all confusing my son. He's 12 with people saying his dad go that way. It's sick now out here, so F it. Laugh out loud. See, I got a problem with that. I got a problem with that response from Meek Mill because it's a denial, but it ain't strong enough for me. He laughing in the denial. He put LOL too many times in the response.
Only thing what I'll be tripping out on is the celebrities make it their business to respond to people. Like the media and the fans, and they run their lives like they make it their business. It will fuck their whole day up. Like,
do you know you are being alleged to be a model? Do you know people are saying that Diddy clapped your cheeks? You can't be a little bit more serious than that? What's funny, Meek Mill? So you on the internet denying it. I don't believe it. I'm just being real with you. You put laugh out loud too many times. This is a very serious allegation. You got kids. You got a girlfriend. You got to come stronger than that. And what's really kind of odd about this whole Diddy and Meek Mill situation, Meek Mill is coming out saying it's not true. But Diddy ain't said a damn word. Now I understand Diddy not speaking about the crime investigation. I understand Diddy not speaking about trafficking. But it's a rumor going around that you clapped the cheeks of Meek Mill.
I feel like, man, Diddy got so much other shit going on, man. He ain't trying to, he ain't.
You can't come out and deny it. You can't say
other shit going on, man. He probably be like, man, I wish a nigga would.
me and Meek Mill just boys. We ain't never been romantic.
And if he feel like that shit, he should. If that's his guy, he should go tell him then.
Each other, we are platonic friends. We like to hang out. We like to dress alike. We like to hang out poolside. You can't do none of that because if I'm Meek Mill, I'm mad as hell at Diddy. Rumors are running rampant on the internet. They saying you clap my cheeks. I'm defending myself. Everybody making jokes about me, and you says nothing. You don't even come to my defense. I thought that was what friends was for. Your friend is in trouble. It's not true. Come on out and deny it with me. What the hell is Diddy so quiet for? So I see Meek Mill going off on DJ Academics. I see Meek Mill going off on Wale. He talking about being violent. He talking about stretching niggas out. Why he ain't got that same energy with Diddy? Because if I'm Meek Mill, let's put ourselves in Meek Mill's shoes. We Meek Mill, we a famous rapper. We claim to be straight. It's a rumor going around that our homeboy Diddy clapped our cheeks. Now, if I'm Meek Mill, the first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna deny it, and then I'm gonna call Diddy. Hey, nigga, you know this shit ain't true. What the hell you so quiet for? You need to deny it with me. I get you not speaking about the crimes against you. I get you not speaking about trafficking claims, but you can say you ain't clapped my cheeks if it didn't happen, my nigga. What's up? I'm summoning you to the internet right now. Hey, Diddy, get on live stream. Tell him why we dressed alike. And Meek Mill has yet to do that. He kind of denying it, but he's playful with it. I don't find this funny. We need to know what the hell happened. And I'm going to tell you this. Meek Mill and Diddy at the pool, that was a weird-ass video, wasn't it? Because if you pay attention to the video, it's Meek Mill and Diddy in the goddamn pool. I don't hear no lady voices. I don't see no women around. And Diddy is calling Meek Mill daddy. And Meek Mill is soaking in the pool. That's very odd because I'm a grown ass man. I'm not hanging with my homie in the pool. Nigga, we can do anything but do that. Because if my homie called me up talking about, hey, cuz, what you doing? None, my nigga. Hey, come to the pool, bro. The first question I'm going to ask him, is there any ladies around? If my homie say no, then I'm hanging up the phone in his damn face. I don't want to hang poolside with you. That's too much like romance to me. Now, if it's a lady, I'll do that. Hey, baby, throw on your two-piece. Lotion up your body. I'm gonna throw on my Versace trunks. We gonna kick it poolside, but I'm not gonna do it with another grown ass nigga. What the hell we gonna talk about in the pool? How do you even invite your home?
That ain't acting like that. I don't. Just by being poolside, that don't mean you with your guy, with your homies. That ain't motherfucking. Come on, man. Come on.
To kick it with you in the pool.
Come on, man. People gotta be allowed to keep that shit real, man. It's quick fucking. That ain't. You can't say it because of that, man. Probably other shit, but not that.
What do you say to that nigga? Hey, man, come to the pool. The water's clean. Oh, this shit feel good, my nigga. Come hang with me. We can talk about life and such and such. I'm good, bro. So that's very odd. And another thing odd about the Diddy and Meek Mill situation, at that them niggas was dressed alike. Them niggas had on the same shirt, same watches, same black pants. I found that very odd. That was very suspicious to me because I got a brother that's 11 months older than me. Look just like me. I love him to death. But I don't want to look like that nigga. I don't want to dress like that nigga in public. That's very weird to me. That's my brother, same mom and dad. I love him. But that nigga called me up talking about, hey, cut, I'm getting this red polo shirt. What size you wear? Cause I want you to rock it with me one day. Nigga, I want to look like you. What the hell we dressing alike for? Where we gonna go when we need to dress alike? That look very suspect. Two grown-ass men dressing alike. We got the same shirt on. We got the same belt, the same pants, the same shoes. There's never a reason for two grown men to be in street clothes dressed alike like the T. There's no reason at all. If you ain't coming from a wedding, if you ain't coming from a bachelor party, why do two grown men need to dress alike? That's very suspicious. Now, if it's a lady, I'll color coordinate with my lady all the time. Hey, baby, you gonna throw in the black and white jumpsuit. I'm gonna throw in my black and white polo. low. You gonna throw them black heels on. I'm gonna throw my black and white 11s on, and we're gonna do the damn thing. We gonna party. We gonna kick it. But I'm not going nowhere dressed like another grown ass man. That don't even sound right. How do you even invite somebody out and say we gonna dress alike? How that conversation go? Hey, yo, cut. I'm rocking that red polo, my nigga.
Well,
Throw that on. We gonna kill them. We gonna kill them tonight. Hell no, nigga. I'm good. I'm my own person. You throwing that red polo, my nigga. I'm gonna throw on my Versace sweater. That's all. You don't gotta look like to kick it. I love you to death. My homie, best friend, my brother from the same mother. So we don't need to look alike. So I found that very odd that Meek Mill and Diddy was dressed alike. And then they was taking pictures. Meek Mill was leaning into him. So I feel like Meek Mill need to take these allegations very serious. I still don't feel like he's
ain't even really.
And why the hell did he have it?
Say something about it when
it's just real weird to me. And I'm gonna say another thing that Meek Mill said on Twitter today when he was ranting. He said Diddy is a heathen and he was never involved in the coke party or the freak off. So he basically threw Diddy under the bus. Listen to this tweet and tell me what you think about it. Let's go. Boom! This is what Meek Mill said on Twitter. How a nigga trying to clap another guy and say a guy from Philly did it too? I want all the evidence to come out. The F, I'm not a part of the freak or coke part of the industry. I'm not a heathen. How did I get in the combo? Because I'm changing laws holding major influence. So wait a minute. You say Diddy is your boy. Yeah. You say Diddy is your best friend. You hanging with him poolside. You dress like him. You taking pictures with him. You in all the parties with him. He's accused of being on coke and having these freak offs at his mansion. So you mean to tell me that's your brother from another mother? Y'all real tight. But everything he do, you're against. That don't make sense, bro. Birds of the same feather flock together, my nigga. So you can try to go Diddy on the bus, say I'm not part of the coke or freak offs. I'm not a heathen. But it kind of do seem that way, bro. Diddy is a maniac. That's what it seems like by this lawsuit. Diddy's insane. He gonna try to fuck some. Him or her. Who's ever around getting it. If he got that liquor in him. We see him trying to fuck Fabulous, allegedly. He was hitting on Fabulous on the Drink Champs interview. We all seen that. So Meek Mill, you calling him a heathen. You saying what he do you're against, then why was you hanging with him in the first place? That's what I don't understand. And then Meek Mill try to gain sympathy from the public. He said, y'all call it trolling, but it's taking a toll on me and my kids. I got a 12-year-old son. He don't want people thinking his father is the G word. Y'all wrong for this. Let me read that tweet for you guys. Let's go. Boom. This is what Meek Mill said then. Y'all call it trolling. I call it I have two young kings, Papa and Czar, plus my other son I raised, Zah, that see magnified press. To know they can be wherever they want, but their dad represent one thing. If I was G, they probably wouldn't be living. Me. If you have a problem with your sons thinking you roll that way, you're being accused of being a bottom. Why don't you holler at the top Diddy and say, hey, Diddy, come clean this up for my kids. Can you release a statement to the public, please? I'm your brother. We cool. It ain't true. Did he say something? This don't affect your criminal case. Saying you ain't clap my cheeks, what's wrong with that? It ain't happened. That's all Meek Mill got to do. He talking to the wrong people. He need to be on the phone with Diddy. And his lawyers, let's issue out this statement. Let's explain our relationship with people. Let's explain why we was dressed alike. Let's explain why we was at the pool. Because I still haven't heard an explanation of why they was dressed alike. That's all I'm saying. And I'm going to tell you another reason why Meek Mill is in trouble. I don't believe that's Meek Mill on that leaked audio. I'm going to just be honest with you guys. I don't think that's Meek Mill and Diddy on that audio. It's too clear. The bodyguard was just chasing cloud. I think that's fake audio. I'm going to just be honest with you guys. But I will say this. Ever since these accusations came out about Meek Mill, I don't really look at him the same. He could be doing normal shit, but it kind of seems sus to me. I can't get that out of my mind. Meek Mill can be just talking. I'll be trying to pay attention to extra words, how he pronunciate his words. Do I hear a little bitch in him? But he was at WrestleMania recently, and he was cheering on The Rock, and I kind of heard a little bitch in his voice. I'm just being honest with you. I'm not saying he rolled that way, but some of the things he was saying was sus. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to play you guys that clip, and y'all ain't going to believe what y'all heard come out of Meek Mill's mouth. Let's go.
Did you know that you could get $50,000 to over $150,000 of investment capital at 0% interest rates to fund any business or investment that you want? That's right. You could quickly and easily access $50,000 to over $150,000 of free money in less than 30 days.
Get up!
Oh!
Knock Rock out. Get up, Rock. Get up. Situate him.
I was defending me, so I
Hey,
heard him
Rock.
say, "Get
Come on,
up!"
Tell him.
Did y'all hear what that nigga said? That sounded funny as hell. Get up! They done not right out, y'all. Situate him. What man used the word situate? You would be like, hey man, damn Rock, shake back. Damn Rock, get up. Get up off your ass, man. Damn, they done knocked the Rock out. Why he gotta say it like that? Get up, y'all. They not Rock out. Situate him. Come on, Meek. Read the room. You got these allegations against you. Just sit courtside or just sit ringside and just chill, my nigga. Chill. You yelling and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this Meek just don't know how to read the room. He doing everything possible to make me believe these allegations. Now, I will say this. I'm not sure I really believe the Meek allegations against Diddy. I don't believe, I'm kind of having a hard time believing that because I say this. If you pay attention to the Lil Rod lawsuit, it's some holes in this story. I'm just being real with you guys. I'm not sure I buy everything that Lil Rod says. Just because somebody accused of something, it's such thing as chasing clout. It's a such thing as a money grab. So I'm not sure I really believe everything that's in Lil Rod lawsuit. He could have said Meek Mill name so we can get so more blogs can talk about it. So we can get traction. Hey, I can file this lawsuit. I can allege that Meek Mill was involved, that he had Meek Mill bent over. Maybe more people will talk about it, and maybe we'll put the pressure on Diddy. It could be something simple as that. But on the other hand, why Diddy just can't come out and say, I ain't never F you, Diddy. He ain't never been my body. That ain't Meek Mill y'all here hollering on that audio. I don't know who the hell they did. Why Diddy can't come out and say that?
Diddy so way bigger than that.
I feel bad for you because everything you do on the internet, it gets flipped into no Diddy. I kind of feel show you sympathy. I kind of empathize with you, brother, but man, you're taking your anger out on the road. It ain't trolling. Diddy has to come out and say it, man. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, guys, those are my thoughts about Meek Mill coming out defending Diddy and saying he don't believe none of that happened. But I want to know how you guys feel about it. Leave a comment, share this video. I love you guys. Peace.
Yeah.
So I think we're about to see something on the level of Epstein, Weinstein to the power of 10.
From members of the royal family to Grammy and Academy Award winners, we're breaking down all the A-list celebrities named in court docs against P. Diddy, along with some startling accusations.
First of all, that entire filing was just gasp for it. I'm not seeing a scenario where he can escape liability, criminal liability.
He's been known for years as a renowned rapper, producer, and label executive who goes by the names P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, or his legal name, Sean Combs. Whatever name you want to call him, he's no stranger to legal troubles. Just this week, both Diddy's homes in Miami and Los Angeles were raided by Homeland Security. According to former prosecutor Melba Pearson, they're likely looking for some specific evidence.
The feds are doing raids at 3 different homes of P. Diddy, including his homes in California, in Florida, and in New York. And what I think they're looking for are videos. So basically, P. Diddy had a habit, allegedly, based on told to us through the filings by Cassie Ventura. They have all said that P. had a habit of liking to video either him abusing other people or forcing other people to abuse each other for his pleasure, and would record all of that.
Wow. Now see, out of all this time, all this shit, that's my first time hearing he liked to abuse people and record it. First time. Wow.
So I think those are some of the things that the feds are looking for. I think they're looking for other types of evidence to corroborate the statements that were made by Little Rod, by Cassie Ventura, and the other people have come forward saying that he did abuse them. So they're looking for corroborating evidence and basically the building blocks to put together what will end up being a massive, massive, massive criminal case.
So far, Diddy hasn't been arrested, but he has already faced his fair share of legal issues. Last year, Diddy's ex-girlfriend, Cassandra Ventura, who you probably know as singer Cassie, accused him of sex trafficking and sexual slavery. She alleged that Diddy raped her and beat her so severely that she was bruised. Cassie also alleged Diddy made her have sex with prostitutes and recorded it on video. She also says he forced her to carry a gun. Cassie sued him under New York's Adult Survivors Act and settled with Diddy outside of court just one day after the suit was filed. Joy Dickerson Neal also filed suit against Diddy under the Adult Survivors Act, accusing him of drugging and sexually assaulting her back in 1991 when she was a college student at Syracuse University. Diddy was slammed with yet another lawsuit last month, this time brought on by music producer Rodney Jones, also known as Lil Rod. The 73-page lawsuit lays out dozens of allegations against Diddy, including that he forced Lil Rod to hire prostitutes and have sex with them. The court doc also claims Diddy himself assaulted Lil Rod, but that's not the only bombshell allegations revealed in the detailed documents. Lil Rod doesn't shy away from publicly naming other celebrities he says assaulted him.
I don't know that Cuba Gooding Jr. is going to escape from that one.
Let's start with the allegations against a cat.
Welcome to Flatiron School. This is where you learn how the future works, where the whole point of education is to get you a job in a career you love.
Academy Award-winning actor Cuba Gooding Jr. Lil Rod alleges Diddy was, quote, grooming him to pass him off to his friends. This fear became reality when Mr. Combs introduced Mr. Jones to Cuba Gooding Jr. when they were on Mr. Combs' yacht. There's actually photos of their interaction together too, which are laid out in those court documents. In the first pic, you see Diddy and Cuba talking with Diddy's arms on Cuba's. In the next pic, Cuba has his arm around Lil Rod and is smirking. Court docs go on to state, quote, Cuba Gooding Jr. began touching, groping, and fondling Mr. Jones's legs, his inner thighs near his groin, the small of his back near his buttocks, and his shoulders. He rejected his advances, and Mr. Gooding Jr. did not stop until Mr. Jones forcibly pushed him away.
In the last couple of years, there were allegations against him for sexual assault. So now we have those prior allegations, and now we see him tied to this case as allegedly trying to, assault a Little Rod, assault others.
Back in 2019, Cuba was booked on misdemeanor charges of forcible touching and sexual abuse after he allegedly groped a woman in Times Square. By the next year, 3 women had come forward accusing him of non-consensual sexual touching. He eventually reached a deal with prosecutors that required 6 months of counseling but no jail time.
I'm getting the feeling where there's smoke, there's fire, right? Because now we have 2 different instances where you're accused of the same type of behavior, years apart. I think there's something there. And I don't know that Cuba Gooding Jr. is going to escape from that one because he already saw definitely people moving away from him within Hollywood circles and other circles once those first sexual assault allegations came out. So at this point, I don't think he's going to get away with it a second time.
Is it possible that he could face charges based on these allegations that were brought forward by Lil Rod?
It is possible as well. Again, we've got the statute of limitations issue to deal with. So depending on the time frame of when this happened is, again, the Adult Survivors Act, which was the vehicle where many of these lawsuits came out, many of these civil lawsuits, came out, there was a finite amount of time for those suits to be filed. The time frame is going to be very, very important. What witnesses come forward, because again, this may not be a situation where DNA may be at play. This may be more of a situation of, hey, yes, I was there and I recall, Cuba Gooding Jr., putting his hands on Lil Rod, or I recall certain aspects. So it's going to be a very witness intensive type of case. And the question is, will the witnesses be willing to come forward?
Lil Rod's lawsuit also publicly named another celebrity linked to Diddy, Jennifer Lopez.
From the standpoint of the names of the celebrities that were tied to this, the fact that Jennifer Lopez was tied to this back when she was involved in or party to a shooting at a nightclub when she was dating Diddy, and is now alleged to have brought the gun with her to the scene and gave it to Diddy, and that's how the shooting occurred.
Lil Rod's team brings up J-Lo when establishing Diddy's history, writing his quote, Rico enterprise has existed for at least 20 years, dating back to the 1999 nightclub shooting in NYC, when Mr. Combs required his then girlfriend Jennifer Lopez to transport his illegal firearm into the NYC nightclub. The court docs allege Diddy forced his then artist Shine to assume responsibility for the shooting of several individuals. All this happened back on December 27th, 1999, when a fight broke out at a nightclub. Diddy, J-Lo, and rapper Shine were all there, and according to former rapper Mark Curry, Diddy paid Shine $1 million to take the fall for the shooting and serve a 10-year prison sentence. Lil Rod's lawsuit now suggests it was J-Lo who brought the gun. The fact that she's named as somebody who was carrying a weapon, could that be incriminating for Jennifer Lopez?
It can be, but with a huge caveat, right? If I'm not mistaken, that shooting did not result in a death. I know that somebody was harmed, but I don't believe anyone was killed. Because of that, you have the statute of limitations to deal with, which is basically a prolonged amount of a certain amount of time that a prosecutor has to be able to bring charges against someone. And it varies from state to state. But the one thing is consistent is that there is no statute of limitations on murder. So if P. Diddy had actually killed this person, or the person died as a result of their injuries, now J-Lo could be brought into the mix as a co-defendant because of the fact that the person has passed away. But if the person is alive, and maybe they had serious injuries or whatever the case may be, statute of limitations would run, and it is highly likely at this juncture that statute of limitations have expired, therefore she does not have any criminal liability. But the reputational damage might be a different story, because now she's branding herself as something very different than who she was back then. Back then, she was very much Jenny from the block. She was, dating a variety of hip hop artists. She was very much in that world. Now she's married to Ben Affleck. She's trying to, portray herself in a different manner. So now her past is going to come back to haunt her, and we don't know what that's going to mean for her future in terms of movie deals, music deals, or anything like that. So I think for her, it might be more reputational damage than criminal liability.
Pearson says it's possible Jennifer Lopez could file some sort of defamation suit, but it's not likely.
She could, but at the end of the day, when it comes to defamation and those types of cases, truth is an absolute defense. So if he has some sort of receipts to basically prove that, hey, I was right there, I saw her the same way in the filings, you saw a number of different screenshots and pictures that he submitted to support the different points that he was making. If he has some pictures to substantiate that she was carrying the gun, it is going to be very hard for her to say in good conscience in a court of law that, this wasn't true, he's made this up, and now as a result, I've lost, money, I've lost opportunities and things like that. There's going to be too much evidence out there connecting her to this that is going to be very hard for a jury to come back and
crazy to me
say,
is,
yeah, he's making all of this up.
But it's not just artists that Lil Rod named either. He specifically mentioned Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex, in his court documents. It reads in part, quote, Mr. Combs was known for throwing the best parties, affiliation with and or sponsor.
They keep on going all the way back, mentioning Jennifer Lopez now and shit, but they still haven't mentioned PVD, Tupac.
sponsorship of Mr. Combs' sex trafficking parties garnered legitimacy and access to political figures, artists, musicians, and international
really look into
dignitaries
stuff
like
like
British
that.
royal
It
Prince
definitely
Harry.
is. They just not.
Why even name Prince Harry? There's no allegations against him or anything, but why bring him up?
I think it may have been a move to bring more credibility to the filing and say that, basically he being Diddy, was using his fame, fortune, and influence to insulate himself. So he was able to legitimize some of the activities he was doing by having these lavish parties, bringing all these A-list celebrities, but somewhere in a back room or somewhere in another wing, horrible things were happening. So the fact that Prince Harry was there does not necessarily mean he was participating in what was happening. And just because you were at a party doesn't mean you know what's happening in every inch of the house. I mean, if you think about it, if the party's being thrown in a mansion, there are various floors and wings. So it is completely possible that he was there and did not participate. Now, you had said Prince Andrew, especially as a result of the allegations that came out in connection with the Epstein case, that they were close and that they traveled together. And, there was a person that alleged that he had sexually assaulted her while she was underage. That would be a different story. But Prince Harry and the way that it was mentioned seemed to be very, again, just sort of trying to bring legitimacy and talk about these were the people that Diddy surrounded himself by to protect himself.
So Prince Harry has no formal accusations against him, but the name association could cause damage to his reputation. Even so, Pearson says it's not likely he files any sort of defamation suit.
It's possible that Prince Harry may be able to preserve his reputation. But again, just in light of everything him and the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan Markle, have been through, I truly really hope that, he's able to completely distance himself, maybe make a statement, because again, since he's not necessarily under the umbrella of the royal family directly, so in other words, Buckingham Palace would not be releasing a statement on his behalf. It would be him releasing a statement and saying, yes, I went to X party, but no, I never engaged in any inappropriate behavior or other details that he may see fit to share. So that's going to be, we're going to have to wait and see on that one. But again, since it was such a minuscule mention in the greater context of this filing, he may be okay.
Pearson compares Prince Harry's association with that of President Bill Clinton, who'd been seen with Jeffrey Epstein before his arrest.
And there didn't seem to be much said around him actually engaging in activities, more that he was present at the parties. So I don't recall seeing a lot of fallout on the part of President Clinton from that association.
Speaking of Epstein, Lil Rod's court docs draw a parallel between Diddy's alleged crimes and Jeffrey Epstein's. Epstein died by suicide back in 2019 when he faced numerous charges of sexual assault over the course of multiple years. His longtime companion, Ghislaine Maxwell, was charged and found guilty of sex trafficking in relation to her time with Epstein. She's currently serving out a lengthy prison sentence. Lil Rod compares Diddy's chief of staff, Christina Cahorum, to Ghislaine Maxwell, saying she ordered sex workers and prostitutes for Mr. Combs and ordered and distributed ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and mushrooms to Mr. Combs and his celebrity guests who were present on his rented yacht and in his homes in LA, NYC, and Miami.
Under these cases, when you have these high-profile people that have been using people over years, these cases happen without a handler. R. Kelly had a handler, Epstein had a handler, Weinstein had a handler. Everybody has, in those scenarios of those powerful people, powerful men that are abusing other people, they have someone that does their dirty work. And it's usually not only just one person, it's several people who may have different duties. So again, seeing this woman being his handler, being the person to get him.
What is a handler? Oh, she about to say it right now? What's a handler? Anybody know what a handler is?
drugs, being the person to procure sex workers for him, being the person to basically be on cleanup duty in case of, covering up or silencing people that might want to come forward. That.
Okay, see, I know about okay, that's the handler. Okay, that's what the handler is. I always thought the handler was the person that controlled him some type of way, but I see what it is. Wow.
That's not unusual, and she is
They
also
handle
going to
everything.
bear the brunt of criminal liability, just like
Handle it.
Ghislaine Maxwell did, and basically had to take
The
the
handler was gonna
entire
handle it.
brunt of the criminal justice system alone because of the fact that Epstein committed suicide and was not able to be held accountable. And
According to Pearson, Diddy and many of his associates will likely face federal charges, but it's not totally clear when. And what do you think a timetable would look like for all of that? I know that there's a lot of evidence to gather over many years, but is it possible that a federal indictment could be just around the corner?
I would hesitate to say just around the corner because with all of the experience I've had with
I would hesitate to say
approaches cases, they do not move until they have you
I would hesitate to
fully, like they have you dead to rights, basically. So they are going to take their time. They're going to collect all the evidence. They're going to speak to as many witnesses as they can. They're going to follow every single trail, every single lead that they can before they go to an indictment. There can be continuances. There can be other things that can delay the case. But once you file that charging document, the clock starts ticking. So that, when I was a prosecutor, I always advised my detectives, anybody that I was training, that you get all.
Welcome to the Datadog Application Performance Monitoring Demo. Datadog APM provides end-to-end visibility into all your critical application telemetry from across your technology.
All the evidence you can up front, and then you file charges.
So when is it possible that we would actually see him being arrested or facing any of these indictments? Could it be months down the line?
I feel that it would be months down the line. I would not be surprised if it was before the end of this year. Because again, this is going to be a massive investigation involving at least 3 states, much as we saw in the Epstein case, where he was bringing underage girls to one of his islands in the Caribbean. And there have been some allegations of things happening on planes, things happening on trips. So there may be additional locations that may need to be searched and additional witnesses that may need to be spoken to in order to get a full picture for what charges would be appropriate and what would be the best path forward with this case.
And it's possible Diddy serves a lengthy prison sentence for all this if he were to be convicted in criminal court. If this does happen, that P. Diddy is indicted. I know in R. Kelly, we saw quite a large sentence for him. What could P. Diddy be facing if he is convicted of eventual indictments?
Yeah, well, it all depends on what charges are brought and how many counts of each charges are brought, right? Because for each charge is usually one victim or survivor attached to that charge. So if the U.S. Attorney's Office is able to pull together 15 survivors, right, and they're willing to come forward and testify, you may see 15 counts. So the question will be, if he's convicted, will all those counts run concurrently, meaning at the same time, or would they all be consecutive? And if it's consecutive, he could be looking at life plus, right? If they're run concurrently, again, depending on the universe of what is charged, he's going to be looking at a prison sentence if convicted. There's going to be no way around that.
They better not find nothing connected to Keefe D and Tupac or Biggie or some shit like that. I ain't saying nothing, but they better not find no shit like that.
Is there any possibility that he walks away clean from this, that everything is dropped and he faces no charges or any prison time?
Not impossible. I mean, anything is possible, but I don't see
Keefe D is in jail, and he said he paid him.
See that happening. I see him kind of going the path of R. Kelly, where again, for so many decades, he was able to act with impunity and just, with harming so many, young women.
On the real, them motherfucking people, they gonna go back and dig all the way. They gonna go all the way. They gonna dig all the way to his accounts, all the way back to when Tupac and them was alive, type shit. Watch.
But eventually he had to pay the piper, and eventually he ended up with a prison sentence. So that in this juncture, from what's been publicly available, from reading Little Rod's filing, from reading and hearing about the horrible things that Cassie Ventura endured during her nearly a decade relationship with him that started when she was a young woman, I'm not seeing a scenario where he can escape liability, criminal liability. I'm just not seeing it. It's possible, but I'm not seeing it.
In a statement, Diddy's attorney Sean Hawley denies all of Lil Rod's allegations. He writes, quote, his reckless name dropping about events that are pure fiction and simply did not happen is nothing more than a transparent attempt to garner headlines. We have overwhelming, indisputable proof that his claims are complete lies. Diddy's son, Justin Combs, is also mentioned in the lawsuit. A statement released from him reads in part, quote, Justin Combs categorically denies these absurd allegations. They are all lies. This is a clear example of a desperate person taking desperate measures in hopes of a payday. There will be legal consequences for all defamatory statements made about the Combs family. So far, we have not heard a comment from Cuba Gooding Jr., and as of now, P. Diddy has not been arrested and does not face any criminal charges. Reporting for Law and Crime, I'm Sierra Gillespie.
Yeah.
What if I told you that there's 17 different unique
lies with truth, lies, and you know, just tell the truth and get on
ways to generate upwards of 20 new high-ticket clients in the next 180 days for your business, all without doing anything like hiring an army of
The singer, whose latest album is called Love, is getting a lot of hate right now. This after federal authorities have raided 2 properties linked to him, one on each coast. Sean Combs appears to be part of an investigation into a sex trafficking operation. And of course, this comes as he faces multiple lawsuits that accuse him of assault and abuse. He denies it all. We're bringing you the latest details to drop in connection with Diddy and the massive investigation. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. So we have been focusing very heavily on the Sean Diddy Combs story. I mean, what's interesting about this is we actually were focusing on it, 3-4 weeks ago. I did a very big sidebar on it where I broke down all of the latest lawsuits facing the rapper, the mogul, the reported billionaire. And at the time, we were really highlighting one of the big lawsuits that he was facing. A producer named Little Rod Jones had sued him for sexual harassment, sexual assault, was alleging absolutely horrendous things against him. And this is on the heels of other lawsuits. Remember, Cassie Ventura had filed a lawsuit against him. She settled the day after, but she accused him of rape and human trafficking. I mean, the worst stuff you can imagine. And then all of a sudden you fast forward, and this week you see Diddy's name throughout the whole news. Why?
We gotta be real. We gotta be real.
Raided properties that were connected to the rapper this past month.
Real stuff,
and it was reported that this is all in connection to an ongoing sex trafficking investigation. Now, to be clear, it has not been 100% confirmed by authorities if Combs is a target or subject of the investigation. Certain outlets are reporting that Combs is the target. What do I mean by that? Target is essentially the person that prosecutors have evidence against. They're the one they're building a criminal case against. So if he's the target of the investigation, that is a very big deal. It is being reported that the search was pursuant to a search warrant issued through the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. Need probable cause that a crime has been committed, gathering evidence in connection of that. And clearly, a federal judge signed off on this in order for these properties to be raided. And who were they raided by? Homeland Security carried out the raid. Homeland Security focuses on human trafficking investigations, among other things. Now, NBC News reported that several people have been interviewed by federal authorities in connection to allegations of sex trafficking, sexual assault, solicitation, distribution of illegal narcotics and firearms. This is so eerily reminiscent and consistent with the allegations from all of these high-profile lawsuits that I mentioned that were filed against Combs, his family, his businesses, his associates, sex trafficking, sexual harassment, sexual assault. It was a wild scene, though, at these properties. You saw agents swarming onto the properties, sometimes with guns drawn. We saw video of several individuals, including who appear to be Combs's sons, Justin and King, in handcuffs. Now, it seems like they were detained, not arrested. And at the time of this recording, it is not clear where Sean Combs.
If you're a web designer, here are 4 Wix Studio features you gotta.
Against Christian Combs, Sean Combs' son. With the papers in hand, we now get into even more detail about these disturbing allegations, and we also have new reaction to these Combs lawsuits that sheds a new light. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Last week, we talked about how Sean Combs and his son Christian King Combs were hit with a lawsuit by a woman named Grace O'Markey. She claims that back in December of 2022,
see now, you know what I'm saying? Like, we can't run with that. You know what I'm saying? Not being on nobody's side. It's just like all of a sudden my dad get hit with some lawsuit, but now a girl in the car said this about me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why you bend and say this? Like, why you, if I did this to you, you know what I'm saying? So you can't.
at 25 years old,
You know,
she had been
man.
working as a stewardess on a private yacht chartered by Combs when she claims that she was drugged and sexually assaulted by Christian. Now, while we went over the lawsuit in our last episode, we didn't have the actual paperwork in hand. Now we do. So we want to do a deeper dive into some of these details. And there is a question about where this lawsuit even currently stands. Now,
because it could be like that could be the motive of her lawsuit. Like, why she didn't say this? Like, come on, man.
we know the timing of this lawsuit is very interesting, right? It comes after Combs or Diddy has already been sued by multiple people. The lawsuits allege sex trafficking, rape, assault, illegal drug and firearms possession, involvement in shootings and violence. And this new lawsuit comes 2 weeks after federal agents stormed Combs' properties in LA and Miami, reportedly removing firearms, electronics, maybe other evidence. This was reportedly pursuant to an ongoing investigation into sex trafficking from the Southern District of New York. And Combs' sons, Christian and Justin, were actually handcuffed, detained, not arrested during that raid. We're going to get into that in a minute. Keep that in mind, that image, that visual. Now, while neither Combs nor his sons have been arrested or criminally charged with respect to this investigation, many analysts that we have spoken to believe it is only a matter of time before that happens. Okay, we have this lawsuit from Grace O'Markey. And before we even get into the details of it, there is a question now of what is happening with this. Why do I say that? Because the filing was not on the court system's docket. According to the Washington Post, O'Markey's attorney, Tyrone Blackburn, said that it had to be taken down after an unfiled version of the complaint was published by the media. So I don't know what to take away from that. If that means that what we reviewed last week wasn't supposed to be seen, not sure. But assuming this lawsuit does move forward, there is a lot to break down in it. Okay, first off, I have to say, now that I have the paperwork in my hand and I have the complaint in my hand, one of the things that struck me right from the beginning is how personal this is. Quote, defendant C. Combs, that's Christian Combs, is a 25-year-old auto-tuned and heavily edited rapper. Wow. Unfortunately, as the saying has it, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Defendant Sean Combs, who has also been accused of several acts of sexual assault, rape, sexual violence, and drugging, among other deplorable conduct, is the father of defendant C. Combs, who has seemingly taken after his father and the family business of reckless partying, drugging others, sexual violence, and other illegal conduct. I mean, you usually don't see that kind of language in a lawsuit. Very, very personal attacks. Also, allegations at this point. Remember, Combs has not been criminally charged. He's not been found liable. These are allegations. But when they mention Christian, I have to highlight this too. they actually embed into the complaint not a photo of him on the red carpet, not a photo of him on an album cover, not a photo of him taken by the media. They embed a photo of him and his brother being detained in handcuffs by federal agents during that raid. That is very intentional. Of all the photos to use, you are accusing him of sexual assault and you use that photo. That was no mistake. Now, I am reminded by the fact that Miss O'Markey is being represented by not only Rodney Diggs, but as I mentioned, Tyrone Blackburn. Mr. Blackburn is representing former Diddy producer Rodney Jones, who also filed a separate lawsuit against Diddy, his son Justin, and several others. He claims that he was a victim of sex trafficking and that he was assaulted and subjected to violence. So maybe it is not surprising we are seeing this language as he is representing multiple people accusing the Combs family of illegal conduct. We're going to get back into the merits of these lawsuits in a minute, but going back to the O'Markey complaint, another interesting tidbit is that in addition to Diddy and Christian, there are several unnamed John Does and companies who are named as defendants as well. O'Markey claims that these people and companies aided and abetted in the commission of the conduct described in the lawsuit, and that as the case proceeds, she may add their names later on. Now, O'Markey goes into some detail about what this environment on the yacht was like. She talked about how she worked the late night shift from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Quote, during the second week of the charter service, there was a significant amount of partying and drug use, which caused the guests to stay up throughout the night. The makeup of the yacht quickly evolved from just defendant S. Combs and his family to include a constant rotation of suspected sex workers and other A-list celebrities such as French Montana and actor Cuba Gooding Jr. Defendant S. Combs turned what was sold as a wholesome family excursion into a hedonistic environment. According to plaintiff, it resulted in an unexpected increase in workload for her and her colleagues, as well as unwanted exposure to unlawful drug use, sex work, and general chaos. She also claims that drinks were spiked by Combs and that women were taken advantage of on the yacht. And she argues that as a bartender, she understands the impact of alcohol, and she, quote, found it very suspicious that after one shot of De Leon tequila or one mixed drink, various women on the yacht would be falling over themselves.
Hey, all right. This is Aaron Paul here with Lead Funnels AI. Quick announcement.
Just give me a. I just thought about something.
Panicking or passing
I
out.
just thought about
This led plaintiff Bryce O'Markey to reasonably believe that the
Wow.
alcohol given to these women.
Wow, they talking about one shot women was falling out. They was talking about some liquid stuff. Some liquid. What is that? Liquid cocaine, that whatever that's called. Liquid C. Just say that.
Was likely laced with drugs. And she even describes one specific event in particular. Quote, according to plaintiff, in another incident, defendant S. Combs had several women whom plaintiff suspected of being sex workers on the yacht. In one incident, a girl was extremely upset and ran to the lower deck, locked herself in the massage room, and was hysterically crying. She said she did not feel safe and wanted to leave. The crew was alerted of this. At this time, Sarah Chapman, one of S. Combs's children's mother, was due to have a massage, so plaintiff had to attempt to remove this young woman from the massage room, but she was very reluctant as she felt unsafe. Eventually, she left. All of this is important for O'Markey's legal claims, namely that Sean Combs is liable for what his son Christian allegedly did to her. Why? Under the premises liability cause of action, and that, by the way, is where a property owner or someone who is in control of a property has a duty to use reasonable care to keep visitors of the property safe. According to O'Markey, since Sean Combs leased, occupied, and or controlled the yacht and allowed who was on it and what was happening, this is his fault that she was sexually assaulted by his son. Quote, defendant S. Combs allowed and encouraged the people aboard his yacht, including his son C. Combs, to engage in the drugs and reckless behavior while aboard the yacht. Defendant S. Combs' negligence was a substantial factor in causing plaintiffs harm because of failing to properly use and secure the yacht and for fostering an environment for drug use and assault to occur without ramifications. So in the law, you need to show causation for this. but for what Combs did, this would not have occurred. We really have to show that you created a condition where it was foreseeable this would happen, that Combs knew or should have known this assault would happen because of the environment he created. You might be saying, okay, that seems like a strong claim. Maybe it doesn't. But then you have the aiding and abetting claim against Sean Combs, too. Quote, defendant S. Combs knew that an assault, battery, sexual assault was being committed and was and going to be committed against plaintiff because he encouraged and fostered an environment and culture to his son and his employees to do whatever they want with plaintiff and the other yacht staff. And O'Markey goes on to describe how Combs covered up the assault, too, that he paid off the yacht captain to keep quiet, allegedly gave him a big tip. By the way, talking about that captain, O'Markey says that after she told the yacht captain, Petar Milkov, about what happened to her, he, quote, berated her, lacked compassion or concern, failed to investigate, and insisted that she was probably voluntarily partying with the guest. She was not. She also says that, quote, Captain Milkov added insult to injury by assigning plaintiff to work in front of the house, which required personally serving defendant C. Combs while they were on the yacht. Now imagine for a moment that she really is a victim of Christian Combs. That is really sinister stuff.
Wow.
But now let's go back to when Christian Combs allegedly drugged and assaulted O'Markey. Remember, these are allegations at this point. And I explained a little bit of the background about this in our previous sidebar, but one interesting detail from the complaint that we didn't bring up is that according to O'Markey, when an allegedly heavily intoxicated Christian Combs came aboard the yacht on that night and went into the recording studio and started ordering tequila shots, O'Markey claims that Cassandra Ventura, or Cassie's Me and You, that song, was playing in the background. What makes that, as O'Markey says in the lawsuit, ironic, is that Cassie was a former artist and girlfriend of Sean Combs who filed that initial lawsuit against him back in 2023, claiming that she was physically and sexually abused by the rapper and producer. She ended up settling with him, but remember, that was the first lawsuit that began all of this. From there, we saw more lawsuits against Combs. We saw the raids. Now, that is a very specific detail for O'Markey to remember that arguably adds to her narrative, right? And kinds of adds a weird context to it. But I imagine that if she were to testify at trial about hearing this song, again, so specific, that would be challenged by Combs's lawyers. And they would say, you remember that? Is that awfully convenient? You remember that detail? Maybe you don't remember other things. So I guess that could be something that she would, or something that would be challenged. Okay, but now going back to this event. O'Markey claims
that lawsuit ain't trigger off the police coming and stuff like that, because that psychic lady said this at the end of last year. She said stuff was gonna start happening at this time. If you check out my other video, she was supposedly talking to Kim Porter's spirit, and she was saying stuff was gonna happen at this time, and it's happening.
Initially, she was forced to take
and that's before the lawsuit.
Tequila shots, that she wasn't allowed to leave. She claims that her drink was spiked, and she said that she was very scared and in a very dangerous situation with Christian Combs. Now, I'm not sure if this is a typo, but in the actual suit, it says that Sean Combs touched her legs, her breast, her private areas, and started kissing her on her neck, face, and hands. I'm pretty sure that's a typo. Because it seems like she has been alleging that it was Christian who sexually assaulted her. She doesn't sue Sean Combs for assault or battery. So again, I think this is a typo. And if it is, that doesn't look good. This is arguably one of the most important lines in this lawsuit. You mess up who you're talking about. But I mean, I don't know what to make of it. But here's what we do have. O'Markey claims that Rodney Jones, as I mentioned, Diddy's former producer, now plaintiff, suing Combs for sexual assault in a separate lawsuit, that he was there on the yacht that night and actually recorded the audio of this assault, this whole episode happening. She provides a transcript of what she says is Christian Combs drugging and sexually assaulting her. I'm going to read it for you now. Christian, yo, it's shot o'clock. Grace, no, I'm not doing shots, Christian. Christian, everybody, we got to take a shot. In a second audio tape, Grace says, I'll just put the ledge. Christian, no, take the whole thing.
What?
Grace, no, you will take it as well. Christian, take the whole shot. Grace, I'm only doing it as long as you take it as well. Christian, I ain't gonna lie. I'm not taking nothing. Please, please take the shot. Grace, you were drugging me? Christian, take the shot. Hey, yo, play another beat one time because now, then there is a transcript of Christian's alleged sexual assault of Grace. Cassie's me and you playing in the background, allegedly. Grace, this is not an offer. Christian, you said what? Grace, I can't. I'm swapping out. I can't do it. I'm sorry, darling. Christian, nah, we need you. Grace, I'm going to stop. Stop. I have to go. I have to go. Honestly, I'm like already losing sleep. I have to go now. Christian, you're the best one on this ship, though. Grace, what do you mean?
They got that shit
Christian,
on tape.
who's going to
Oh my
replace
God.
you? Grace, who's going to replace me?
Oh my God.
Christian, F that. That's going to be trash, though. You feel me? Grace, excuse me. You don't touch my legs like that. I'll move my legs where I want to. If I want to do this, then I will. You don't touch my legs like that. Christian, listen, you and everybody in the crew, it's great. Grace, I can't. I have to go down. I have to go down. Christian, no, you tell me. Listen. Grace, what? Christian, say you're just vibing with me the whole time. Grace, I can't. I promise you. I wish I could, but I can't. Unless I say that you guys requested me. Christian, yes, who can I talk to right now? Who can I talk to? I'm going to say I requested you right now. Grace, well, you can take your hand off my ass for the first thing. Now, according to Grace in her complaint, or Miss O'Markey in her complaint, she basically says she was saying that he needed to get permission, and all the people that would give him permission to hang out with her were asleep. So this was kind of a ruse for her to escape. There's a lot of legal issues surrounding the Diddy case. Makes you think about how important it is to have a great lawyer, right? Well, that is especially true in personal injury cases, which can be very, very tough to navigate. But enter Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of us here on Sidebar. You know why they're so big? Because they win a lot. They are all about fighting for the compensation their clients deserve, even if that means having to take a case to trial. And they have secured multi-million-dollar verdicts all across the country. I mean, recently, we're talking a verdict of $26 million in Philadelphia. That was higher than the highest insurance offer in that case, by the way. And when I say that, sometimes insurance companies, they lowball offers, but Morgan & Morgan, they don't settle for that. You need a big firm to take on the evidence. But defense lawyers will fight him off until her partner on board came. But moving on from that, as I mentioned in the previous sidebar, she explains how later on in the night, Christian allegedly trapped her in the cinema room in the yacht, groped her, and tried to force her to perform oral sex on him. She claims that she had to fight him off until her partner on board came by and Christian ran away. But now, in this lawsuit, in this complaint, there are embedded photos of O'Markey's arm that appear to have bruises or discoloration. She claims this is from the attack. It is an important piece of evidence. But defense lawyers will ask, when were these photos taken? How do we know if it was caused by this and not something else?
Run Windows on Mac and open a world with no limits.
She got a recording,
and
they
so
got a
forth.
video.
Now, moving on. A big component of a lawsuit like this is to explain the harm that you suffered. That helps in terms of the damages calculation, what you are owed in terms of monetary compensation. So O'Markey explains in the complaint that she loved yachting, even at an early age, that she traveled the world, that she enjoyed a successful career where she received high praise, great feedback, great reviews. But, quote, prior to being sexually assaulted by defendant Christian Combs, plaintiff planned to work the entirety of her career in hospitality and the yachting industry. Unfortunately, those plans have been derailed due to the trauma plaintiff continues to have as a result of the assault.
Party.
Let's
So
talk about
she wasn't even there at the party like she was a groupie or something. She worked on the yacht.
About what O'Markey claims here. She claims that 2023
You can't have them all just because you can't have some ain't going. You can't have that. You gotta accept it. Go get something else.
It's the most deeply traumatizing time of her life. She talks about how after the alleged assault and cover-up, she was isolated, she was retaliated against, and she was ultimately fired. She even lost her longtime partner. She says that her mental health significantly deteriorated to the point where she required medication and therapy, and she fell into a deep depression. She claims that she couldn't even perform her maid of honor duties for her sister. She also claims that she developed a severe eating disorder, suffered from suicidal ideations, and even had seizures. So if she can prove that in a trial, that is going to be not only devastating testimony
that
for
video,
Christian Combs and Sean Combs, but really important in terms of damages calculations. So she ends up suing Christian
got a
Combs
lot of
for
leverage with
assault,
that.
battery, sexual assault, intentional and negligent infliction of emotional distress. And as I mentioned earlier, the
Got a
other claims
video
against
of
Sean
him
Combs as well.
keep on.
Now, I do want to call out
I-
something else from the
heard
lawsuit,
it
some
was
other
great.
mentions in the lawsuit. You remember Brendan Paul, who we talked a lot about here on Sidebar? He was listed in Rodney Jones's lawsuit as Diddy's alleged drug mule that supplied Diddy with narcotics and weapons. He was actually arrested on the day of the raids for drug possession at a Miami airport. Well, he is listed in this Grace O'Markey lawsuit too. Quote, according to plaintiff defendant S. Combs' assistant and noted drug mule, Brendan Paul, once came down to the pantry and was laughing uncontrollably. He told plaintiff that he had to sit and watch defendant S. Combs have sex with multiple women. He said defendant S. Combs wanted him present just in case he needed him to get him something while he was in the middle of the act. Plaintiff questioned why Brendan would want to work for defendant S. Combs if he was required to do such things, and Brendan replied that defendant S. Combs was a good link to have in the industry. There's also an interesting section that mentions how A-list guests came on board the yacht. That includes a Philadelphia rapper, a 30-year-old Atlanta rapper who rose to prominence following the release of his 2017 mixtapes, a 25-year-old British rapper, a Moroccan rapper signed to Bad Boy Records and Maybach Music Group, and a former model and CEO of a female urban clothing brand. I'm not going to guess who these people are. If anybody online wants to do their due diligence,
Meek
feel
Mill,
free to do it.
Montana.
Now, I will tell you who is actually mentioned, who is named in this lawsuit. Cuba Gooding Jr. He is not a defendant in this case, but he is mentioned. And we remember that Jones actually filed a lawsuit against Cuba Gooding Jr. He says that he was sexually assaulted by the actor on Diddy's yacht, by the way. Actually accused Sean Combs of facilitating this abuse.
That right there, that don't look too comfortable. He's smiling or whatever, but it kind of looked like that one smile like, man, what the fuck is going on? I ain't know this I ain't know this going on in here. Like, I ain't know, damn. Like, that don't look like.
But in this lawsuit, O'Markey claims that Cuba Gooding Jr. was extremely unpleasant to serve, that he sat at the bar, made derogatory comments to her, that he was visibly intoxicated, and she was
I heard people saying, like, that picture, they were saying, like, dude smiling or whatever, but his face don't look like one of those comfortable, happy smiles. It looked like one of those weird smiles, like, I'm just uncomfortable. So.
The room and witnessed him inappropriately touching Rodney Jones. So she will be an important witness in Jones's lawsuit, and vice versa. Jones and O'Markey are linked in a way, right? They both are there to.
Man, the same thing. Well, but for real, being real, people still stayed there. Whatever happened, people still stayed there. So they made the choice to still be around that all that time. People ain't leave. Nobody ain't. So they made a choice, and then when something ain't go their way or they gotta know or something like that, everybody wanna, that's how people be. So like this situation got to get judged on all of that. Like people really, this situation got to really get judged on both sides. Like people still stayed there and participated
to testify to prove the claims of the other.
So
quite the lawsuit.
Ain't nobody. He didn't force them to stay there and participate.
But I got to give you some updates. O'Markey's attorney, Tyrone Blackburn, he told NBC News, quote, "It gives us no joy or pleasure in filing the suit against Christian Combs, who has clearly adopted his father's pattern and practice of depravity. While her other..."
Nah, don't condone no spiking drinks or none of that shit and all that drug, and people know that's wrong. And if that happened, then what's got, that's what shit. I don't know. That ain't right.
attorney Rodney S. Diggs also told NBC, quote, "I am here to fight for those who can't fight for themselves, and I applaud Grace for being so brave to come forward."
Spiking drinks, kids, sex traffic kids, stuff like no, that's wrong. No. So, no, that's a no-go.
With her truth.
That ain't.
However, Aaron Dyer, an attorney for Christian and Diddy, said in a statement that the lawsuit from Grace O'Markey was, quote, "another lewd and meritless claim from Tyrone Blackburn." Quote, "This complaint is filled with the same kind of manufactured lies and irrelevant facts we've come to expect from Blackburn.
Yeah.
We will be filing a motion to dismiss this outrageous claim." Now, a motion to dismiss is when you say the plaintiff has not stated an actual claim. The court doesn't have jurisdiction, or there's some other problem with the actual pleadings. That's how you get rid of it.
And that's where it's gonna get to. Like, you see what they just said? What did he just say? What did he just say?
And irrelevant facts we've come to expect another lewd and meritless claim from Tyrone Blackburn. Quote, "This complaint is filled with the same kind of manufactured lies. Irrelevant facts. We've come to
irrelevant facts because people stayed around that shit. They didn't leave right away when shit started happening. On the real, manufactured lies and relevant facts.
Expect from Blackburn.
We
will be filing a motion to dismiss this outrageous claim." Now, a motion to dismiss is when you say the plaintiff has not stated an actual claim. The court doesn't have jurisdiction.
That's why he's not in jail right now.
Problem with the actual pleadings. That's how you get rid of it at the outset. Now, I had mentioned
probably
in a
not going
previous
to.
sidebar about how Mr. Blackburn was not only criticized by opposing counsel, but even a federal judge in New York who referred to him to the grievance committee for allegedly filing lawsuits that have deficiencies, that he improperly files cases in federal court to garner media attention and to embarrass
And
defendants with
whatever's going
salacious
on-
details. So keeping that criticism
made
in
it
mind
different,
for
but
a moment, where we're talking
what it
about,
is.
are these
At the same
claims,
time-
are these allegations in these lawsuits credible? Just now, Instagram model Jade Ramy,
He said,
who Rodney Jones claimed in his lawsuit was one of the people that Diddy allegedly bragged about paying to be a sex worker, she has fired back against these allegations from Rodney Jones. Through her publicist, Ramy told Entertainment Tonight in a statement, quote, "Dating someone doesn't directly correlate to any of the false allegations made. Yes, I dated someone. How unfortunate we've entered a time where caring for someone or falling in love is worthy of scrutiny in the court of public opinion. What may be amusing for you is real life for others, and my feelings have never been for entertainment, nor are they up for discussion. We need to be more conscious as a society when ridiculing people's lives and relationships merely for enjoyment. I appreciate everyone's kind messages and support during this time. Thank you." Also, Sean Diddy Combs' ex-girlfriend, Young Miami, who Jones also listed as one of the people that Diddy claimed was a sex worker, denied the allegations too, writing on Instagram, "I'm not a prostitute. I never sold," and she has an emoji for, you can do the math, an emoji for her private parts. "I never sold a day in my life. I hate how this is getting spun." And again, what do we make of these allegations? Serious allegations, but allegations nonetheless. And what about Diddy? In the aftermath of the lawsuits, in the aftermath of the raids, there are these videos and pictures of him that have surfaced in Miami, out relaxing, holding up the peace sign. But he also just posted on Instagram the music video for his 1997 song "Victory," where he runs from police.
Still look
They
disturbed,
wrote in
but
the
at the same
caption,
time,
"Bad
yeah,
boy
he
for
still
life,"
look disturbed, but at the same
followed by
he still look disturbed, but at the same time, his publicist probably told him, you got to get your ass out there and get on the bike. Go take your family out.
A raised fist
So you still living regular and you not, this ain't nothing that's not bothering you.
emoji. So again, these are all allegations in the suit. Neither Combs nor his sons have been found liable. They haven't been arrested or charged, but these are serious allegations, and we will continue to follow where all of this goes. All right, that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. As always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next.
kind of understand why Meek would feel away, obviously not condoning going on a Twitter rant about it. After Meek Mill threatened Wale and called him out to fight, D in response back to him, he says, Meek, calm your sassy down. Me or Wale had nothing bad to say about you. We don't even speak on you. You ain't nobody, motherfucker. Calm down. Y'all laughing, but it really ain't funny. I see my childhood friend struggling with his mental health at the same time abusing drugs. He really needs help. When y'all see him, give him a hug. Me or Wale had nothing bad to say about you. We don't even speak on you. You ain't nobody, motherfucker. Calm down. Y'all laughing, but it really ain't funny. I see my childhood friend struggling with his mental health at the same time abusing drugs. He really needs help. When y'all see him, give him a hug and tell him it'll be okay. And then he tells Meek, yo, get off Twitter and go find peace. Now, you guys knew Wale was not going to get out of character. He also chose a very diplomatic approach to respond back to Meek as well. He said, when you and other people unserious drama in this industry, 90% of the time, they be back friends eventually. And then you look silly in the end. So I love minding my business. If a photo can create such vitriol, one has to ask himself some questions. Happy Monday. So that's basically Wale telling Meek, brother, I am not choosing sides in your beef. I'm sure one day you guys are gonna end up being cool again. I ain't trying to look stupid. And if a picture of me and somebody else makes you that angry that you're getting out of character, you might want to look into the mirror. Now, you guys know Meek would not let this slide. He responded back to Wale saying, yo, I ignored this because if this was true, you would be in danger. But now I see you around guys that's on full Meek campaigns. I get you. I wouldn't have dapped you and made you uncomfortable around my family the other day. That's why you try to post Mike, but hate me. Now, for those of you guys that are wondering, the video that Meek is talking about is a video of Ant Glizzy doing an interview with academics where he tells a story of when Wale tried to backdoor and also allegedly set up Meek. Meek continues, I'm on to you. When I seen you Fashion Week, you was drunk speaking on rappers with 200 models in the room. Meek, you're doing it again. This is kind of dry snitching. You don't know that man got a lady at home. And this is kind of what you did to Safari, Meek. Your energy was off. Let me know so we can solve this immediately if you feel a way about something. If I call Glizzy and he said, yeah, that's a different level of danger I have to assess with you. I just didn't ask because I'm more developed and I know you a hoe. But believe if I find out any of this is true, I'm on you. Once again, referring to that video of Ant Glizzy talking about Wale was trying to set up Meek. That's why the rap game screwed. A lot of niggas be having secret jealous vibes. You can't do songs or tours with them. He's always been jealous of me, but trying to link with Meek haters intentionally. Wale killed all his relationships. Don't come around again with bad energy. And then here goes the classic old Meek move. You guys remember he did the same thing to Cruz, his engineer. When Meek said, yo, when I met Cruz, he was a store runner. Meek says, yo, when I met Wale, he got beat up at his birthday party in DC, got his teeth knocked out. I jumped in because a celebrity like him invited me. I was violating probation in DC, risked my life to find out he never liked me will make you angry. That's just me though. And this was before phones came out. I went with young Chris. Only me, Coon, and Matt jumped in. I stayed quiet, but as soon as he got around me, my aura made this demon shake. I tried to be cool with this lame for Ross's business. I would have been tweeted him. So there you guys go. In case anybody was curious about the status of Meek and Wale's relationship, it was all business. They pretty much did it for the sake of Ross and MMG. I personally don't think Meek should have gone that hard. Wale didn't really say much. He just told them, bro, I'm not trying to get in between. You didn't have to go out and tell the entire world I got beat up at my birthday party years ago, Meek. And you got to look at it this way. What are other rappers that hang around Meek thinking? So if we fall out or if you catch me in a picture with somebody that doesn't like you, now you're going to start to expose my secrets? There's no way Meek thinks this can be helpful. You guys get in the comments below. Tell me what you guys think about Wale and Dean's response back to Meek, and tell me what you guys think about Meek's response back to Wale. Post your comments below. Subscribe to my channel, like this video. I'll see you guys later, man.
Hey guys, shop with my boy Chick Smooth at chicksmooth.shop.
If you're an online course creator or you're thinking about becoming one, then listen up, because I just dropped my bulletproof business plan that I've used to transform thousands of clients.
Show your face. Show your face, please. Put sugar on top.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Y'all know my slogan. I don't know it all, but I know what I've been through. Now, before we get into this video, please make sure you head on down to Instagram and follow us on our official Instagram page at Hookah Anonymous _. We're able to be a little more explicit, a little more uncensored, and share content freely without running the risk of having our channel terminated. So, once again, make sure you head on down to Instagram and follow us on our official Instagram page at Hookah Anonymous _. We're almost at 100,000 subscribers. So if you like this video, make sure you subscribe and hit that bell so you're notified every time we drop new content. Now let's get into what you guys came here to see. Now, I don't know what's been going on with Meek lately, but it was understanding when he said that everyone in Philly that hates him is clicking up and running hate campaigns. So they say that he's this and that, but it's really only because they jealous and or want to be in his position, or it's based off old drama that they had in the past. However, once it begin to be people that you was never into it with, or you was once friends with, or just don't have a reason to be envious of you, then it starts to become something different. It starts to become a situation where everyone can be wrong, right? It starts to become a situation where maybe you as a person need to do some self-reflecting and look in the mirror and ask yourself, well, what if it really is me and everyone isn't just bugging? Maybe I'm the one that's bugging. Now, I say that because recently a guy by the name of Mike Knox have recently called Meek Mill out and even offered Meek to drop his location in Philly so they can meet up. Ironic enough, Meek can't say that he's not in Philly because just yesterday when he was addressing the Wale and Dean picture, he told Dean that he was actually still in Philly for family reasons. Now, Meek also would take to his IG story to post a video of him driving through Philly, similar to the first time he did it when he got into it with Dean not too long ago. Now, honestly, when Meek does that, I don't know what's the point he's trying to prove, because I don't know too many millionaires that's willing to drive around Philly or any hood and post it just for the sake of proving that they're in the hood. I told y'all before that Meek is letting the drama trick him out his position, and he's letting guys that's aspiring to be where he's at make him scoop down to their level and entertain them. And I'm not saying that they want to be Meek or they want to be like him per se, but their main goal is to get out the hood and provide for their families legally. Meek did that already, but somehow he's still allowing the BS to drag him right back to the hood where they are for Lord knows what reason. And the crazy part about it is that if something was to happen to me, God forbid, everyone's first reaction is going to be, damn, y'all hate to see a black man winning. Or damn, a dude can't come back to his hood without people hating on him. Or all the rest of the foolishness people say after a rapper go to their hometown and lose their life. But those same people are literally watching me play with fire and not checking him about it. Right now, the same people that'll sit there and say that he was such a good guy, he didn't do nothing to nobody, he was just providing for his family, they're hating on him. They're watching him right now drive through Philly at crazy times of the day and not saying anything to him about it. Now, let me tell y'all, if you consider someone your friend and you see them doing something that's bogus, you're supposed to check them. And if you're in a position where you feel you can't check them or you're scared based on how they may react to you, then that's not your friend. You're supposed to be able to help your people and let them know when they tripping. If you see a friend crashing out and you know he or she is, and you're not saying anything about it, you are just as guilty. And you are a yes man. But I'm saying this from a supporter standpoint because I do feel Meek say a lot of things that make sense on his Twitter, even though it may not be popular to the masses. But if you pay attention, Meek exposes a lot, whether it's conspiracies or whatever. He's the voice that speaks against the machine when everyone is following suit. He's encouraging everybody to go left when everyone is going right, right? But all of that becomes null and void when you do something that goes against all of that and make yourself look crazy. So I'll say all that to say this. I hope Meek stop letting these guys trick him out of his position and just live his life. He's in a position where guys shouldn't even be able to reach him or get a response. You think Jay-Z responded to anybody with something negative to say online? Right? But anyway, Mike Knox, who actually had been a cool associate of Meek throughout the years, has took to his Instagram to call out Meek over what seems to be a phone call that the two had. Whatever was said, Mike Knox didn't like it and told Meek that he got to see him and ask him to drop his location. Now, to be honest with you, when I seen that, I kind of wondered if they already had a conversation on the phone. Why did he take to social media to call out Meek? I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong. Maybe I understood it wrong. But we're going to get into it. For you guys that are sitting there thinking, well, who the hell is Mike Knox? Mike Knox is a well-known Philly rapper. I know he's affiliated with 50 Cent, G-Unit, and he has a solid reputation in the streets amongst Philly and Philly natives. Mike would take to his Instagram and since delete the post as he had something interesting to say addressing Meek in his caption. Now, we posted it to our Instagram when it occurred, but DJ Academics posted it as well, but he caught when Meek jumped in the comments and responded to Mike Knox before it was deleted. It got spicy. So let's get into what Mike Knox had to say. Before we do, make sure you hit that thumbs up button so we can get this video into the algorithm. And if you aren't already, make sure you subscribe to the platform now. Let's get into it. Mike Knox would take to his Instagram and post a picture and caption it saying, quote, "At Meek Mill, we always been cool and I always show you nothing but love and support. But today that stops. What you said on that phone to me yesterday, you're going to have to say that to my face. Don't stand behind your N-words and talk crazy because I don't need N-words behind me to stand on anything I say. Me and you can meet up anywhere, cut the block off, and figure this ish out today. I am in Philly all day. All I ever did was talk good about you on interviews and saluted you. I even stood up for you while everybody was talking crazy. I even told 50 Cent you was my man, and I even backed up off the N-word gunplay when you called me and asked me to. I never asked you for a dime or a favor. I don't know what's up with you. We got to figure this out. You know I am not no B-word. I am moving around in Philly all day. Drop the location." Now, like I said earlier, it seems like they already had a phone call prior to everything. As I read that, I see that it was a day or two ago where these two had a phone call, obviously, and for some reason, Mike Knox thought it would be a good idea to actually bring it to social media now. I don't know why, but like I said earlier, if y'all had the phone conversation already, why mention this on social media? You know, if you actually want to see him and have him drop the location, why not just call him the same way y'all called each other before and set it up? You know, why come to social media? I don't know. Like I said, that's just me talking. Maybe it's a deeper reason behind it. Who knows? It just didn't make sense to me. But anyway, Mike Knox had another post that he actually kept up, where the caption seemed a bit cryptic and maybe directed towards Meek as well. He would say, quote, "One thing for sure about this industry, it's a lot of circles that quietly be on some ish. Meaning smile when they see you, act like they like you, and when you leave, talk crazy about you and try to downplay every move you're trying to make. I stay away from them circles because they would make me be the old Mike Knox and do some ish in front of everybody that would change everything for me. So I created my own circle, and I am cool with that. Shout out to all the real ones that's in this ish. Call me MK. Now, when he says circles, once again, I don't know if he means the crowd with him and Meek Mill and the people they know, or if he's referring to 50 Cent, being that I know that he's a part of the G-Unit circle. Who knows? But it was a little cryptic. Can be interpreted that he's talking about Meek, 50, who knows? But I just felt that was prevalent to put it in there. Now, he also took to his story with something to say, and this one was directed towards Meek, as he would say, quote, all I ever did was show N-words love, shaking my head. Now, I told y'all before, academics were posted before the post got deleted, and it shows Meek responded in the post with Mike Knox. Meek will respond saying, quote, and talk face to face. I'm in Philly now. I called you 10 times. Let's meet today. That was pretty much it after that. Like I told y'all, Mike Knox took the post down, so I don't know if they may have spoke and he felt the need to take it down after their conversation, or maybe he just didn't want to incriminate himself, or he thought about it. Maybe he was in his feelings when he made the post and he felt the need to take it down after. Who knows? However it goes, D2 seem to have had a friendship before this. They both from Philly and know a bunch of the same people, so I hope they could patch whatever they got, going on and take it from there. Now, it also is crazy to me, y'all, because I always tell y'all, I never thought I'd see a time where a lot of the street guys who we know are street and, have been in the streets, they get on social media and do what they're doing. I'm not taking anything from him. I'm just saying it's just, crazy. The whole part where he said they had a conversation on the phone, but then he came to social media. Once again, I'm not sure how that went or why he did what he did. Maybe he wanted to put the pressure on me. Who knows? But y'all jump in the comments. Let me know what y'all think about this. Don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Hit that bell so you're notified every time we drop new content. And remember, as long as you keep on watching, I'm going to keep on dropping. And I'm out.
Diddy's everything but a mentor. Now, he's a groomer who groomed Usher and ultimately Justin Bieber. Now, well known for his wild parties, the minors are not left out either.
Usher did have a situation, and that situation led Usher to the hospital. Now, I let Usher explain that to y'all. I let Usher tell that story. But how dare you say a man that groomed you, you gonna give him a pass? Bro, I know. Let me reframe you on something. Remember, Usher? We was at the Swiss Hotel. Puff had Kim in the room. Had one of Keith Sweat's baby mothers in the big room outside the master bedroom. He came outside in his robe. She gave him a fellatio right there. His back was turned to me. She gave him a fellatio. You knocked on the door. I came and opened the door for you. Puff went in the room. You came in the room and kissed that girl dead in her mouth. Now I'm telling that because you taking up for somebody that you know and a lot of more people know didn't do you right when you was at Diddy camp. Y'all put it together.
And what you mean by Diddy camp?
Remember? He was on one of the talk shows, the white guy with the curly hair. What's his name? The white guy with the curly hair. And he said, yo, would you send your son to Diddy camp? And Usher said, no. Ask him why he won't send him to Diddy camp. But yet and still you praise him.
Damn, man. And you said that, I know you can't go into detail, but you said that it was a situation where Diddy sent him to the hospital?
Let Usher explain that to you. Let Usher mama explain that to you. And the hospital was in Scarsdale, New York.
Now that's one damning revelation. Unsurprisingly, Gene was right about Usher covering for Diddy. In an interview, Usher vividly recalled wild times while living with Diddy. Now, his demeanor showed that he's deep into it and wouldn't reveal more than necessary.
I moved to New York City, and I lived with Sean Puffy Combs for a year.
That's the crazy thing. Now, that
Yeah.
was L.A. Reid's idea, right? We're sending you
New
over
York
to something
City.
called Puffy Flavor Camp.
There you go.
To learn
Flavor
some...
Camp.
Yeah,
Flavor
that's what it was
Camp.
called. And you're going to go to Puff Daddy's. He's going
In the 90s, do you understand what that's like?
Puffy's place was like just filled with chicks and orgying like nonstop, right?
No, not really. I
Come
mean,
on.
but hey, it was curious. I got a chance to see some things.
Yeah, but you were 13. What were you
I
seeing?
went there to see the lifestyle.
Right.
And I saw it. And it was but I don't know if I could indulge and understand what I was even looking at. It was pretty wild.
So nobody tried to, some woman didn't come along.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I didn't say that. What I did say is that there were very curious things taking place.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't necessarily understand it.
Uh-huh.
Biggie Smalls was there.
Biggie Smalls was there. Lil' Kim, Craig Mack.
All these people are hanging around.
Yeah, man. Faith Evans.
And your parents
Jodeci,
were
Mary J.
okay?
Blige. They didn't know nothing about this shit.
Oh.
I was having a good time. You know what I mean?
Does he have you doing any chores? Are you doing dishes at all? I mean, to keep you humble somewhat? Or are you just like, can you stay up till 4 a.m. with them and party?
I mean, I could. I actually stayed up longer than them.
And what do you have money? What's going on?
I mean, I had like per diem.
Yeah.
I had like,
What
like
a
living.
life.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
14 years old. You're a dad now. Would you ever send your kid to Puffy camp?
Hell no.
Now, he wouldn't send his kid, but he brought Justin Bieber in. Like the groomer Diddy is, it was Justin's turn. He was exposed to a lot of drinking as a teen. People believed that he was raped multiple times at this party, too.
Welcome to the family, John.
Are you interested in starting your own faceless YouTube automation channel, but all people do is tell you to go to freaking Fiverr and Upwork and hire people to make rain sound videos, motivation videos, and all this other useless crap that just doesn't work? And all you want is someone to level with you.
Yeah, so as soon as you turn 16, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let you rock this every time you come to LA. Yeah, it's gonna be yours. So every time you come to LA, it's a little dusty, but you know, we'll get the front shot in.
Man.
Minute.
Woo. Okay.
Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna be driving this next year.
Yeah, when you get 16.
Now, Justin might have gone through lots of traumatic experiences with Diddy. Many speculate that he got out and distanced himself, which led to an awkward meeting the next time they saw. As it's called, did a number on Usher. He used to take 14-year-old Usher to wild parties, introducing him to a life of debauchery at such a young age. In a now-deleted live stream, Diddy slipped up and said he and Usher used to sleep together. Now, Puff tried to play it off and claimed that they wrestled over Frosted Flakes.
You know, Puff is making jokes about how they used to wrestle for the Frosted Flakes in the morning. And,
Yeah, I bet they did.
you know,
Somebody frosted somebody frosted somebody flakes. Without the milk.
what do you think it is that keeps Usher from coming out or saying anything?
Because, yo, dog, it's you got to realize in that industry, a lot of people are stand back and say, well, it happened to me. That's how some of them people pay their dues. And the people who don't go down like that don't be as great as the Ushers, as the Diddies. It's a way a passage to certain people in the entertainment business.
With all these people coming out against Diddy, do you think more people are going to come out?
It's a lot of people that, you got to realize is that everybody think, oh, everybody's coming out now. It's a lot of people that wanted to bring stuff out a long time ago, but the lawyers wouldn't take it. The lawyers wouldn't deal with it. Cassie opened up a floodgate for lawyers to look at people's cases now and say, yeah, we might could get some money out of that. We might could do that. Yeah, he did abuse you. Nobody really cared at first. But now they see that a lot of this stuff may have some truth to it and the people can be paid for it. They coming out.
Oh, yeah,
Puffy
this is
Flavor
it.
Camp?
Yes,
Yeah.
go ahead and play this. Watch
It's
it.
about a minute, right? Yeah. Okay. Wait till the end, though.
To New York City. And I lived with Sean Puffy Combs for a year.
That's the crazy thing. Now, that was L.A. Reid's idea, right? We're sending you
New
over
York
to something
City.
called Puffy Flavor
He's 13
Camp.
at the time.
Adam, let us hear it. Go back
Yeah,
5
that's what-
seconds, please. Go back because what he called it right there is what's key. Go ahead.
That's the crazy thing. Now, that was L.A. Reid's idea, right? We're sending you
New
over
York
to something
City.
called Puffy Flavor Camp.
There you go.
To learn
Flavor
some.
Camp.
Yeah,
Flavor
that's what it
Camp.
was called. And you're going to go to Puff Daddy's. He's going
In the 90s. Do you understand what that's like?
Puffy's place was like just filled with chicks and orgying like nonstop, right?
No, not really.
Not
but
really.
Hey, it was curious. I got a chance to see some things.
Yeah, but you were 13. What were you
I
seeing?
went there to see the lifestyle.
Right.
And I saw it. And it was but I don't know if I could indulge and understand what I was even looking at. It was
13. So nobody
old.
tried to, some woman didn't come along.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I didn't say that. What I did say is that there were very curious things
Yeah,
taking
that's
place.
called rape.
And I didn't necessarily understand.
When you're 13.
Biggie Smalls was
Ricky
there.
Smalls was there. Lil Kim, Craig Mack.
All these people are hanging around.
Yeah, man. Faith Evans.
And your
Jodeci,
parents were
Mary J.
okay?
Blige.
Yeah, good
they
job.
didn't know nothing about this shit.
Oh.
I was having a good time. You know what I mean?
You're 13. You have to do any chores? Are you doing dishes at all? I mean, to keep you
Doing
humble
Diddy.
somewhat? Or are you just like, can you stay up till 4 a.m. with them and party?
I mean, I could. I actually stayed up longer than them.
And do you have money?
How is that? How is that?
But I don't know if I could indulge and understand what I was even looking at. It was
13. So nobody tried to, some woman didn't come along.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I didn't say that. What I did say is that there were very curious things
Yeah,
taking
that's
place.
called rape.
And I didn't necessarily understand.
When you're 13.
Biggie Smalls was
Ricky
there.
Smalls was there. Lil Kim, Craig Mack.
All these people are hanging around.
Yeah, man. Faith Evans.
And your parents
Jodeci,
were
Mary J.
okay?
Blige.
Yeah, good
they didn't know
job.
nothing about this shit.
Oh.
I was having a good time. You know what I mean?
You're 13. You have to doing any chores? Are you doing dishes at all? I mean, to keep you humble
Diddy.
somewhat? Or are you just like, can you stay up till 4 a.m. with them and party?
I mean, I could. I
Yeah.
actually stayed up longer than
Am I hearing? Did you say doing Diddy? Did somebody say that?
Craig Mack.
All these people are hanging around.
Yeah, man. Faith Evans.
And your
Jodeci,
parents were
Mary J.
okay?
Blige.
Yeah, good
they didn't know
job.
nothing about this shit.
Oh.
I was having a good time. You know what I mean?
You're 13. You have to doing any chores? Are you doing dishes at all? I mean, to keep you
Doing
humble
Diddy.
somewhat? Or are you just like, can you stay up till 4 a.m. with them and party?
I mean, I could. I actually stayed up longer than them.
And do you have money?
How is that? How is that normal at any time?
Do you have the part where they said, would you let your kids go there? He goes,
keep playing.
hell no.
Keep playing it, Rob, because I think it's at the end.
Yeah.
Per damn. I had like,
Yeah,
like
What
a
a
living.
life.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
14 years old. You're a dad now. Would you ever send your kid to Puffy Camp?
Hell no.
See?
Yeah,
What-
that's the thing. right? I
Concerning.
have kids. I don't even post, and then the Twitter trolls will be, "We're her kids." Well, I'm protecting them, and
Yeah.
and this is sad. I mean, this is sad, and this one with Bieber.
This is the
same
Bieber
thing.
one. Yeah.
Where are the parents?
Yeah, and which parent would say, you know what?
Yeah, man.
We don't know you. We know that you're a celebrity. Go and hang out with this guy for weeks on end by yourself and At what time, at what era is this cool?
In the most critical years, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. How is this, Alina?
They both turn.
How is this normal?
They both turn into superstars.
Yeah,
that's the sacrifice you make.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the sacrifice. But one of them had to go to church and he freaking lost his mind. Can you play this one? How's this?
He's in. You ever seen the movie 48 Hours? Right now, he's having 48 hours with Diddy. Him and his boy. They're having the times of their lives. Like, you know, where we hanging out and what we doing. We can't really disclose, but it's definitely a 15-year-old's dream.
What the?
You know, I have been given custody of him. You know, he signed to Usher. I had legal guardianship of Usher when you know he did his first album. I did Usher's first album. I don't have legal guardianship of him, but for the next 48 hours, he's with me. So yeah.
Jesus.
Well, apparently Diddy don't discriminate because his son was named in the sexual abuse lawsuit. Now that can only mean one thing. He was grooming his own damn son too. The question is, how far is his limit?
It's about Diddy, but now things seem to be expanding to include his son, Christian King Combs, lawsuit filed against Diddy's son. I'm going to go through some of it, but what is really striking is some of the crossover and similarity between this lawsuit and the lawsuit that was filed against Diddy by Lil Rod, filed against Diddy and Cuba Gooding Jr. So let's take a look at the lawsuit against Diddy's son. The makeup, and this involves allegations of something that happened on a rented yacht. The makeup of the yacht quickly evolved from just defendants Combs and his family to include a constant rotation of suspected sex workers and other A-list celebrities such as French Montana and actor Cuba Gooding Jr. Diddy turned what was sold as a wholesome family excursion into a hedonistic environment. Now, if you go back to that lawsuit filed by Lil Rod had said that Diddy had sex workers and endless drugs flowing through the recording sessions at CRS, Mr. Combs' homes, and on the yacht, which Mr. Combs rented. And you may recall that photo of Cuba Gooding Jr. and Lil Rod. This is from the yacht. But the yacht is also connected to this new lawsuit against Diddy's son. Now, it continues. Plaintiff found it very suspicious that after one shot of De Leon tequila or one mixed drink, various women on the yacht would be falling over themselves, panicking or passing out. This led plaintiff, the plaintiff is the person suing, to reasonably believe that the alcohol given to these women was likely laced with drugs. In the lawsuit filed by Lil Rod, according to Mr. Jones, Mr. Combs forced all women to drink laced De Leon liquor. Upon information and belief, Mr. Combs laced the liquor with ecstasy. So you can see, again, some of these similarities. Let's get back to that lawsuit. Upon entering the recording studio, defendant Combs immediately started ordering that tequila shots be poured. Plaintiff began to become concerned when he insisted that she take shots of tequila he may have brought on board the yacht. At this point, the mood changed and things became sinister. Defendant Combs insisted that the plaintiff stay chatting and that she sit beside him. Defendant Combs violently grabbed plaintiff's arm and began hurting her. He pulled plaintiff to the seat beside him and prevented her from getting up. The lawsuit includes photos of bruising. Let's take a look at those photos. Part of the lawsuit, part of the alleged evidence of what happened. Now, the lawsuit continues. Luckily for the plaintiff, due to defendant Combs' insistence on Mr. Jones recording everything, Mr. Jones has an audio recording of defendant Combs drugging and sexually assaulting the plaintiff. That's the allegation. Same thing in the lawsuit filed by Lil Rod. Mr. Combs required Mr. Jones to record him constantly on several occasions. Mr. Combs took Mr. Jones' cell phone and began recording himself. As a result, Mr. Jones has secured hundreds of hours of footage and audio recordings of Mr. Combs, his staff, his guests engaging in serious illegal activity. So these allegations involve conduct, but not just conduct that is allegedly recorded.
Sex workers and perform sex acts to the pleasure of Mr. Combs. Unbeknownst to me, Mr. Combs had hidden cameras and audio devices in all of the rooms of his homes. I only discovered this several months into living with him when I had to pick up my Uber Eats delivery from the security office. Usually, the security would bring my food deliveries to me whenever I was in Mr. Combs' home, but at this point, I was close and familiar with the security, so they called me to their room and told me I could go in and retrieve my food myself. I saw 4 to 6 large flat screen television monitors at the time. Each monitor had at least 20 to
Take the first step with curated lists. Modeled after some of the most iconic influencer programs ever built, Curated List is Grin's expert-led creator discovery solution. It's all the benefits of organic creator prospecting with none of the legwork.
30 little screens in them. Each screen was a view of a room in and surrounding Mr. Combs' home. Remember, Jones claims that he was sex trafficked, and if there is videos of this, and that's presented at a trial, that is significant evidence, to say the least. Now, Jones even listed out the document dates when he says he was forced to solicit sex workers for Combs. He also names a celebrity that we haven't really referenced yet, Chris Brown. Yeah, quote, on July 2nd, 2023, Mr. Combs had a listening party in his California home. There were a lot of people present at this party, including Chris Brown, Justin Combs, sex workers, and some underage girls. Justin Combs would typically bring the younger women to these parties. I have 2 videos of 2 different sex workers that Justin Combs brought with him to Chalice Recording Studios. I can provide the videos to the court. This event began at 7 p.m. Mr. Combs requested female sex workers and required me to solicit them. An hour later, several sex workers appeared. In addition to sex workers, there were at least 5 women in the crowd who appeared to be under the age of 16. Mr. Combs forced all the attendees to drink laced De Leon liquor. I believe Mr. Combs laced the liquor with ecstasy. I have personally witnessed his staff members, Brendan Paul and Moy Bawn, lace alcohol with ecstasy. And we remember Brendan Paul was actually arrested on drug charges during the raid on Diddy's properties. But Jones continues, quote, the presence of what I perceived to be underage women made me very uncomfortable. I attempted to leave, and Mr. Combs forced me to stay. I had my car keys in my book bag. I have never lost my keys, and Mr. Combs went so far as to take my car keys to prevent me from leaving. After being forced to drink laced De Leon shots, I began feeling lightheaded, and I passed out. I remember waking up at 4 a.m. the following morning, naked with a sex worker sleeping next to me. In his complaint, Jones had previously mentioned a similar event and describes it in this declaration as well, writing, quote, on February 2nd, 2023, I believe Mr. Combs drugged me. I remember waking up naked, dizzy, and confused. I was in bed with 2 sex workers and Mr. Combs. I also recall aimlessly wandering around the house with no clothes on. I have photos of the sex workers sleeping on the bed the morning after. I can provide it to the court if necessary. And from there, Jones explains in this declaration some of the things he says that Combs offered him, which is important in a sex trafficking case, that you were transported over state lines, forced to perform sex acts, and were promised something of value. That's the commercial element of commercial sex acts. Quote, Mr. Combs promised me many things to entice me to continue engaging in his sex trafficking operation. On multiple occasions, we discussed winning Grammys for the Love album. He promised I would win the Grammy for Producer of the Year for the Love album. He offered me $250,000 to purchase all the instruments I wanted. He promised me ownership of his $20 million property, One Star Island in Miami, Florida. He promised to give me access to record label executives. And from there, Jones gives more details about an alleged assault that happened in Miami. Says that while using the restroom, young Miami's cousin burst into the bathroom and began groping him. Quote, I honestly believe that Mr. Combs sent her in there to sexually assault me, as I could hear him and the other guests laughing outside the door. As she entered the bathroom, she dropped to her knees and began performing oral sex on my exposed penis. I pushed her away and exited the bathroom. Young Miami's cousin did not accept my rejection and followed me out of the bathroom. She started undressing in front of everyone and attempted to straddle me and have sex with me in the presence of Mr. Combs and his staff. They were all laughing. So much to make sense of in these Diddy lawsuits. It can get a bit complicated. Not going to lie to you, talking about all these civil claims, but let me call out Morgan & Morgan right now. Why? Because they are specialists in this area. The largest injury law firm in America, our proud sponsor here on Sidebar. I always love talking about Morgan & Morgan because they are all about fighting for the compensation you deserve should you get injured in these kinds of cases. That means not settling for lowball insurance offers. As such a big firm, they aren't afraid to take on these big insurance companies, and that means taking a case to trial if it's necessary. And your injury, by the way, could be worth millions of dollars. I'll give you an example. Recently, they have secured verdicts of $6.8 million in New York, $12 million in Florida, and $26 million in Philly. All, by the way, higher than the highest insurance offers in these cases. Morgan & Morgan, they make it so easy for their clients to get started and navigate this process because it can all be done from your smartphone. From submitting your claim to talking to your legal team, seeing if you have a case only takes a few minutes. So if you're injured, you could start by easily submitting a claim at forthepeople.com/LC sidebar or by dialing pound law. That's pound 529 on your phone. Jones also talked about Combs' sometimes violent personality. Quote, Mr. Combs often switched his approach to force me to obey and comply with his demands. On multiple occasions, he would threaten me with physical harm. Mr. Combs threatened to eat my face and inform me that he was willing to kill his mother to get what he wanted so he wouldn't think twice about harming me. That is something that we heard in the prior complaint as well. Quote, Mr. Combs would also make me work out of this bedroom whenever he had gang members and drug dealers visit him. I have witnessed Mr. Combs hand out guns from the hidden room in his bedroom closet. I've witnessed known gang members at his home in LA and Miami be paid from the stacks of cash he has in the hidden room in his bedroom closet. Jones says that Combs was very aware of the power he had and made sure that everyone around him knew it too. Quote, throughout my time living with Mr. Combs, he made it very clear that he did not spend his money on anything. He made it clear that he had partnerships and relationships with very powerful individuals and organizations, and these individuals and organizations funded his lifestyle. And then the declaration from Jones also rebuts claims by Universal Music Group, a defendant in his lawsuit. Jones writes, quote, my counsel informed me that UMG claims that they did not pay for sex workers or sponsored any of the club love parties or the writers' camp. These claims are contradicted by the reality I saw with my own eyes. There were employees of UMG and Motown present at the writers' camp, at listening parties, and after parties. I was told by Mr. Combs they were there, and I saw them there. Mr. Combs told me they were scouting for talent. As it pertains to the sex workers, they also paid for them. I have several videos of the Chalice recording studio sessions, as well as in-home recording sessions, and there are sex workers and producers in the studio. The sex workers in these videos were the only individuals paid. So again, this is his account, right? If he backs it up by receipts, photos, screenshots, it's important. It's important. And these are very, very serious claims. And now he's doubling down on this court filing, saying that in this unsworn declaration that he can prove it. Now, I will tell you that Jones, he also provides multiple photos in the lawsuit of men and women inside a recording studio. Jones claims that the women in these photos are sex workers. And the declaration goes on to talk about the bragging that Combs allegedly did to Jones, that he lists out several stories Combs allegedly told him. Quote, Mr. Combs bragged about having Daphne Joy, the child mother of a competing rapper, on payroll as one of his sex workers. I have a video of Mr. Combs on a massage table receiving massage from a professional masseuse while Daphne Joy is giving him a foot massage. Mr. Combs bragged about shooting a woman in the face in 1999 in New York City and getting away with it. He bragged about departed attorney Johnny Cochran's savvy legal skills and ability to pay off the witnesses through private investigators and other third parties. He bragged about having Jennifer Lopez carrying his gun into the club the night of the shooting and the fact that he had so much power and influence over her at the time. He bragged about getting Shine to take the heat for the shooting and the fact that he paid Shine through a record deal with his good friend L.A. Reid. And it doesn't end there because he also says that, quote, Mr. Combs also informed me that only poor people pay taxes. He shared that it is a common practice in the music industry to wire money from anonymous accounts overseas. This way, if there is ever a need to take care of a problem, it would never be traced back to him. These accounts were in Germany. At the very end of the document,
Sending gift cards in bulk can be a nightmare. Tremendous is a platform that takes the stress out of sending payouts like Visa, PayPal, and
Jones says, quote, I could share other things, but I do not feel comfortable putting them in this document. I will be willing to discuss them with the court under seal to preserve my Fifth Amendment rights. Now, a lot to take in there. This just doubles down my belief that he is a cooperating witness with the government in this potential criminal investigation. I have to believe it. And if he is one of the witnesses that's cooperating and federal authorities raided these properties, they have to be taking what he's saying is true, and maybe they're corroborating what he is saying through evidence that was seized from Combs' properties. Okay, so a lot to take in, but we also want to tell you quickly about a new letter that Jones' attorney filed with the court after accusations that this attorney was being too salacious with his court filings. I'm talking about Tyrone Blackburn. He's one of the lawyers representing Rodney Jones and Grace O'Markey in their lawsuits against Sean Combs, Christian Combs, and others. United States District Court Judge for the Southern District of New York, Denise Cote, submitted a referral to the New York Federal Court Grievance Committee claiming that issues with Blackburn in 5 cases. She wrote, quote, significant resources have been spent by judges of the court and defendants named in actions he has filed to address glaring deficiencies in his filings. A referral to this court's grievance committee is warranted. She goes on to write, a reasonable inference from Blackburn's pattern of behavior is that he improperly files cases in federal court to garner media attention, embarrass defendants with salacious allegations, and pressure defendants to settle quickly. Indeed, his submissions to this court have been rife with disturbing allegations against the defendants and defense counsel. Now, other lawyers have also criticized Mr. Blackburn as well. Combs' attorney Sean Hawley alleged that Blackburn ignored exonerating evidence, writing, quote, our attempts to share this proof with Mr. Jones' attorney, Tyrone Blackburn, have been ignored, as Mr. Blackburn refuses to return our calls. We will address these outlandish allegations in court and take all appropriate action against those who make them. Then, attorneys for UMG, Universal Music Group, one of the defendants who are also being sued by Rodney Jones for their alleged participation and facilitation of the abuse and trafficking claimed by Jones. They argued, UMG, that the claims presented by Jones were, quote, so offensively false. One of those lawyers, Donald Sakaran, said, quote, a license to practice law is a privilege. Mr. Blackburn, plaintiff's lawyer, has misused that license to self-promote, gratuitously, falsely, and recklessly accusing the UMG defendants of criminal behavior. Well, Mr. Blackburn is firing back. He is not taking that lying down. No, he wrote a letter to Judge J. Paul Oetken, a judge for the Southern District of New York, where Jones' lawsuit against Combs is currently filed. And he begins by saying, quote, at the onset, I apologize for wasting the court's time by having to read a letter that has nothing to do with the matters before your honor. He goes on to say that the defendants have, quote, decided to scrummage through Pacer, that, by the way, is the online court record, in search of anything to distract and deflect from the blatantly obvious fact that they cannot defend their actions as it relates to their business partnership with Sean Combs. He continued, quote, I do not improperly file cases in federal court to garner media attention, embarrass defendants with salacious allegations, and pressure defendants to settle quickly. I gain no benefit from filing cases in federal court over state court, and I am not an ambulance-chasing attorney who lives in front of a camera. Before filing any case, I always provide an opportunity for private resolution. If this case cannot be resolved privately, then I file. I do not pursue media attention. With this case alone, I have been inundated with invitations to appear on television shows, podcasts, and radio shows, both nationally and internationally, and I have rejected them all. Then he says this, bold and underlined, quote, although I pick my clients, I do not pick their facts. If a client comes to me with a complaint of sexual assault and she or he has evidence to support their claims, it is my duty to include all materials relied upon in drafting the complaint into the pleading. And then he cites some case law to support that. But remember, one of the things that we called out in the complaint is how there were these screenshots of videos, photos, copies of text, receipts for trips, and so forth. Blackburn goes on to end the letter with, quote, finally, a referral is not a sanction. My pleadings in this district have consistently comported with the standard established pursuant to Rule 8 of the FRCP and the standard established by the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. If defendants are concerned about having a salacious claim filed against them, they should not engage in salacious acts. It was the defendant's choice to enter a general business partnership with Sean Combs, which funded his sex trafficking operation. Quite an update in this case, and stay with us here. We're going to keep bringing these updates for you and keep breaking them down for you. That's all we have for you here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. As always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
Encampment. That was the experience of a Fox 5 colleague during Tuesday morning's rush hour. I asked the mayor about it at his weekly briefing.
This is not a new phenomenon. What we have done is we have aggressively stated we were not going to sit back and just look at it. We put in place our subway safety plan. We sent out outreach workers. I spent a lot of time in the system walking through.
Another Fox 5 colleague took these photos during the morning rush hour on the number 6 train in Manhattan. The Adams administration says more than 1,000 formerly homeless people have been given services and placed in housing in the last year. The mayor says it's a work in progress, but the goal remains the same.
We made a commitment that we would not have any encampments on our subway system.
Subway crime remains a top priority for riders. The NYPD is now deploying 1,000 police officers a day into the subway system. There was a 13.2% drop in crime over the last 28 days, but horrific incidents are still happening. Police are looking for this suspect in the Sunday evening attack on a 64-year-old man who was kicked onto the tracks but rescued by other riders. He's in so much pain he can barely walk.
Is it back pain too much?
Governor Hochul says she will once again devote more resources to New York City.
Statistically, I can tell you things are not as bad as they've been. That doesn't help anybody feel better. And I know that. Seeing more police on the platform, more cameras.
Governor Hochul is expected to make an announcement sometime Wednesday about just what those new resources to New York City will look like. On the East Side, I'm Lisa Evers, Fox 5 News.
Joining us right now is New York City Transit President Richard Davey. Appreciate you joining us on a morning like this here. And let's start. Obviously, Briella gave us the up-to-date information. There was a press conference held just recently. This was probably on recorded devices, cell phones, maybe more than any other incident in the history of New York City subway system. You've had a chance to look at a lot of video.
Yeah.
What can you tell us exactly happened?
Well, I can first say, for the customers who had to observe that, it was a harrowing experience, right? And, I certainly, that was the first thing I thought of, was those customers who were just trying to go about their business, get home, go to work, whatever they were doing, to observe that. I think my second reaction is, to see 2 individuals or 3 individuals escalate and continue to escalate a situation for it to get out of control is just incredibly frustrating. And, it happens across our city. It happens across, beyond New York City as well. And, I guess part of my plea is just to sort of calm down a little bit. But obviously, having a gun in our system is completely outrageous and unacceptable as well. And, Governor and the mayor have been pushing hard to make sure that that occurs. But I think for me, seeing those customers who just were trying to go about their day and having to witness that. Now, thank goodness there were cops on that platform and got to the incident right away. And that person was in custody immediately. But again, for those customers who were there, it was clearly a harrowing experience. And, what I say to them is, our hearts are with you. And again, we're doing what we can to keep the system safe. But obviously, it was a difficult day for them.
This becomes a situation where, you can quote all the statistics you want. Yeah. And statistically, crime is down in the subway.
Yes.
But when you look at serious crimes, which are shootings, people don't care about purse stealings and those kind of things. Yep. They worry about getting shot. And this is the 9th shooting on the subway. And we're only the 11th week of the year. Depending on what happens to the guy who got shot yesterday, there have been 2 deaths already, maybe 3. How do you convince people that their lives are not in danger when they take the New York City subway?
Well, there were 4 million people that took the subway on Wednesday. It was our highest ridership of the year. For most customers that day, it was a safe and smooth day. This is also a resilient city. I mean, New York City has been thrown at a lot over the last, decade or 2. And this city bounces back for sure. But I get it, being in a contained environment for those moments and seeing what occurred can be certainly, as I said, harrowing, if not scary. I think what I would say to customers is that, cops are everywhere. We have now National Guard and state police out as well. We're doing bag checks, in part because there are too many weapons in our city, and some of those are coming down into our subway system. I think the NYPD has already made about a dozen, maybe more arrests in our system and found folks with guns as well. So part of this is getting guns out of the hands of whether it be criminals or folks who are emotionally disturbed. That's going to be part of this process as well.
Well, let's talk about the bag checks with the National Guard that was deployed by the governor's office in the subway. Some people are for it. It's in effect to keep riders safe. Others not so much. Public advocate Jumaane Williams spoke out against it. Also, the ACLU also spoke out against it. So what I want to ask you is, how are you handling making sure people's civil liberties are not being infringed upon?
Yeah, I mean, certainly when I, and kudos to the governor for making this bold move. I think that, no one is against public safety, right? So let's start there. And that was the intent. That is the intent behind getting more folks into the system. I mean, obviously, we're supportive of the NYPD, who have 1,000 more cops in the system. And I think this was a way for the state to say, how can we bring in reinforcements, if you will, to surge? So the police can go about doing their police business, and then state police and the National Guard can be yet another set of eyes and ears to see, is there someone who looks suspicious? Is there something that the police, to ask the police?
That's the thing. Is there someone who looks suspicious? So y'all judge people on people that look suspicious. Some of the people that look suspicious ain't the ones that's committing the fucking crime. Y'all got to get a better tactic.
Take us, a second look at as someone's coming into our system. So, respectful of those opinions, I think that this was an important move to improve the safety. And as Kurt said earlier, we can quote all the statistics we want. Crime is down. Crime was down in February. But for some, that's no solace if they see these kinds of events. So having more uniform presence in our system is, I hope, going to continue such that, we can get some of these bad folks out of our system and make folks feel safe again.
I will tell you,
that's already a problem in every neighborhood in America right now. Racial profiling. The motherfucker that's doing the stuff, they are the ones. The motherfucker that look like they doing it, they ain't doing it. The motherfucker that's look like they ain't doing it, they doing it.
Kurt and I, we actually both take the subway system, and
I know
when I'm down there, my head and other riders, your head is on a swivel, because you just don't know when something is about to pop off, for lack of a better word. What do you say to riders that are watching this morning that are frightened, but they don't have a choice? They have to ride the subway system.
I mean, so I take the system every day, but to your point, I do take the system every day, but to your point, when I get on a train or a bus, I do a review to see, is there someone on the train who might be a little off, to maybe use your words, and should we be calling for some assistance, for example?
He go on there, he check the scene. See if any niggas on here first.
So you're concerned as well about
I'm not concerned, but I'm definitely using the precautions of any subway rider, which is to look.
So what are you looking for? Thugs?
Around in your surroundings, right? It's sort of be aware if you see something.
Because your average looking thug these days ain't a thug. A lot of these kids got dreads and on the road student. So it's not.
Say something, right? That's what we want. Another thing I would say is, since I've been president for the last 2 years, the number one issue that our customers tell us in their surveys is that they're concerns about emotionally disturbed individuals in the system, right? And so making sure we're getting those folks the care they need.
So what can you do about that then?
So we've been investing in a program called the Scout program. So we have MTA police partnered with clinicians, mental health clinicians, who can make an on-the-spot diagnosis, if you will, of someone who might be in need and might not be able to know they're in need, and involuntarily get them services. So we've been able to remove now a couple dozen folks out of our system and get them into hospital care. And that is working right now. It takes a while because there's a whole process you have to go through. But I can assure customers that in those instances, I mean, there are a lot of folks, I would say, who, probably appear maybe unsafe in our system who aren't, but you don't know, right? And I think that's your point. You don't know. And so getting those folks the services they need and out of our system is critically important. And we're investing in that as well.
I want to wrap this up here, because you can talk about the numbers and we've gone over that. You can talk about the bag checks. In this instance, there was at least one sharp object, you said, with a woman.
Right.
Allegedly, the guy who pulled the gun also had a knife.
Yep.
So those bag checks aren't really stopping. And I know you can't stop every instance, but they're not really stopping the weapons that are carried on the system that worry a lot of people. You've been here for less than 2 years.
Yeah.
You did the Boston Trans.
Because they racial profiling. They look for people that look like thugs and not criminals.
Before you've consulted all over the world. Have you ever seen anything like what's gone on here just in this little 3-month window here in New York?
I would say this. I think coming out of COVID, it's been a challenge for a number of systems across the United States, right? So folks seeking to shelter in our system, for example, as I mentioned, the emotionally disturbed individuals, those who are having acute mental health crises is a challenge, and I think we have to address. So this is not just about bag checks, although that's important, and having police out there, that is critically important, but it's got to be across, and we have to address these problems one at a time. Recidivism is another issue. I'll just say that, right? And so we have, sort of career criminals who continue to prey upon our employees, by the way, and our customers. I'll be meeting later today with the district attorney's offices. This is part of the governor's 5-point plan to have a conversation about once the police do their job, which they're doing amazingly all the time, how do we address these recidivists? And that's that has to be a piece of this puzzle.
Well, we appreciate it. You got a lot of work ahead of you and trying to make New Yorkers feel safer on the subway than they do right now. Thank you so much. We appreciate you doing this.
Appreciate you.
I know it's a rough morning for you.
This shit ain't overnight, that's a whole lot of flips. This shit ain't overnight, took a whole lot of trips. This shit ain't overnight, gotta learn and get your grip. This shit ain't come overnight, it just look like this. This shit ain't overnight, been through so much shit in my life. The game colder than ice, that blade sharp cut you like a knife. Always had my own little thing, letting nigga feed me with a slice. We was grinding all night just to make them turn over for sights. I had to sacrifice, I had to cut some ties, minimize. I had to realize, I use my real eyes, see through the lies. Club going live, strange guys, say FBI, notify the guys, I swear they had the nerve, think I was high. This shit ain't overnight, that's a whole lot of flips. This shit ain't overnight, took a whole lot of trips. This shit ain't overnight, gotta learn and get your grip. This shit ain't come overnight, it just look like this. Blood, sweat, and tears, I lost peers to face my fears. Learn to protect my grip, living on the edge so many years. When you living life in a fast lane, gotta know when to shift the gears. Gotta decode everything I hear in my ears, so severe. This shit ain't overnight, that's a whole lot of flips. This shit ain't overnight, took a whole lot of trips. This shit ain't overnight, gotta learn and get your grip. This shit ain't come overnight, it just look like this. To the bag, get that dough. I ain't gotta tell them better, already know. Money over bitches, better know how it goes. Streets don't love nobody, it's real cold. Many niggas tell on you to get let go. Better know when they give it time, it can get out of control. Better know if you ain't right, you gon' get left, you better know. If you ain't representing the mob, then you can't go. Better know we gon' secure that bag. Better know I'm gon' humbly show my ass. Better know I know you ain't seeing y'all real fast. Better know I stand on my shit every day like a tag. Better know. Bad bitch, a nigga in the street, better know what come with it. Better know I sacrifice for this shit. Better know I put some ice in this shit. Better know what you know, never let go. Put your feet up on the gas and put that bitch to the floor. Better know we ain't use the front door. Better know we came through the window. Got a whole lot, remember it was 0. Blues in the snow, 20s on the dough. Double up to a brick before it almost sold. Shout out to all of us, he's really showed us the ropes. Whoa. Better know
Better know you a bad bitch, a nigga in the street. Better know what come with it. Better know I sacrifice for this shit. Better know I put some ice on this shit. Whoa. This shit ain't overnight, that's a whole lot of flips. This shit ain't overnight, took a whole lot of trips. This shit ain't overnight, gotta learn and get your grip. This shit ain't come overnight, it just look like this. This shit ain't overnight, been through so much shit in my life. The game colder than ice, that blade sharp cut you like a knife. Always had my own little thing, let a nigga don't feed me with a slice. We was grinding all night just to make them turnovers precise. I had to sacrifice, I had to cut some ties, minimize. I had to realize, I use my real eyes, see through the lies. Club going live, strange guys, say FBI, notify the guys. I swear they had the nerve, think I was high. This shit ain't overnight, that's a whole lot of flips. This shit ain't overnight, took a whole lot of trips. This shit ain't overnight, gotta learn and get your grip. This shit ain't come overnight, it just look like this. Blood, sweat, and tears, I lost years to face my fears. Learn to protect my grip, living on the edge so many years. When you living life in a fast lane, gotta know when to shift the gears. Gotta decode everything I hear in my ears, so severe. This shit ain't overnight, that's a whole lot of flips. This shit ain't overnight, took a whole lot of trips. This shit ain't overnight, gotta learn and get your grip. This shit ain't come overnight, it just look like this.
Former music producer for Sean Diddy Combs, worked on his latest album with him, suing him for sex trafficking and sexual assault and harassment. Well, they filed new court documents. And included in those documents was an unsworn declaration from Jones himself, detailing more things he saw, heard, experienced during his time working and basically living with Combs. And in this 18-page declaration, it starts with a promise that he's telling the truth. Quote, I have personal knowledge of the facts set forth herein, which I know to be true and correct, and if called upon to testify as a witness, I could and would completely testify thereto. Now, he's declaring all of this under threat of perjury. So if he's lying, that's a big deal. Now, if you ask me, I think one of the reasons Jones is doing this is to bolster his credibility because it's come under attack in the public. As we mentioned, some of the people that he mentioned in his lawsuit have fired back against those allegations. Opposing counsel questioned his narratives and motives. So this is an opportunity for him to tell the court, look, I have the receipts. I can back up what I'm saying. I will testify about this. So there are a lot of details that he provides, including background and how he got linked up with and started working for Diddy. And we already covered a lot of that in his complaint on previous sidebars. But according to Jones, he has hundreds of hours of video of Combs in his inner circle. He says that Combs required him to film constantly because he did not like to repeat himself. He said, quote, I quickly learned that from observing him lose his temper with his staff and family if they failed to remember something he said a day or two prior. Jones lists out crimes that he says he saw happen in real time. Quote, I witnessed the acquisition, use, and distribution of ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and mushrooms. I witnessed Mr. Combs display and distribute unregistered illegal firearms. I witnessed Mr. Combs provide laced alcoholic beverages to minors and sex workers at his homes in California, New York, the Virgin Islands, and Florida. I witnessed Mr. Combs' chief of staff, Christina Coram, instruct the staff to retrieve drugs so she could provide them to Mr. Combs for his consumption. And then Jones also talks about that alleged assault that he witnessed on Combs' chartered yacht. You remember when we covered this, that Jones's attorneys had filed a separate civil action against Combs' son, Christian King Combs, on behalf of a woman named Grace O'Markey. She was a steward on the yacht. Remember, and Combs had chartered that yacht for the Christmas holiday in 2022. So according to the declaration, Jones, quote, witnessed Christian Combs drug and sexually assault a stewardess while we were on the yacht Mr. Combs rented in St. Bartholomew, St. Martin, and the Virgin Islands. The assault began in the makeshift studio on the yacht while I was recording Christian Combs' auto-tunes rapping. Again, we talked more in depth about that lawsuit in another sidebar episode. Amarki claims that Christian gave her a spiked drink, touched her all over her body without her permission, and tried to force her to perform oral sex on him. And she had to actually fight him off. Now, the next part of this declaration from Mr. Jones is absolutely fascinating. It reads, quote, I have videos of Mr. Combs and me working out on the treadmill with TD Jakes playing on the monitor. We watch TD Jakes' sermons every morning during our workouts. At first, I thought it was admirable that Mr. Combs listened to sermons while working out until I realized he was not studying the message, he was studying the messenger's mannerisms. During our gym sessions, he detailed how he planned to leverage his relationship with Bishop TD Jakes to soften the impact on his public image of Cassie Ventura's pending lawsuit. Remember, Ventura had filed a lawsuit against Combs back in 2023 for sexual assault and sex trafficking, but she ended up settling with Combs the day after it was filed. So Jones also goes into detail about what he said happened at this so-called writers camp at Chalice Recording Studios. You may recall that in his lawsuit, he claims he witnessed a
I know this sounds absurd, but the day someone sets up a relay account and has deployed profit first is the day they become immediately profitable.
shooting there and that Combs allegedly tried to cover up his involvement. He writes, quote, Mr. Combs converted the parking lot of Chalice Recording Studios into a makeshift nightclub. He had everything imaginable there, including a full-service bar, a massage spa, and hookah. Mr. Combs required everyone working on the Love album to take laced shots of De Leon tequila. There was no way to tell him no. Mr. Combs felt anyone who refused to drink with him was suspicious and untrustworthy. At the time, I did not realize that he used the laced shots of alcohol to obtain and maintain control over the person consuming the alcohol. And of course, the lawsuits against Combs have accused him of sex trafficking, and that is allegedly what the Homeland Security investigation into him is tied to, a trafficking operation. Remember, his properties in LA and Miami were raided by Homeland Security agents 2 weeks ago. Jones continues in the declaration with, quote, throughout the duration of my time living with Mr. Combs, I personally witnessed Mr. Combs order his staff to bring him drugs and sex workers. This was a common occurrence, and he was never told no. During this time, I was forced to solicit sex workers and perform sex acts to the pleasure of Mr. Combs. Unbeknownst to me, Mr. Combs had hidden cameras and audio devices in all of the rooms of his homes. I only discovered this several months into living with him when I had to pick up my Uber Eats delivery from the security office. Usually, the security would bring my food deliveries to me whenever I was in Mr. Combs' home, but at this point, I was close and familiar with the security, so they called me to their room and told me I could go in and retrieve my food myself. I saw 4 to 6 large flat-screen television monitors at the time. Each monitor had at least 20 to 30 little screens in them. Each screen was a view of a room in and surrounding Mr. Combs' home. Remember, Jones claims that he was sex trafficked, and if there is videos of this, and that's presented at a trial, that is significant evidence, to say the least. Now, Jones even listed out the document dates when he says he was forced to solicit sex workers for Combs. He also names a celebrity that we haven't really referenced yet, Chris Brown. Yeah, quote, on July 2nd, 2023, Mr. Combs had a listening party in his California home. There were a lot of people present at this party, including Chris Brown, Justin Combs, sex workers, and some underage girls. Justin Combs would typically bring the younger women to these parties. I have 2 videos of 2 different sex workers that Justin Combs brought with him to Chalice Recording Studios. I can provide the videos to the court. This event began at 7 p.m. Mr. Combs requested female sex workers and required me to solicit them. An hour later, several sex workers appeared. In addition to sex workers, there were at least 5 women in the crowd who appeared to be under the age of 16. Mr. Combs forced all the attendees to drink laced De Leon liquor. I believe Mr. Combs laced the liquor with ecstasy. I have personally witnessed his staff members, Brendan Paul and Moy Bawn, lace alcohol with ecstasy. And we remember Brendan Paul was actually arrested on drug charges during the raid on Diddy's properties. But Jones continues, quote, the The presence of what I perceived to be underage women made me very uncomfortable. I attempted to leave, and Mr. Combs forced me to stay. I had my car keys in my book bag. I have never lost my keys, and Mr. Combs went so far as to take my car keys to prevent me from leaving. After being forced to drink laced De Leon shots, I began feeling lightheaded and I passed out. I remember waking up at 4 a.m. the following morning naked with a sex worker sleeping next to me. In his complaint, Jones had previously mentioned a similar event and describes it in this declaration as well, writing, quote, "On February 2nd, 2023, I believe Mr. Combs drugged me. I remember waking up naked, dizzy, and confused. I was in bed with 2 sex workers and Mr. Combs. I also recall aimlessly wandering around the house with no clothes on. I have photos of the sex workers sleeping on the bed the morning after. I can provide it to the court if necessary." And from there, Jones explains in this declaration some of the things he says that Combs offered him, which is important in a sex trafficking case, that you were transported over state lines, forced to perform sex acts, and were promised something of value. That's the commercial element of commercial sex acts. Quote, "Mr. Combs promised me many things to entice me to continue engaging in his sex trafficking operation. On multiple occasions, we discussed winning Grammys for the Love album. He promised I would win the Grammy for Producer of the Year for the Love album. He offered me $250,000 to purchase all the instruments I wanted. He promised me ownership of his $20 million property, One Star Island in Miami, Florida. He promised to give me access to record label executives." And from there, Jones gives more details about an alleged assault that happened in Miami. He says that while using the restroom, young Miami's cousin burst into the bathroom and began groping him. Quote, "I honestly believe that Mr. Combs sent her in there to sexually assault me, as I could hear him and the other guests laughing outside the door. As she entered the bathroom, she dropped to her knees and began performing oral sex on my exposed penis. I pushed her away and exited the bathroom. Young Miami's cousin did not accept my rejection and followed me out of the bathroom. She started undressing in front of everyone and attempted to straddle me and have sex with me in the presence of Mr. Combs and his staff. They were all laughing." Jones also talked about Combs' sometimes violent personality. Quote, "Mr. Combs often switched his approach to force me to obey and comply with his demands. On multiple occasions, he would threaten me with physical harm. Mr. Combs threatened to eat my face and informed me that he was willing to kill his mother to get what he wanted, so he wouldn't think twice about harming me." That is something that we heard in the prior complaint as well. Quote, "Mr. Combs would also make me work out of this bedroom whenever he had gang members and drug dealers visit him. I've witnessed Mr. Combs hand out guns from the hidden room in his bedroom closet. I've witnessed known gang members at his home in LA and Miami be paid from the stacks of cash he has in the hidden room in his bedroom closet." Jones says that Combs was very aware of the power he had and made sure that everyone around him knew it too. Quote, "Throughout my time living with Mr. Combs, he made it very clear that he did not spend his money on anything. He made it clear that he had partnerships and relationships with very powerful individuals and organizations, and these individuals and organizations funded his lifestyle." And then the declaration from Jones also rebuts claims by Universal Music Group, a defendant in his lawsuit. Jones writes, quote, "My counsel informed me that UMG claims that they did not pay for sex workers or sponsored any of the club love parties or the writers' camp. These claims are contradicted by the reality I saw with my own eyes. There were employees of UMG and Motown present at the writers' camp, at listening parties, and after parties. I was told by Mr. Combs they were there, and I saw them there. Mr. Combs told me they were scouting for talent. As it pertains to the sex workers, they also paid for them. I have several videos of the Chalice recording studio sessions, as well as in-home recording sessions, and there are sex workers and producers in the studio. The sex workers in these videos were the only individuals paid." So again, this is his account, right? If he backs it up by receipts, photos, screenshots, it's important. It's important. And these are very, very serious claims. And now he's doubling down on this court filing, saying that in this unsworn declaration that he can prove it. Now, I will tell you that Jones, he also provides multiple photos in the lawsuit of men and women inside a recording studio. Jones claims that the women in these photos are sex workers. And the declaration goes on to talk about the bragging that Combs allegedly did to Jones, that he lists out several stories Combs allegedly told him. Quote, Mr. Combs bragged about having Daphne Joy, the child mother of a competing rapper, on payroll as one of his sex workers. I have a video of Mr. Combs on a massage table receiving massage from a professional masseuse while Daphne Joy is giving him a foot massage. Mr. Combs bragged about shooting a woman in the face in 1999 in New York City and getting away with it. He bragged about departed attorney Johnny Cochran's savvy legal skills and ability to pay off the witnesses through private investigators and other third parties. He bragged about having Jennifer Lopez carrying his gun into the club the night of the shooting and the fact that he had so much power and influence over her at the time. He bragged about getting Shine to take the heat for the shooting and the fact that he paid Shine through a record deal with his good friend L.A. Reid. And it doesn't end there because he also says that, quote, Mr. Combs also informed me that only poor people pay taxes. He shared that it is a common practice in the music industry to wire money from anonymous accounts overseas. This way, if there is ever a need to take care of a problem, it would never be traced back to him. These accounts were in Germany. At the very end of the document, Jones says, quote, I could share other things, but I do not feel comfortable putting them in this document. I will be willing to discuss them with the court under seal to preserve my Fifth Amendment rights. Now, a lot to take in there. This just doubles down my belief that he is
A lot of people think working in the creative and production industry is like
make the logo bigger.
when in reality,
he got
a
men
cooperating witness with the government in this potential criminal investigation. I have to believe it. And if he is one of the witnesses that's cooperating and federal authorities raided these properties, they have to be taking what he's saying is true, and maybe they're corroborating what he is saying through evidence that was seized from Combs.
Yeah, because he probably was participating, but he didn't get his publishing, so he telling
properties. Okay,
so
lot to take in, but we also want to tell you quickly about a new letter that Jones' attorney filed with the court after accusations that this attorney was being too salacious with his court filings. I'm talking about Tyrone Blackburn. He's one of the lawyers representing Rodney Jones and Grace O'Markey in their lawsuits against Sean Combs, Christian Combs, and others. United States District Court Judge for the Southern District of New York, Denise Coate, submitted a referral to the New York Federal Court Grievance Committee claiming that issues with Blackburn in 5 cases. She wrote, quote, significant resources have been spent by judges of the court and defendants named in actions he has filed to address glaring deficiencies in his filings. A referral to this court's grievance committee is warranted. She goes on to write, a reasonable inference from Blackburn's pattern of behavior is that he improperly files cases in federal court to garner media attention, embarrass defendants with salacious allegations, and pressure defendants to settle quickly. Indeed, his submissions to this court have been rife with disturbing allegations against the defendants and defense counsel. Now, other lawyers have also criticized Mr. Blackburn as well. Combs' attorney Sean Hawley alleged that Blackburn ignored exonerating evidence, writing, quote, our attempts to share this proof with Mr. Jones' attorney, Tyrone Blackburn, have been ignored, as Mr. Blackburn refuses to return our calls. We will address these outlandish allegations in court and take all appropriate action against those who make them. Then, attorneys for UMG, Universal Music Group, one of the defendants who are also being sued by Rodney Jones for their alleged participation and facilitation of the abuse and trafficking claimed by Jones. They argued, UMG, that the claims presented by Jones were, quote, so offensively false. One of those lawyers, Donald Sakaran, said, quote, a license to practice law is a privilege. Mr. Blackburn, plaintiff's lawyer, has misused that license to self-promote, gratuitously, falsely, and recklessly accusing the UMG defendants of criminal behavior. Well, Mr. Blackburn is firing back. He is not taking that lying down. No, he wrote a letter to Judge J. Paul Oetken, a judge for the Southern District of New York, where Jones' lawsuit against Combs is currently filed. And he begins by saying, quote, at the onset, I apologize for wasting the court's time by having to read a letter that has nothing to do with the matters before your honor. He goes on to say that the defendants have, quote, decided to scrummage through Pacer, that, by the way, is the online court record, in search of anything to distract and deflect from the blatantly obvious fact that they cannot defend their actions as it relates to their business partnership with Sean Combs. He continued, quote, I do not improperly file cases in federal court to garner media attention, embarrass defendants with salacious allegations, and pressure defendants to settle quickly. I gain no benefit from filing cases in federal court over state court, and I am not an ambulance-chasing attorney who lives in front of a camera. Before filing any case, I always provide an opportunity for private resolution. If this case cannot be resolved privately, then I file. I do not pursue media attention. With this case alone, I have been inundated with invitations to appear on television shows, podcasts, and radio shows, both nationally and internationally, and I have rejected them all. Then he says this.
The same lawyer got like 3 or 4, like I think like 4, maybe more, but I know like 4 cases, 4 of the Diddy cases, one lawyer.
Bold and underlined, quote, although I pick my clients, I do not pick their facts. If a client comes to me with a complaint of sexual assault and she or he has evidence to support their claims, it is my duty to include all materials relied upon in drafting the complaint into the pleading. And then he cites some case law to support that. But remember, one of the things that we called out in the complaint is how there were these screenshots of videos, photos, copies of text, receipts for trips, and so forth. Blackburn goes on to end the letter with, quote, finally, a referral is not a sanction. My pleadings in this district have consistently comported with the standard established pursuant to Rule 8 of the FRCP and the standard established by the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. If defendants are concerned about having a salacious claim filed against them, they should not engage in salacious acts. It was the defendant's choice to enter a general business partnership with Sean Combs, which funded his sex trafficking operation. Now, while neither Combs nor his sons have been arrested or criminally charged with respect to this investigation, many analysts that we have spoken to believe it is only a matter of time before that.
Managed WordPress hosting by Hostinger. Here are 3 super features to improve your website's performance. 1.
That happens. Okay. We have this lawsuit from Gracer Market. And before we even get into the details of it, there is a question now of what is happening with this. Why do I say that? Because the filing was not on the court system's docket. According to the Washington Post, O'Markey's attorney, Tyrone Blackburn, said that it had to be taken down after an unfiled version of the complaint was published by the media. So I don't know what to take away from that. If that means that what we reviewed last week wasn't supposed to be seen, not sure. But assuming this lawsuit does move forward, there is a lot to break down in it. Okay, first off, I have to say, now that I have the paperwork in my hand and I have the complaint in my hand, one of the things that struck me right from the beginning is how personal this is. Quote, defendant C. Combs, that's Christian Combs, is a 25-year-old auto-tuned and heavily edited rapper. Wow. Unfortunately, as the saying has it, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Defendant Sean Combs, who has also been accused of several acts of sexual assault, rape, sexual violence, and drugging, among other deplorable conduct, is the father of defendant C. Combs, who has seemingly taken after his father and the family business of reckless partying, drugging others, sexual violence, and other illegal conduct. That, I mean, you usually don't see that kind of language in a lawsuit. Very, very personal attacks. Also, allegations at this point. Remember, Combs has not been criminally charged. He's not been found liable. These are allegations. But when they mention Christian, I have to highlight this too. They actually embed into the complaint not a photo of him on the red carpet, not a photo of him on an album cover, not a photo of him taken by the media. They embed a photo of him and his brother being detained in handcuffs by federal agents during that raid. That is very intentional. Of all the photos to use, you are accusing him of sexual assault and you use that photo. That was no mistake. Now, I am reminded by the fact that Miss O'Markey is being represented by not only Rodney Diggs, but as I mentioned, Tyrone Blackburn. Mr. Blackburn is representing former Diddy producer Rodney Jones, who also filed a separate lawsuit against Diddy, his son Justin, and several others. He claims that he was a victim of sex trafficking and that he was assaulted and subjected to violence. So maybe it is not surprising we are seeing this language as he is representing multiple people accusing the Combs family of illegal conduct. We're going to get back into the merits of these lawsuits in a minute, but going back to the O'Markey complaint, another interesting tidbit is that in addition to Diddy and Christian, there are several unnamed John Does and companies who are named as defendants as well. O'Markey claims that these people and companies aided and abetted in the commission of the conduct described in the lawsuit, and that as the case proceeds, she may add their names later on. Now, O'Markey goes into some detail about what this environment on the yacht was like. She talked about how she worked the late night shift from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Quote, during the second week of the charter service, there was a significant amount of partying and drug use, which caused the guests to stay up throughout the night. The makeup of the yacht quickly evolved from just defendant S. Combs and his family to include a constant rotation of suspected sex workers and other A-list celebrities such as French Montana and actor Cuba Gooding Jr. Defendant S. Combs turned what was sold as a wholesome family excursion into a hedonistic environment. According to plaintiff, it resulted in an unexpected increase in workload for her and her colleagues, as well as unwanted exposure to unlawful drug use, sex work, and general chaos. She also claims that drinks were spiked by Combs and that women were taken advantage of on the yacht. And she argues that as a bartender, she understands the impact of alcohol, and she, quote, found it very suspicious that after one shot of De Leon tequila or one mixed drink, various women on the yacht would be falling over themselves, panicking, or passing out. This led plaintiff, Grace O'Markey, to reasonably believe that the alcohol given to these women was likely laced with drugs. And she even describes one specific event in particular. Quote, according to plaintiff, in another incident, defendant S. Combs had several women whom plaintiff suspected of being sex workers on the yacht. In one incident, a girl was extremely upset and ran to the lower deck, locked herself in the massage room, and was hysterically crying. She said she did not feel safe and wanted to leave. The crew was alerted of this. At this time, Sarah Chapman, one of S. Combs's children's mother, was due to have a massage, so plaintiff had to attempt to remove this young woman from the massage room, but she was very reluctant as she felt unsafe. Eventually, she left. All of this is important for O'Markey's legal claims, namely that Sean Combs is liable for what his son Christian allegedly did to her. Why? Under the premises liability cause of action, and that's, by the way, is where a property owner or someone who is in control of a property has a duty to use reasonable care to keep visitors of the property safe. According to O'Markey, since Sean Combs leased, occupied, and or controlled the yacht and allowed who was on it and what was happening, this is his fault that she was sexually assaulted by his son. Quote, defendant S. Combs allowed and encouraged the people aboard his yacht, including his son C. Combs, to engage in the drugs and reckless behavior while aboard the yacht. Defendant S. Combs' negligence was a substantial factor in causing plaintiffs harm because of failing to properly use and secure the yacht and for fostering an environment for drug use and assault to occur without ramifications. So in the law, you need to show causation for this. But for what Combs did, this would not have occurred. You really have to show that you created a condition where it was foreseeable this would happen, that Combs knew or should have known this assault would happen because of the environment he created. You might be saying, okay, that seems like a strong claim. Maybe it doesn't. But then you have the aiding and abetting claim against Sean Combs too. Quote, defendant S. Combs knew that an assault, battery, sexual assault was being committed and was and going to be committed against plaintiff because he encouraged and fostered an environment and culture to his son and his employees to do whatever they want with plaintiff and the other yacht staff. And O'Markey goes on to describe how Combs covered up the assault too, that he paid off the yacht captain to keep quiet, allegedly gave him a big tip. By the way, talking about that captain, O'Markey says that after she told the yacht captain, Petar Milkov, about what happened to her, he, quote, berated her, lacked compassion or concern, failed to investigate, and insisted that she was probably voluntarily partying with the guest. She was not. She also says that, quote, Captain Milkov added insult to injury by assigning plaintiff to work in front of the house, which required personally serving defendant C. Combs while they were on the yacht. Now imagine for a moment that she really is a victim of Christian Combs. That is really sinister stuff. But now let's go back to when Christian Combs allegedly drugged and assaulted O'Markey. Remember, these are allegations at this point. And I explained a little bit of the background about this in our previous sidebar, but one interesting detail from the complaint that we didn't bring up is that according to O'Markey, when an allegedly heavily intoxicated Christian Combs came aboard the yacht on that night and went into the recording studio and started ordering tequila shots, O'Markey claims that Cassandra Ventura, or Cassie's
even though Bitcoin has shattered its previous record high, please do not buy it. Not if you want.
Me and You, that song was playing in the background. What makes that, as Omarky says in the lawsuit, ironic, is that Cassie was a former artist and girlfriend of Sean Combs who filed that initial lawsuit against him back in 2023, claiming that she was physically and sexually abused by the rapper and producer. She ended up settling with him, but remember, that was the first lawsuit that began all of this. From there, we saw more lawsuits against Combs. We saw the raids. Now, that is a very specific detail for Omarky to remember that arguably adds to her narrative, right? And kinds of adds a weird context to it. But I imagine that if she were to testify at trial about hearing this song, again, so specific, that would be challenged by Combs's lawyers. And they would say, you remember that? Is that awfully convenient? You remember that detail? Maybe you don't remember other things. So I guess that could be something that she would, or something that would be challenged. Okay, but now going back to this event. Omarky claims that initially she was forced to take tequila shots, that she wasn't allowed to leave. She claims that her drink was spiked, and she said that she was very scared and in a very dangerous situation with Christian Combs. Now, I'm not sure if this is a typo, but in the actual suit, it says that Sean Combs touched her legs, her breast, her private areas, and started kissing her on her neck, face, and hands. I'm pretty sure that's a typo. Because it seems like she has been alleging that it was Christian who sexually assaulted her. She doesn't sue Sean Combs for assault or battery. So again, I think this is a typo. And if it is, that doesn't look good. This is arguably one of the most important lines in this lawsuit. You mess up who you're talking about. But I mean, I don't know what to make of it. But here's what we do have. Omarky claims that Rodney Jones, as I mentioned, Diddy's former producer, now plaintiff, suing Combs for sexual assault in a separate lawsuit, that he was there on the yacht that night and actually recorded the audio of this assault, this whole episode happening. She provides a transcript of what she says is Christian Combs drugging and sexually assaulting her. I'm going to read it for you now. Christian, yo, it's shot o'clock. Grace, no, I'm not doing shots, Christian. Christian, everybody, we got to take a shot. In a second audio tape, Grace says, I'll just put the ledge. Christian, no, 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 take the whole thing. Grace, no, you will take it as well. Christian, take the whole shot. Grace, I'm only doing it as long as you take it as well. Christian, I ain't gonna lie, I'm not taking nothing. Please, please take the shot. Grace, you were drugging me? Christian, take the shot. Hey, yo, play another beat one time because now, then there is a transcript of Christian's alleged sexual assault of Grace. Cassie's Me and You playing in the background, allegedly. Grace, this is not an offer. Christian, you said what? Grace, I can't. I'm swapping out. I can't do it. I'm sorry, darling. Christian, nah, we need you. Grace, I'm going to stop. Stop. I have to go. I have to go. Honestly, I'm like already losing sleep. I have to go now. Christian, you're the best one on this ship, though. Grace, what do you mean? Christian, who's going to replace you? Grace, who's going to replace me? Christian, F that. That's going to be trash, though. You feel me? Grace, excuse me, you don't touch my legs like that. I'll move my legs where I want to. If I want to do this, then I will. You don't touch my legs like that. Christian, listen, you and everybody in the crew, it's great. Grace, I can't. I have to go down. I have to go down. Christian, no, you tell me. Listen. Grace, what? Christian, say you're just vibing with me the whole time. Grace, I can't. I promise you. I wish I could, but I can't. Unless I say that you guys requested me. Christian, yes. Who can I talk to right now? Who can I talk to? I'm going to say I requested you right now. Grace, well, you can take your hand off my ass for the first thing. Now, according to Grace in her complaint, or Miss Omarky in her complaint, she basically says she was saying that he needed to get permission, and all the people that would give him permission to hang out with her were asleep. So this was kind of a ruse for her to escape. But moving on from that, as I mentioned in the previous sidebar, she explains how later on in the night, Christian allegedly trapped her in the cinema room in the yacht, groped her, and tried to force her to perform oral sex on him. She claims that she had to fight him off until her partner on board came by and Christian ran away. But now, in this lawsuit, in this complaint, There are embedded photos of Omarki's arm that appear to have bruises or discoloration. She claims this is from the attack. It is an important piece of evidence. But defense lawyers will ask, when were these photos taken? How do we know if it was caused by this and not something else, and so forth? Now, moving on. A big component of a lawsuit like this is to explain the harm that you suffered. That helps in terms of the damages calculation, what you are owed in terms of monetary compensation. So Omarki explains in the complaint that she loved yachting, even at an early age, that she traveled the world, that she enjoyed a successful career where she received high praise, great feedback, great reviews. But, quote, prior to being sexually assaulted by defendant Christian Combs, plaintiff planned to work the entirety of her career in hospitality and the yachting industry. Unfortunately, those plans have been derailed due to the trauma plaintiff continues to have as a result of the assault. And let's talk about what Omarki claims here. She claims that 2023 was the most deeply traumatizing time of her life. She talks about how after the alleged assault and cover-up, she was isolated, she was retaliated against, and she was ultimately fired. She even lost her longtime partner. She says that her mental health significantly deteriorated to the point where she required medication and therapy, and she fell into a deep depression. She claims that she couldn't even perform her maid of honor duties for her sister. She also claims that she developed a severe eating disorder, suffered from suicidal ideations, and even had seizures. So if she can prove that in a trial, that is going to be not only devastating testimony for Christian Combs and Sean Combs, but really important in terms of damages calculations. So she ends up suing Christian Combs for assault, battery, sexual assault, intentional and negligent infliction of emotional distress, and as I mentioned earlier, the other claims against Sean Combs as well. Now, I do want to call out something else from the lawsuit, some other mentions in the lawsuit. You remember Brendan Paul, who we talked a lot about here on Sidebar? He was listed in Rodney Jones's lawsuit as Diddy's alleged drug mule that supplied Diddy with narcotics and weapons. He was actually arrested on the day of the raids for drug possession at a Miami airport. Well, he is listed in this Grace Omarki lawsuit too. Quote, according to plaintiff, defendant S. Combs' assistant and noted drug mule, Brendan Paul, once came down to the pantry and was laughing uncontrollably. He told plaintiff that he had to sit and watch defendant S. Combs have sex with multiple women. He said defendant S. Combs wanted him present just in case he needed him to get him something while he was in the middle of the act. Plaintiff questioned why Brendan would want to work for defendant S. Combs if he was required to do such things, and Brendan replied that defendant S. Combs was a good link to have in the industry. There's also an interesting section that mentions how A-list guests came on board the yacht. That includes a Philadelphia rapper, a 30-year-old Atlanta rapper who rose to prominence following the release of his 2017 mixtapes, a 25-year-old British rapper, a Moroccan rapper signed to Bad Boy Records and Maybach Music Group, and a former model and CEO of a female urban clothing brand. I'm not going to guess who these people are. Anybody online wants to do their due diligence,
easy.
Feel free to do it.
Rock and rapper, that's
now. I will tell you who is actually mentioned, who is named in this lawsuit: Cuba Gooding Jr. He is not a defendant in this case, but he is mentioned. And we remember that Jones actually filed a lawsuit against Cuba Gooding Jr. He says that he was sexually assaulted by the actor on Diddy's yacht, by the way, actually accused Sean Combs of facilitating this abuse. But in this lawsuit, Omarki claims that Cuba Gooding Jr. was extremely unpleasant to serve, that he sat at the bar, made derogatory comments to her, that he was visibly intoxicated, and she was in the room and witnessed him inappropriately touching Rodney Jones. So she will be an important witness in Jones's lawsuit, and vice versa. Jones and Omarki are linked in a way, right? They both are there to testify to prove the claims of the other. So quite the lawsuit, to say the least. But I got to give you some updates. Omarki's attorney, Tyrone Blackburn, he told NBC News, quote, it gives us no joy or pleasure in filing the suit against Christian Combs, who has clearly adopted his father's pattern and practice of depravity. While her other attorney, Rodney S. Diggs, also told NBC, quote, I am here to fight for those who can't fight for themselves, and I applaud Grace for being so brave to come forward with her truth. However, Aaron Dyer, an attorney for Christian and Diddy, said in a statement that the lawsuit from Grace O'Markey was, quote, another.
Did you know that you can make a full-time income on TikTok organic without even having to create an account? That's right, because during the pandemic, I was able to make over 281,000.
Lewd and meritless claim from Tyrone Blackburn. Quote, this complaint is filled with the same kind of manufactured lies and irrelevant facts we've come to expect from Blackburn. We will be filing a motion to dismiss this outrageous claim. Now, a motion to dismiss is when you say the plaintiff has not stated an actual claim, the court doesn't have jurisdiction, or there's some other problem with the actual pleadings. That's how you get rid of it at the outset. Now, I had mentioned in a previous sidebar about how Mr. Blackburn was not only criticized by opposing counsel, but even a federal judge in New York who referred to him to the grievance committee for allegedly filing lawsuits that have deficiencies, that he improperly files cases in federal court to garner media attention and to embarrass defendants with salacious details. So keeping that criticism in mind for a moment, where we're talking about, are these claims, are these allegations in these lawsuits credible? Just now, Instagram model Jade Rami, who Rodney Jones claimed in his lawsuit was one of the people that Diddy allegedly bragged about paying to be a sex worker, she has fired back against these allegations from Rodney Jones. Through her publicist, Rami told Entertainment Tonight in a statement, quote, dating someone doesn't directly correlate to any of the false allegations made. Yes, I dated someone. How unfortunate we've entered a time where caring for someone or falling in love is worthy of scrutiny in the court of public opinion. What may be amusing for you is real life for others, and my feelings have never been for entertainment, nor are they up for discussion. We need to be more conscious as a society when ridiculing people's lives and relationships merely for enjoyment. I appreciate everyone's kind messages and support during this time. Thank you. Also, Sean Diddy Combs' ex-girlfriend, Young Miami, who Jones also listed as one of the people that Diddy claimed was a sex worker, denied the allegations too, writing on Instagram, I'm not a prostitute. I never sold, and she has an emoji for, you can do the math, an emoji for her private parts. I never sold a day in my life. I hate how this is getting spun. And again, what do we make of these allegations? Serious allegations, but allegations nonetheless. And what about Diddy? In the aftermath of the lawsuits, in the aftermath of the raids, there are these videos and pictures of him that have surfaced in Miami, out relaxing, holding up the peace sign. But he also just posted on Instagram the music video for his 1997 song Victory, where he runs from police. And he wrote in the caption, Bad Boy for Life, followed by a raised fist emoji. There are these existing civil lawsuits that have been filed against Combs and people in his inner circle. There's amended complaints of existing lawsuits that add new defendants. And that's what we want to talk about. We have Rodney Jones, music producer known as Little Rod Jones, filed a sworn declaration with the court just this week, going into more detail about what he saw and heard Combs allegedly do during the year or so they were working together on the Love album. We actually went more in depth on that new document in another episode of Sidebar. But what we want to talk about right now is that some of the people mentioned in these filings, they have responded with statements of their own, or representatives of them have released statements on their behalf, while there's others who have been silent. So, for example, there's actor Cuba Gooding Jr., who settled his own sexual abuse lawsuit last year before it could go to trial. He also pled guilty to a lesser charge of harassment for forcibly kissing a nightclub worker, avoiding jail time. But according to Jones' complaint, the actor allegedly touched and groped him inappropriately aboard Combs' yacht, even accuses Combs of facilitating this alleged abuse to happen. But the actor seems to be keeping a low profile, has not responded to the allegations as far as we can see. Others, however, are speaking out and they are defending their innocence. Let's start it off with, you know who best, Combs. So Combs himself, he's spoken out multiple times through his lawyers in reaction to both the lawsuits and the raids on his homes. We start in late 2023 when Combs' ex-girlfriend and Bad Boy entertainment artist Cassie filed a reported $30 million lawsuit accusing Combs of assault, abuse, trafficking, and a lot more. But the very next day, Combs settled the lawsuit. But I should tell you that settling does not mean that Combs admitted anything. His attorney at the time, Ben Brafman, released a statement saying, quote, Mr. Combs' decision to settle the lawsuit does not in any way undermine his flat-out denial of the claims. He is happy they got to a mutual settlement and wishes Ms. Ventura the best. Combs himself released his own short statement saying, quote, we have decided to resolve this matter amicably. I wish Cassie and her family all the best. Love. But we know that Combs was then hit with more lawsuits after Ventura's. A woman named Joy Dickerson Neal claimed that Combs drugged and sexually assaulted her when she was in college back in 1991. She alleged that Combs filmed the rape, shared the video with others as a form of revenge porn. Diddy denied the allegations. In fact, in a statement from his spokesperson that was released to People at the time, it said, quote, this last-minute lawsuit is an example of how a well-intentioned law can be turned on its head. By the way, that was referring to a law in New York at the time that gave people a one-year look-back window to sue for older claims of sexual abuse. The statement goes on to say, quote, Ms. Dickerson's 32-year-old story is made up and not credible. Mr. Combs never assaulted her, and she implicates companies that did not exist. This is purely a money grab and nothing more. Then there was another lawsuit filed from an unidentified woman who claimed that Combs and singer-songwriter Aaron Hall raped her 30 years ago. Diddy, once again, in a statement through his spokesperson to People, said, quote, these are fabricated claims falsely alleging misconduct from over 30 years ago and filed at the last minute. This is nothing but a money grab. Because of Mr. Combs' fame and success, he is an easy target for anonymous accusers who lie without conscience or consequence for financial benefit. It goes on to state, the New York legislature surely did not intend or expect the Adult Survivors Act to be exploited by scammers. The public should be skeptical and not rush to accept these bogus allegations. Then Combs again issued a statement.
Everything ain't bogus. Yeah, some bogus shit in there, but this is definitely some truth in them, in them rumor, in them allegations.
On Instagram, this one saying, enough is enough. For the last couple of weeks, I have sat silently and watched people try to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation and my legacy. Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of the awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth. And by the way, I've spoken about this before in a previous sidebar that, and this was before the raids, that when you see all of these lawsuits coming out one after the other, you could say, well, people finally felt free and comfortable to go after Sean Combs. We've seen it before. Maybe it has nothing to do with the credibility of what they're saying. But then again, the other way of looking at it is something to say that you have one lawsuit after the other, after he settled with Cassie Ventura. Some would look at that as suspicious. I'm sure that's something that will be honed in upon by his defense team. And if this does go to trial, of course, it will be up for a jury or a judge to decide who's telling the truth. But let me actually talk to you now about the response to the Rodney Jones lawsuit, which I mentioned earlier. So Combs' attorney, Sean Holley, called the claims lies and said, quote, his reckless name dropping about events that are pure fiction and simply did not happen is nothing more than a transparent attempt to garner headlines.
Well done, Vic.
People don't get their way.
You got the presents, the balloons, and the raptor cake.
Headlines. We have overwhelming, indisputable proof that his claims are complete lies. Now, in the days after the federal raids on Combs' homes on March 25th, his other attorney, Aaron Dyer, released a very lengthy statement on his behalf. It said, quote, there was a gross overuse of military-level force as search warrants were executed at Mr. Combs' residences. There is no excuse for the excessive show of force and hostility exhibited by authorities or the way his children and employees were treated. Mr. Combs was never detained but spoke to and cooperated with authorities. Despite media speculation, neither Mr. Combs nor any of his family members have been arrested, nor has their ability to travel been restricted in any way. This unprecedented ambush, paired with an advanced, coordinated media presence, leads to a premature rush to judgment of Mr. Combs. There's nothing more than a witch hunt based on meritless accusations made in civil lawsuits. There has been no finding of criminal or civil liability with any of these allegations. Mr. Combs is innocent and will continue to fight every single day to clear his name. And we do want to point out what Dyer says in this statement is absolutely true. Neither Combs nor anyone from his family has been arrested, has been charged, and neither a court nor a jury has found him liable in the civil sense with respect to any of these lawsuits yet. However, we did cover a number of sidebars with experts, and I said this as well, that military level use of force could be understandable because there were allegations of unregistered firearms, shootings. These are big properties. You don't know what you're entering into. So as much as they are criticizing the raids, there could be an understanding of why that level of force was used. And talking about statements from Diddy, or maybe non-statements, since the raids, there are pictures and videos of Diddy around Miami that have surfaced, out and about, smiling, riding his bike, sitting in the sun. Not sure if that's a response or not, but what was curious is that he recently posted on Instagram the music video for his 1997 song Victory, where he's running from police with the caption Bad Boy for Life, referencing his hit song from 2001. Now, moving on, there is at least one person in Combs' inner circle who is locked up, his alleged drug mule, Brendan Paul. Paul was arrested on the same day as the raids at an airport in Miami for drug possession. He bonded out and has another hearing scheduled for April 24th. But you'll remember that Paul was mentioned by name several times in Jones' civil lawsuit. He says that Paul was in charge of procuring drugs for Combs and would often pack his carry-on luggage full of marijuana, cocaine, ecstasy, and more, allegedly so that Combs would have access to it at all times, no matter where he was. Paul, though, did not speak to police on the body cam video, and we reviewed that from his arrest, and he's made no public statement since then. We haven't seen it. But as Diddy seems to continue to live his life as normally as possible, his sons seem to be doing the same. Christian King Combs and Justin Dior Combs. They were both mentioned in Rodney Jones' lawsuit, with Justin actually being named as a defendant. Both men, by the way, were detained outside of Combs' house while agents got a handle on who might be at the property. They weren't arrested, they were just detained. But after the mention of Christian Combs in the lawsuit and the raids on the LA and Miami homes, Christian continued to post on Instagram seemingly regularly, including a post on his Instagram story that just said, quote, stop with the, and it's the blue cap emoji. Cap is slang for lying. Since that post, however, Jones' lawyers have filed a separate lawsuit on behalf of the woman allegedly assaulted by Christian Combs on a yacht in 2022, which was mentioned in the music producer's complaint. Grace O'Markey's lawsuit goes into much more detail about what she says happened to her while she was working as a steward. She claims that Christian forced her to take shots of liquor, which she believes were laced with drugs, and says that he touched her all over her body without permission, that she also claims that he tried to force her to perform oral sex on him, that she had to fight him back. And since those allegations came out, Christian has not yet addressed them publicly, however, but his lawyer has, Aaron Dyer. Again, he's representing Sean Combs too. So there was this statement that was released that called out Jones and O'Markey's lawyer, Tyrone Blackburn. It said, quote, this is just another lewd and meritless claim from Tyrone Blackburn, just like what he filed in the Rodney Jones lawsuit, which he still has not served. The complaint is filled with the same kind of manufactured lies and irrelevant facts we've come to expect from Blackburn. This is exactly why the federal judge in New York slapped him 2 days ago for a pattern of behavior in improperly filing cases of federal court to garner media attention, embarrass defendants with salacious allegations, and pressure defendants to settle quickly, and why he was referred to the disciplinary committee in the Southern District of New York. We will be filing a motion to dismiss this outrageous claim. And of course, we talked about that in a previous sidebar, all these issues surrounding Blackburn. He was referred to the grievance committee. But one of the people that is publicly defending Sean Combs, and I will tell you, we don't really see it, is Stevie J. This is an award-winning producer, music producer, who has been friends with Combs for decades. And he was actually recently seen in Miami riding on a golf cart with Combs. In fact, Stevie J says that he was inside the Miami house when Homeland Security agents raided it back in March. In an interview with Fox 5 New York, Stevie J said, quote, my man would never break the law. We're law-abiding citizens. That's what we do. You know, this is another crucifixion of a black man. But Stevie J was mentioned in Rodney Jones' lawsuit in connection with allegations of grooming. Yes, Jones says that he is a heterosexual male, but claims that Combs kept trying to coerce him into having sex with men. Combs allegedly showed Jones a video of two men having sex and claimed that one of the men was Stevie J, a person that fellow music producer Jones looked up to and admired. Jones claims that Combs was using this video to try to groom Jones. And it was never confirmed that the video actually showed Stevie J, who dismissed the allegations by saying that Jones and his attorneys are just trying to make money. But Stevie J also shared a video on Instagram with the caption, "This is what a real Diddy party looks like." The pre-produced video features several celebrities, including Dr. Dre, Jay-Z, Kobe Bryant, the Kardashians, like they're arriving on a red carpet event. But now let's talk about somebody else. Lucian Grange, the CEO of Universal Music Group. So he and UMG are named as defendants in the Rodney Jones lawsuit. They are accused of aiding and abetting Sean Combs' purported sex trafficking and abuse. But attorneys for UMG and Grange have called the claims, quote, offensively false. And they say that Tyrone Blackburn knowingly filed false allegations without the slightest factual or legal basis. In fact, one of the lawyers, Donald Zakarin, wrote, "A license to practice law is a privilege. Mr. Blackburn, plaintiff's lawyer, has misused that license to self-promote gratuitously, falsely, and recklessly accusing the UMG defendants of criminal behavior." Now, Justin Combs is also named as a defendant in Jones' lawsuit. Accuses him of sex trafficking and possibly participating in a shooting at a recording studio. So a representative for Justin Combs responded, told CNN in a statement, quote, "Justin Combs categorically denies these absurd allegations. They are all lies. This is a clear example of a desperate person taking desperate measures in hopes of a payday. There will be legal consequences for all defamatory statements made about the Combs family."
It should
As far as
be.
we could tell, though, nothing from Justin Combs
But if they
directly, publicly
come up
responding
to
to
they
these
can
allegations.
charge.
There is someone who did, though, because some of the people referenced in these lawsuits are not actually identified. Instead, the name is redacted, and it's almost as if the filing is giving clues to who these people may be. So, for example, Jones' lawsuit says Combs had a sexual relationship with a rapper from Philadelphia who dated Nicki Minaj, and that this rapper consorted with underage girls and sex workers. Well, turns out that online sleuths have narrowed that down to Meek Mill, who promptly went on a rant on X, formerly known as Twitter, about how he is not a homosexual. Most of those tweets have been deleted now, but a post from April 8th, before Jones filed his amended complaint, Meek says that he wants all the evidence to come out and swears he's not a part of the freak or coke part of the industry. He says he's not a heathen and wants to know how his name even got brought up in the first place. And keeping with that idea of people who are mentioned in the suit but not named as defendants, let's talk about Daphne Joy. She is the ex of rapper 50 Cent, who's been quite vocal and critical of Diddy after these raids. They've had an ongoing feud for years, but Joy was named in the Jones lawsuit as someone who was one of the
Did you know that you could get $50,000 to over $150,000 of investment capital at 0% interest?
participants in Diddy's sex trafficking and freak off sex sessions, and that she would receive money for sex. Well, Joy responded to the allegations in an Instagram post, writing, quote, "I am deeply hurt by the lies in Rodney Jones' lawsuit. The claim that I am a sex worker is 100% false and character assassination. I am retaining an attorney to explore all legal remedies against both Rodney and his attorney." So another person threatening legal action. But she's not the only one. No, Combs' ex-girlfriend, Young Miami, who Jones listed as one of the people that Combs claimed was also a sex worker, denied the allegations too, writing on Instagram, "I'm not a prostitute. I never sold," there's an emoji to describe or reference a female's private area. "I never sold that a day in my life, and I hate how this is getting spun." Then you have Instagram model Jade Ramey, who Jones claimed in his lawsuit was also one of the people that Diddy allegedly bragged about paying to be a sex worker. She's fired back through her publicist, Ramey told Entertainment Tonight in a statement, quote, dating someone doesn't directly correlate to any of the false allegations made. Yes, I dated someone. How unfortunate we've entered a time where caring for someone or falling in love is worthy of scrutiny in the court of public opinion. What may be amusing for you is real life for others, and my feelings have never been for entertainment, nor are they up for discussion. We need to be more conscious as a society when ridiculing people's lives and relationships merely for enjoyment. I appreciate everyone's kind messages and support during this time. So that is a collection of some of these responses. And look, as these civil cases move forward, I would be very interested to see if any of these people are called as witnesses, what they would say on the stand, whether or not it would be favorable to Jones's claims or not, and whether they are going to take legal action in response to this. But as these cases and as the investigation progress, I am sure we will see a lot more reactions. Jonathan Oddie. Now, that name may seem familiar to you, and I will explain why. But what I'm also going to do is try to break down and possibly debunk the connection between this man and Combs, but maybe not. Because as wild as some of his claims were, they may make sense now. We'll talk about that. The reason I say all of this is because after several bombshell lawsuits were filed against Combs, accusing him of sexual assault, physical violence, human trafficking, after federal agents raided his homes, reportedly pursuant to an ongoing sex trafficking investigation, all of these numerous videos and social media posts and old interviews and more, they've all popped up, particularly in the last 2 weeks, people trying to make some connections between what he said or people said and these allegations. Now, to be clear, Combs has not been charged with any crimes connected to this raid, but as charges may be on the horizon and the investigation continues, there is something that has surfaced. This police interrogation of a man who allegedly opened fire inside of one of former President Donald Trump's hotels, Jonathan Oddie. What is his connection to Diddy? Or should I say perceived connection to Diddy? Let me give you a little background. Now, you might remember back in 2018, a man went into the Trump National Doral Miami Hotel and Resort in the middle of the night and went on a rampage. The state attorney's office says that Jonathan Oddie fired shots inside the lobby and toward the chandelier on the ceiling, then draped a giant American flag across the hotel's front desk. He allegedly walked around breaking items like computer monitors, throwing things around the lobby. When police officers arrived and confronted him, there was a shootout. Oddie seemingly tried to make a run for it, but he had been shot in the leg. He didn't get very far. Police found him hiding. They took him into custody. Oddie was taken to the hospital with 3 gunshot wounds, 2 in one leg, 1 in the other. And while at the hospital, Oddie reportedly made several bizarre statements and asked repeatedly to speak with the FBI, Secret Service, CIA, the media. When Oddie appeared before a judge, he didn't make any kind of wild outburst, but he seemingly admitted to committing at least one of the crimes he's charged with.
1 count of aggravated assault with a firearm, 1 count of armed burglary with a battery or an assault, 1 count of armed criminal mischief causing damages greater than $1,000, 1 count of armed grand theft, and 1 count of making a false fire alarm offense. So those are the charges. Sir, do you have any money to pay for your own private attorney?
I will request as of now that the court grants me an attorney. I do have funds to pay for my attorney, but I haven't had time to meet with him yet. So I don't know if they're going to take my case or not.
Given the serious nature of these charges, I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you for this preliminary first appearance hearing. Well, it's very clear. It says surveillance footage and witness accounts corroborate that the defendant discharged a handgun multiple times at the arriving city of Doral Police Department and Miami-Dade Police Department law enforcement officers. So that even though it doesn't specifically state 5, it does mention that there were more than, I believe, 2 uniformed officers, in addition to the unarmed security guard who threatened to kill as well. And there was damages greater than $1,000 at the Trump National Doral, because it says it was over 30,000. So anything else?
Well, unclear. Well, like I said, there's unclear. There's not a number specifically listed. There could have been 1 officer on one side and 1 officer on the other, and that's officers in general and plural. As far as
And I don't think I didn't see necessarily the alarm pushing, but that might have to push alarm.
It's not specifically mentioned here, although. Okay. You know, sir, everything's being recorded, just so you know. If you want to speak, it's fine. I'm happy to listen. Your attorney turned the microphone off, though. Probably a wise move.
Despite having happened so many years ago, though, Adi's case has still not yet gone to trial. The next in-person status update at the Miami-Dade County Courthouse is scheduled for April 19th. So with all that in mind.
And then that's how you know it's the truth, because he was in interrogation room and out of nowhere, to get out of the crime, he brought up P. Diddy and all the stuff.
What does this all have to do with Diddy? Well,
go to jail.
After Adi was released from the hospital while still wearing what appears to be a hospital gown, Adi did interviews with law enforcement, including the Secret Service. And we have part of that interrogation. And I will tell you right now, he says some bizarre stuff, okay? After talking about various kinds of conspiracy theories,
how it go.
Adi asks this one thing out of the blue.
Do you know Sean Combs?
Puff Daddy.
Yeah.
P. Diddy, whatever you call himself these days. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he's part of what's called the Boule. The Boule is a branch of the Illuminati.
Okay.
It's the black.
Okay, first thing to talk about here. The Boule is a real thing. It is the senior leadership of Sigma Pi Phi fraternity, the oldest postgraduate fraternity founded by and for Black men. It was a secret society in its beginning, but now has chapters all over the United States. This is an organization for Black professionals already experienced in their careers, and Sean Diddy Combs is sometimes rumored to have been a member of Sigma Pi Phi, but no indication that he is. Now, a little later in this interview, Adi says he settled a lawsuit with Combs, but doesn't really go into detail. This is when he starts to create a web of people that he believes are involved in a larger conspiracy.
I had settlement with Sean, okay? And he belongs to that agenda. That's why he's so famous. They land all the contracts. It's these attorneys, which are Mark Garagos and Ben Mercedes. Ben Mercedes worked for Bad Boy Entertainment for 4 years and worked for Hillary Rodman for 5. Okay.
So Mark Garagos and Ben Masalis might be names you recognize. They are well-known legal partners who have represented celebrities like Michael Jackson, Chris Brown, Winona Ryder, Colin Kaepernick, Jussie Smollett. Now, Mark Garagos has helped Combs fight legal battles before. In fact, in 2015, the Los Angeles County District Attorney decided not to file felony charges against Combs.
Modern food science has literally created thousands of artificial chemical ingredients that never existed before.
After he reportedly assaulted a football coach at UCLA with a kettlebell weight. Now, Combs' son, Justin, was on the team. The coach reportedly sent him home from practice. It was all a big mess. Ben Masalis, though, he has an even closer relationship with Combs. He was actually a Bad Boy Entertainment intern back when it was Bad Boy Records. Ben and his father, Kenny, were honored at a Variety magazine event called Power of Law back in 2019, and Combs was there to speak about them. Ben Masalis also took the podium and had some kind words for Combs. He said, quote, Sean Combs gave me an internship which changed my life when I was in high school. For those who don't know, Bad Boy Records is the SEAL Team 6 of internships. It prepared me for everything being under Puff's tutelage, which is why I think when judges yell at me, it's nothing compared to Puff. He talked about joining up with Mark Garagos after he graduated from Georgetown, saying he believed Garagos truly liked him because, quote, no matter how hard he yelled at me, I was willing to take it based on everything I had experienced with Puffy. Okay, so Adi knows that Garagos and Masalis are connected with Combs, but the agenda that they're supposedly pushing is unclear at this point in the interview. But then Adi drops a bombshell. So, in a 2023 lawsuit, Cassie, whose real name is Cassandra Ventura, she sued Sean Combs. She claimed that the rapper just supplied her with drugs, forced her to participate in group sex with prostitutes. She says that the sessions were often filmed. Okay, this is what she alleged in 2023. That lawsuit was settled. But now listen to what Adi says. Again, before this lawsuit was ever filed, before any of these details that she alleged were made public, listen to what he said.
I had sex with Cassie and Sean. Basically, he would masturbate and tell me what to do with Cassie. I had like 15 encounters, and I heard a lot of business. Because what they would do is Sean talks a lot on the phone and on TV with speakers and stuff, and I was like a sex slave. Okay, for them, that's what I was. That's all. All right.
That is eerie. That is eerie. But not only that, Adi says he got an STD from the encounter and sued.
I caught herpes, and I came back and I sued him for the herpes and won. But they did. Mark Garibos and Ben Mercedes were his attorneys, okay? And Christopher Leon's here was my attorney. They asked me to turn in that, which was the video recording, and I did so. They gave it back to me accidentally, and it's possible I threw everything out. It's possible I can produce a copy.
Of course, this was years before Cassie filed a lawsuit against Combs, so the investigators aren't really sure what Adi is talking about, and they move on. But knowing what we know now about the allegations that Cassie made and others made, Adi's statement seems to corroborate some of what she said, right? Remember, Cassie said she would be forced to have sex with escorts or prostitutes. Adi, who describes himself as an investor and entrepreneur, is also reportedly a former stripper and porn actor. Could it be that he was working as an escort in the Miami area when Cassie claims the session happened? But during the interview, Adi often makes references to a cabal of rich people who have agendas. He claims the hip-hop world had its own goal.
The hip-hop agenda is an agenda to move drugs all over the United States. They move, you need to inform the DEA. They move all the dope, okay, all the dope on private jets, which don't get screened by
customs,
by DEA, inside the United States. Okay, they move what's called high grade powder MDMA. They move cocaine and they move liquid cocaine in the bottles too. Okay, so they put the liquid cocaine in the bottles and they move it. I've seen the liquid cocaine. I've drank it myself, having sex with Diddy and Cassie. Okay, it's not good. He drinks it all the time.
This particular statement brings your attention to multiple allegations in Cassie's lawsuit, as well as a lawsuit that was filed by Rodney Jones, Little Rod Jones, the former music producer for Diddy. They both talk about rampant drug use within Combs' inner circle. Now, Jones's filing says that Combs' chief of staff, Christina Coram, required all employees to walk around with a fanny pack filled with cocaine, GHB, ecstasy or MDMA, marijuana gummies, and something called Tucci or pink cocaine. It actually doesn't contain any actual cocaine. It's apparently a mixture of ketamine, MDMA, and caffeine. Adi again mentions an alleged lawsuit settlement between himself and Combs, but really doesn't get the chance to elaborate further.
I've had a great life. I've settled $4.125 million with Diddy. Okay, but he's scared that I was exposed.
I don't want to talk about Diddy right now. I want to talk about you. Help me understand you.
By the way, we have found no evidence that Combs paid Adi $5 million. Just want to be clear about that. But that is what Adi has to say about Combs in his interrogation. But how does this all connect back to a shootout at a hotel? Well, it seems Adi is making the connection between Combs and his lawyers and then presidential candidate Donald Trump. Adi had made many pro-Trump statements and seemed to believe that the attorneys were trying to take him down. So he decided that the American flag draped across the front desk of a hotel would send some sort of message. Now, while some of what Adi had to say seems to correlate with the new investigation into Combs or these new allegations asserted against Combs, we do need to take everything with a very large grain of salt, because Adi is not the most reliable narrator. Here's another portion of his interview.
They've been promoting a hate agenda against Trump. So people hate him, okay, because they know he is very alpha, okay, very alpha in the sense that he likes money, he likes to make money, and he likes women, and they know they want to be famous in certain ways with Stormy, with other people, because they want him out of the government, okay? but it ain't happening because it's too smart for them. You understand what I'm saying?
You're trying to, right?
Don is intelligent. We have a similar type of intelligence and overview of things. The only thing is he's not seeing that Hillary is a distant cousin of his and Obama have a different plan for him. You understand? No offense with Obama. I love each and every American, but he was part of that 9/11 agenda. He's a CIA agent, an ex-CIA agent. That's why there's so much identity issues with Obama. Who knows his real name? They say he was born in Indonesia and he's also born in Hawaii. Nobody knows why, because he's an ex-CIA agent. Okay. Basically, Osama bin Laden never existed. It was a creation of the CIA, and it was Obama in the cave talking and looking like an Arab. And then they bombed the Twin Towers. Okay, so my problem is I'm here to expose each and single one of them to the American public for the crimes committed on September 11th, 2001.
Wild stuff. I know. But
the thing is, it
could
sounds
there
crazy
be
though, right?
some truth sprinkled in with all of that conspiracy talk?
Shit
Could the
show.
feds be talking to Adi and finding out what he knows about Combs and his operation? As I said, Adi's still facing charges in Miami with the next scheduled hearing for a couple weeks from now. Interesting to think about. All right, that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. As always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak.
This shit ain't overnight, that's a whole lot of flips. This shit ain't overnight, took a whole lot of trips. This shit ain't overnight, gotta learn and get your grip. This shit ain't come overnight, it just look like this. This shit ain't overnight, been through so much shit in my life. The gun colder than ice, that blade sharp cut you like a knife. Always have my own little thing, let them get on feed me with a slice. We was grinding all night just to make them turnovers precise. I had to sacrifice, I had to cut some ties, minimize. I had to realize, I use my real eyes, see through the lies. Club going live, strange guys, say FBI, notify the guys. I swear they had the nerve, think I was high. This shit ain't overnight, that's a whole lot of flips. This shit ain't overnight, took a whole lot of trips. This shit ain't overnight, gotta learn and get your grip. This shit ain't come overnight, it just look like this. Blood, sweat, and tears, I lost peers to face my fears. Learn to protect my grip, living on the edge so many years. When you living life in a fast lane, gotta know when to shift the gears. Gotta decode everything I hear in my ears, so severe. This shit ain't overnight, that's a whole lot of flips. This shit ain't overnight, took a whole lot of trips. This shit ain't overnight, gotta learn and get your grip. This shit ain't come overnight, it just look like this.
As soon as I get you to the police department, man, we'll get them things off of you, okay?
Have a seat for me. Yeah. Help? I got you. Well, I have news. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you can still put your head in there. It's okay. All right, man. Thank you so very, very much.
You buckle?
Yeah, let's buckle her in and make sure she's okay.
I'm gonna reach right in front of you here real quick.
Please.
All right, here.
Thank you, ma'am.
Excuse me. Yep, thank you. Nice and snug. You got it?
Once in the back of the squad, Ann starts talking.
So I can address you by your name and everything else, okay? All right.
I did whatever you're here for.
I'm sorry?
I did whatever you're here for.
Okay. What will that be?
Our group.
Okay.
My sister knows nothing about it.
Okay.
Ann maintains her sister knows nothing about the robbery.
She knows absolutely nothing. She's in. She's in the code.
Okay. Be advised at 15:05 hours, subject in custody openly admitted that she knew why we were here, and it was the R group robbery.
Then, very quietly, Ann whispers, "I'm a thief."
And then so
After that, the officer promises Ann she'll be able to go to the bathroom soon.
be around with her with my PD right from the beginning. 30178.9, 30178.9. Okay. Well, ma'am, well, I'm going to get you to a where you can use the restroom here real quick, okay? Do what, ma'am?
I hope so.
Yes, ma'am. And I promise you, everyone that we talk with you are going to be just as polite, respectful as I am, okay?
Ann Mayers was booked on charges of aggravated robbery with a firearm and tampering with evidence. She's being held on $100,000 bond. Reporting for Law and Crime,
With the Ninja Thirsty Drink System, choose or combine any of our flavors. Pick still or sparkling, flavor intensity, and size. And the Ninja Thirsty will...
She looks like she should be in her 60s, possibly 70s.
A bank heist Friday in Fairfield Township ended with the 73-year-old woman, Ann Mayers, in jail and in front of a judge today.
All right, Ms. Mayers, you're charged with aggravated robbery. That's a felony of the first degree. Also tampering with evidence, felony of the third degree. The first degree felony can carry up to 11 years in prison if you're found guilty. The third degree felony can carry an additional 5 at maximum penalty if found guilty.
Fairfield Township Police say Mayers walked into the R Group Credit Union off of Route 4 just before 2 o'clock Friday afternoon, showed the bank teller her gun, and demanded cash.
It is charged as a F1. It's my understanding that she brought a loaded firearm into the R Group Financial Credit Union Bank. It robbed the individuals. The weapon was displayed. It was loaded.
The prosecutor says Mayers does not have a criminal history, but adds this was a serious crime and has asked for a significant bond.
I'm going to set your bond on the F1 at $75,000.
I have no money to pay a bond.
Property. All right. On the F3, it's going to be $25,000, so a total of $100,000.
We would ask if somehow she makes bond that she not return to the R Group Bank. I don't have any bond money, so I will be posting bond.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app.
Tonight, Fairfield Township Police arrested a 74-year-old woman after a brazen bank robbery this afternoon. Police say that she held the teller at gunpoint and demanded cash. It happened at the R Group Credit Union off of Route 4 just after 1 p.m. today. Officers identifying the suspect as 74-year-old Ann Mayers and arrested her at her home in Hamilton. Fairfield police say she admitted to the crime. The 74-year-old is charged with aggravated robbery and tampering with evidence. She's being held in the Butler County Jail.
Six before I'm out with ATD. That plate is the N35 John Paul. All right, guys, what you got for me? Did you see anybody come in or out of the house or anything? Or
No, is that vehicle there?
yes, sir. It is. It's parked in the driveway in Plainview.
Jared, go to the perimeter. Let's go more. When she comes out, she is armed.
Yeah.
Two males in the backyard. Up here, unarmed. They're trying to get back to the place or something. I'm going to go back and start typing the search warrant.
Just hang out on the perimeter as long as you know we're okay. This is that was in case something happens, we're good. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God. Somebody's here?
Yes, ma'am. Come to me.
Hi. Hands, I'm sorry.
Come
You
here.
said hands.
Please, ma'am.
Let's see.
Come here for a second. Okay.
You got pat me down? You sweating?
I'll tell you what. Nope, that's good enough.
Okay.
If I'm just going to take the flat of my hand
Yeah. Go right ahead, darling.
and just,
What did I do?
well, that's what we're trying to find out what's going on here because, ma'am, come here.
And she was in the house and she just came out. We're shoveling sand. I'm coming. Oh my God.
Can you go over there by those officers for me, please, ma'am?
Me or her? And
I want you, please, ma'am, if you could.
she can't hear. I don't hear well. I can't hear over here.
Okay. Ma'am, do you have any weapons on you?
Lord, no.
Okay.
What did we do?
Okay. Yeah, I want you over there for me, please. Thank you. Thank you so very much, ma'am.
My car's locked.
That's okay. Stay out for a second, okay?
Me?
Yes, ma'am.
No offense, but if you still think stocks, real estate, or crypto are the best passive income investment,
I just got off the phone with IT.
6 report back for event. King, Mary, Henry, David, 3-5, Lincoln Henry, 6, 3 Union, 1-5, 8-4, 5-7. All right, just hang out for a second, ladies. We'll explain something. We'll explain here in just 1 minute, okay? I appreciate it. Thank you.
I wish I had no water.
It's okay. Sure thing. There. You guys want to start talking? Or what? You guys want to start talking to her? What, the Sarge or what? Sarge said wait. Okay. They say he was heading back into his Sergeant Veal on his way.
He said something about doing a search warrant and all that. He said,
okay. Well, we can at least start talking to them, all right? Yeah, have Sarge. I promise you we'll explain everything here in a moment, okay, ladies? Appreciate it. Thank you so very much.
My grandson is in Garfield High School. He gets out at 3:30. I usually pick him up.
Okay.
He is old enough to walk, so don't get me, but I baby him.
All right.
Are you available on the arbor?
So you guys roomies or?
Yeah, my sister.
Okay.
She owns the house.
Okay.
I take care of the outside.
Caroline State Court for
That's what I'm doing.
21-644.
Go ahead.
But I copied us one letter off of what mattress is in. I just want to confirm in the middle it was 6 Edward Union 15.
Let me walk back up to it here. King, Mary, Henry David, 35 Lincoln, Henry 6, Edward Union, 158457.
Okay, that matches the plate on this overhead there.
Who's the RO on that?
And Mayor's 74-year-old female, white female, girls right here.
Thank you. Well, it's definitely a good day for lawn work, but just like I said, give us a minute.
Yeah, I have my strawberries. I just have to fill in. I'm doing potatoes. There's too much sand. We had a swivel there.
Oh, I get it.
Oh, you want to get in my car?
Here in a second, ma'am, I'm going to ask you, but I want to let you know what's going on here first in a minute, okay?
Mine's there.
Yeah.
My keys are behind the door in.
Okay.
Mine are.
You guys won't have any calls out on this block tonight, will you?
I don't know. Isn't that the rendezvous people? No. Huh? I thought that was the rendezvous people. Rendezvous? Yeah, the ones that sit out here every day. No.
So,
It's furniture.
Hmm?
It's furniture.
Mhm.
I don't know. Brandon said he's on his way. I don't know if he wants us to wait. I don't know
yeah,
if he wants to.
kind of. I mean, she's already willing to private conversation. I already understand. So,
I don't.
and that way we can release them. We'll be releasing you guys here in a minute, okay? Thank you so very much for helping. Just hang tight for a minute. We'll be releasing you out of here in a minute, okay? So we're releasing you guys. You can let you clear out of here in a minute.
Oh, I thought you were talking about this.
No.
No.
Not right now. Okay, just hang tight for a minute.
Somebody go with me in the house so I can pee.
Man, I just kind of want you to hang out for a minute, okay?
Take it back to the PD.
Okay. All right. So, real quick, ma'am. This is Detective Uri Dutra, Officer Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
We want to talk to you about an issue that happened today.
Okay.
At this point in time, though, I'm going to take you into custody. If you
Okay.
could please turn around, put your hands behind your back for me, okay?
Yeah.
Just like you're praying. Are there any guns in the house, ma'am? I'll explain this here in 1 minute. Okay, I promise. Just give me a minute, okay?
There are 22.
Okay.
There's a couple that don't work.
Okay.
Old my mom and dad's guns. You go to 22? Rifle.
Hey, I'm trying to call you.
Is that too tight on you, ma'am? Okay, I want to make sure you're okay. And I promise you we'll get everything situated here in 1 minute, okay? I promise.
Is anyone else in the house? Is anyone else in the house?
No.
Okay. Are there any dogs or pets or anything like that in there? Because we don't want them getting out or anything, okay?
Dog, no pets.
All right. Okay.
My mom and dad passed away.
Okay.
Where am I going?
Into one of these cars, you're going to find out which one, Sarge.
Come here, so say it'll be all right.
It's Premier Stebbins.
What?
Huh?
I don't know.
Here, come here.
No,
All
I
right,
want to
here.
know what.
Well, we're going to explain here in a minute, okay? Yeah, they're going to explain it to you in a second. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
What are you doing, sister?
I'm not going to do this.
My sister is out here.
Okay. So we're going to wait. We're taking you to the police department. There's some people that want to talk to you, okay?
All right.
And that way is we can explain everything and go that way. I just don't want to step on their toes, okay?
All right.
Are this going to be okay on you? Those all right?
Yeah, they're fine.
Okay.
I got popsicles.
All right. I just want you to be careful. And I know you're not going to try running from me, but you know what? I'm clumsy, and
Look at
sometimes
my
I have a hard
knees.
time.
Do I look like I could run?
No, I'm saying I know you're not, but I'm just holding on to you because I don't want you to fall, man.
No, I don't want to follow you.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and unlock my back door for me.
Oh, I got my
Yeah, you're all right. It's all good. All right. Can you just pat her down real quick one more time for me? Because I just did a quick.
Vehicle for you, okay? All right, you put it on the curb for me. Thank you. We'll go ahead and stay right there. Nothing on you, right? And you're not going to stick my foot in nothing like that? Nothing in your bra? You get my tug here?
I don't care.
Thank you. Okay? Nothing in your shoes, no socks, something like that?
I don't
No? Okay. You care if I look up for you anyway,
anything but.
As soon as I get you to the police department, man, we'll get them things off of you, okay?
Have a seat for me. Help? I got you.
No, I have news.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you guys okay? Put your head in there. It's okay. All right, man. Thank you so very, very much.
You buckle?
Yeah, let's buckle her in and make sure she's okay,
Right in front of you here real quick.
please.
All right, you here.
Thank you, ma'am.
Excuse me. Yep, thank you. Nice and sun. You got it? Yes. Okay.
Be pinging at me. This is just so I can address you by your name and everything else, okay? All right.
I did whatever you're here for.
I'm sorry?
I did whatever you're here for.
Okay. What would that be?
Our group.
Okay.
My sister knows nothing about it.
Okay. 21 Paul 644.
She knows absolutely nothing. She's in.
Okay, great.
She's in the cold.
Okay. Be advised at 15:05 hours, subject in custody, openly admitted that she knew why we were here, and it was the R group robbery. And then okay. Be around with her with my PD right from the beginning. 30178.9, 30178.9. Okay. Well, ma'am, well, I'm going to get you to a where you can use the restroom here real quick, okay? Do what, ma'am?
I hope so.
Yes, ma'am. And I promise you, everyone that we talk with you are going to be just as polite, respectful as I am, okay?
Thanks for checking out the Local 12 YouTube channel. Click the links and tap subscribe to get notified anytime.
I mean, she stole a candy bar once, but other than that, she's never stolen anything and doesn't really know why she did it.
Masked up for a holdup. Police say Ann Mayers was armed as she demanded money at a Fairfield bank. Surveillance cameras captured the crime Friday afternoon. Mayers got away with $500. Police tracked her down within an hour and a half at her house in Hamilton. Her motivation? Possibly desperation. Sergeant Brandon McCroskey tells me the woman had recently been scammed out of thousands of dollars from someone online. Police say before this, she had no criminal history.
I don't think her sister really thought she was serious.
But she was so serious, McCroskey says she tried to hide her identity by taking the license plate off her car and trying to remove a bumper sticker. When police arrested Mayers, they found the money and the gun, which McCroskey says was loaded.
Are you a martial arts school owner or manager, tirelessly juggling multiple tools to run your business? Do you find yourself overwhelmed by the complexity of managing schedules?
The FBI reports a staggering $3.4 billion has been lost by senior citizens to various financial scams. This 74-year-old woman says she was a victim, and cops say she tried to fix her financial woes by robbing a bank. Amber Cogliano has her story.
Police are on the hunt looking for an armed bank robber. Could this elderly woman be their suspect?
Ma'am, do you have any weapons on you?
Lord, no. She sure doesn't look like a bank robber. But within minutes, 74-year-old Ann Mayers, a retired housekeeper, admits she is who they're looking for.
I did whatever you're here for.
I'm sorry?
I did whatever you're here for.
The evidence seems rock solid. Look at the surveillance video. She calmly walks to the teller at a savings and loan in her hometown of Fairfield, Ohio, and demands money. She's holding a gun in her bag. She made off with just $500.
When I arrived at the bank, started looking at video, was not expecting to see a 74-year-old woman that was the bank robber. It was kind of a surprise.
Ann Mayers is hoping authorities show some sympathy because she says she's also a crime victim. She says she had been driven to desperation because she was cheated out of her life savings by a scammer. In fact, the FBI just issued an alert saying scams against seniors are on the rise. Seniors lost $3.4 billion due to scams last year, up 14%. Just the other day, the nation was shocked when a phone scammer convinced this elderly man that the Uber driver was there to pick up a bag of cash. He shot her to death, but she was completely innocent.
As for the grandma accused of robbing a bank, she will remain behind bars until her first court appearance. Also tonight, we have new developments in the case of a woman who prosecutors say robbed a bank at gunpoint. 74-year-old Ann Mayers has been indicted now on felony charges of robbery and tampering with evidence. Detectives say that Mayers admitted to robbing the credit union in Fairfield Township last month. When they searched her car, they found a revolver and almost $600.
Gang shootings took place in Brooklyn. One of the victims, a 22-month-old boy, killed during a cookout in Bed-Stuy.
The search warrant simultaneously, well, again, at the attorney's direction, we can now look to the civil suits for clues. And one of them, for me, is that several of these victims alleged that Mr. Combs and his associates videotaped these sexual encounters. So that is exactly the kind of evidence that you would want to go to someone's home to see if you could find. So I would expect that that was probably included in the search warrants, both at the same time, because once you hit one house, the subject knows that you're probably going to hit the other houses looking for the same stuff. So you're better off doing them if you have probable cause in two locations, you're better off doing them at once. And finally, you know, the roundhouse swing he took at the show of force, really kind of classic defense attorney tactics to try to turn around a bad press day. But in fact, Mr. Combs has a long history of being investigated for things like assaults, harassment, threatening people with baseball bats and kettlebells and things like that. And the way it works in law enforcement is when you are planning a search warrant, if you have any information, and it doesn't have to be a criminal conviction, just intelligence that indicates that someone who's going to be at that residence may have a violent history or have armed themselves against people in the past, you're going to automatically qualify that search warrant or classify it as armed and dangerous. And that classification alone brings an additional level of protection, of tactical preparedness to ensure that there's no problems, that everything is done in as safe a way as possible.
The feds raided several of Diddy's mansions in April of 2024. The suspected locations for all of these infamous freak-offs. Based on Lil Rod's court filings, they believe that every corner of Diddy's multi-million-dollar homes is bugged. Now, they walked out of Diddy's homes with surveillance cameras and laptops. Now, once they decrypt that data, Diddy's going to go on trial for sex crimes dating back to the 90s.
If it's true that they found a lot of weapons at his homes,
What do you think this could mean?
Well, what happens here is that the federal government started the case with him. Apparently, the search warrant that had his houses in Miami and LA was pre-planned already. They knew they were going to do that. So they have a much bigger case. Right now with the guns, they're going to check them. They're going to trace them, see if they were used in any crimes. They're going to go over anything about the cooperators that are cooperating with them. They're going to be talking to a lot of people about certain criminal acts that he might have committed, and then go from there.
Experts are going on record to say the sex crimes are just the tip of the iceberg. Finally, a tip Diddy don't like. Now, the man's managed to get away with serious assault charges, possession charges, and criminal acts for years now. While the feds might have executed search warrants for sex crimes, they also discovered illegal firearms at Diddy's mansion too.
To the shooting that night.
Well, I get the phone call. It was like, late at night, and I was told to get to the Midtown North Precinct because they already had, I didn't go to the scene of the shooting at first because they already had picked up Puffy and J-Lo and Shine. And I was told to go to the precinct, which I did. And when I got there, I think all the attorneys applauded me. Ed Hayes, Harvey Slovis, all the guys were there. Because I knew right away, because they had a barricade up where the attorneys to wait outside. As soon as I got there, I knew it, that these guys were like, they were waiting for their clients. They were right at the scene. And then when I saw Chief King, I remember his name. He was the duty chief. He was like, Derek, you're in charge. Like, I'm just going to assist you. You tell me what you need to get done. But it really wasn't my case. It was the squad's case. It was the Midtown South squad because it occurred on their land and their jurisdiction. Even though we were at the North, Midtown North, we had to go back to Midtown South. But by then, Matt McDonough's got involved. The DA, he was kind of difficult to deal with. But he got involved, and then he took over the investigation with the Midtown South squad. Okay. I just really assisted them.
Speaking of which, the feds are also looking into reopening some of Diddy's old cases. Now, most notably, the 1999 shooting. Now, Shine's already served time for the incident, but according to recent court findings, Diddy orchestrated the whole thing.
Introducing the Artista Studio Desk. It features an adjustable full 88 keyboard tray that, when fully extended, allows you full access.
And was convicted for her injuries. A man already did time for her injuries. You understand? If they would have to go back and see that if there was ballistic tests done on Jennifer Lopez, on Puffy, God bless the dead, on Wolf, did they do ballistic tests? And then see if they did ballistic tests and Puff had gunpowder on him, you understand? Why didn't the police go through with charging him? Why didn't the police charge him? She could say that now, and she said that I don't take nothing from the victim. I don't take nothing from the victim. But her lawyer should have advocated. I know Puff and Shine, they had the same charges. But like I said before, and like Shine said also, Shine said this also, because it's true. Puff had witnesses that come in to testify against Shine and say they saw Shine do the shooting.
Now, it might be hard to try Diddy for the case, and Shine already served 10 years for it. But reportedly, the feds had new information that might get Diddy locked up. According to the music mogul's former associates, he bribed several witnesses then to name it Shine as the shooter.
Oh, you know what? Rap was different back then. When Puffy was out, I call him Puffy, then you call him P. Diddy now. When he was out, a lot of the cases that he had problems with people when he went out to clubs or people in the music industry. It was something that was expected back then, because you got to remember, this was a different time. It was in the 90s going into the 2000s where rap music was really exploding into the major music industry, becoming a big phenomenon. Rap took over pop music and everything else. What happened, like I said, P. Diddy he was involved in a lot of stuff. So I got called because I had created this hip hop squad. The chief and the commissioner wanted somebody to deal who was knowledgeable of the violent acts in the rap community. They didn't understand that there were so many problems in this rap community with rappers being perpetrators, being victims, and things such as that. So he wanted me to create a unit to deal with them. So I had to be out at night, at bars, at clubs, at concerts, and things like that. Not putting cases on them or following them, but to look out to make sure that there was no violence or how I could try to quell the violence in this community.
Is Diddy's temper really as bad as what we hear?
I never saw Diddy's temper like that, but I didn't work closely with him in business. When he dealt with me, it was more professional level where I'm the detective and he's the guy who's under arrest. And he was always good with me. He and I talked and he was cooperative. He didn't say much to me because he had attorneys at the time, but I never had a problem with him. I always had to arrest him or to facilitate his arrest in the precincts when he got involved in the Club New York shooting and when he got into the Steve Stout investigation with MTV and a few other things that they called me on. People always labeled me as Diddy's detective because every time something happened with him, they called me.
They labeled you Diddy's detective?
Yeah.
Wow. Anything, we hear about these allegations involving sex trafficking. Was there ever anything that you saw back then that gave you pause?
No, I never saw Puffy or P. Diddy dealing with the sex trafficking allegations. That never happened with us. It was more where he got involved in such an assault or a shooting that he was involved with. But it was different back then again, as I told you. The rap music was different than it is now. Now things are a lot different. You have social media. You have a lot of these rappers that are coming out on social media now, and they're more important than old school rappers.
Yeah.
So, and we're having so many of them.
Right.
So there's so many cases, and social media brings out a lot of things, and especially with the rap music industry, as far as these beefs, these wars that they have, these disputes. They come out more frequently now.
Laura's been looking all day trying to figure out where P. Diddy is. I mean, you've been working all sorts of sources.
Right.
And do you have any? I mean, do you think he's a flight risk?
I don't think he's a flight risk because he has high-powered attorneys. So he's not going to go far, but he's probably staying at an undisclosed location, laying low until his lawyers advise him.
The hip-hop cop revealed that there was a special unit called a rap unit in the police force that investigated growing crimes involving rappers in the 90s. Now, Diddy had always been a person of interest, but they was never able to pin any crimes on him, probably because of his top-of-the-line legal team always swooping in and bailing him out. That plus bribes.
To the details, Annalise. Hey, Chrissy, Syra. So that's not all. Some new documents were released today in a civil suit that were amended this morning, and it involves some serious allegations, including sex trafficking, drugs, guns, not only against Diddy, but against his son, that alleged mule that you were just talking about, and another superstar, Cuba Gooding Jr. But again, the new piece to this puzzle here visually is that body camera video. Let's take you over to that video so you can see for yourself. Now, this is Brendan Paul. He was arrested for possession of cocaine and marijuana gummies, and this is unrelated to that larger investigation by the feds, but Paul is named one of several civil lawsuits filed against Diddy as a drug mule working for the music mogul. So this arrest that you're seeing is separate from all of that, just for possession of these drugs, marijuana and cocaine. So now over at Diddy's home, still no sight of him all morning long.
Connect 2 is the most user-friendly audio interface ever made.
Thursday morning, a similar scene outside of Sean Diddy Combs' home as days prior. A black SUV blocking the driveway with umbrellas open to conceal the home. Our cameras rolling as Diddy's private jet is taxied away at Opa-locka's airport, yet still no sign of the superstar, days after federal agents raided both his LA and Miami homes. The attention comes after both East and West Coast homes of 54-year-old were raided by federal agents simultaneously. The New York native, part of a sex trafficking investigation headed by NYC federal prosecutors. This comes after a series of civil lawsuits from former girlfriends and a music producer that worked with the music mogul. In a late February civil suit filed 73 pages alleging misconduct by the star and associates of underage sex trafficking, drug-fueled sex abuse, intimidation, and violence.
Well, that ain't all of it. The feds have finally found a way to incriminate Diddy for everything he's done over the past 30 years. Now they're taking this opportunity to charge him for all the crimes he's ever been suspected of committing. In recent developments, Diddy's alleged drug mules have also been arrested and offered immunity for testifying against Diddy.
They rich. They're going to have a lot of electronics. They're going to have a lot of laptops. They're going to have a lot of computer stuff around there. A lot of times people got to be smart. You cannot hide anything on no laptop. So if they was that dumb to put any videos or anything on any of those type of electronics, you understand, it's going to come to the forefront. Now, what they're looking for, because it was going on the premises of sex trafficking, they're looking for pictures of girls that may appear to be underage in a sexual context. Like they in a sexual act. That's what they're looking for. So now they're gonna go through all those devices. If somebody got any kind of weird fetishes that they got little kids or little girls or something like that, in any kind of pictures or any kind of photos that they took out of there, then unless that individual was in the picture, who do you charge? Because the houses wasn't in his name. They was in companies' names that they could say all people had all kinds of access to them. Unless somebody testify that that's Diddy's room, nobody goes in that room but him. You understand what I'm saying? That's when they get the help to come in, the maid to come in. You understand? Or the people who work there, yo, where's Mr. Combs' room? Oh, that's Mr. Combs' room. You understand what I'm saying? That's Mr. Combs' room. He only want anybody allowed in that room? Not unless Mr. Combs is there. They get those people to testify. But when they got a big ass mansion like that belongs to studios or Bad Boy Films and his daughter and stuff like that.
On that note, the feds are building a stronger case against Diddy by bringing in all the people seen in the footage recovered from his homes. Now, these people are being offered immunity in exchange for helping to better the case against the music mogul.
Biggie and Puffy are here tonight. Did you see them? Do you have anything to say to them at all?
Nah, but even if we saw them, we are businessmen. We are not animals. It's not like we're gonna see them and rush them and jump on them. If they see us and they want drama, we're gonna definitely bring it like only Dev Row can bring it. But we here as businessmen to enjoy and support the Video Music Awards for MTV because they support us. So if they want to come and use this business opportunity to get on some gangster, we do that better than anybody.
Can you envision a day when, y'all, if not get together and make an album, just peacefully coexist?
There's no dream of making an album with Biggie and Puffy or none of them. We're not sweating it like that.
This is our family.
We peacefully coexist right now because we all cool. Everybody's here. They sell records. We sell records. Well, I guess you could call that selling records. What they do. We sell large amounts of records, and they sell a few records. And really, there's no competition. People are really making too much out of it.
And you know what? Maybe, just maybe, this is gonna help the feds open up a case into Tupac's murder. It's on the ever-growing list of things that Diddy's been accused of doing. And one of them is ordering a hit on